Hey, what's up, Rich, man? How things go? Hey, I'm fixing to post a link in the chat, man. If you want to come in, come in. I'm just starting things up. I didn't plan on doing this tonight, but I'm just hanging out. Well, hold on. Let me get rid of the freaking sound over here so I'm not echoing like a mofo. Tell me how things were at the Trump raid tonight, I guess. It's about the only way I can freaking put it. Shit's insane, brother. Let me pin this bastard real quick. Ooh, shit, hit the wrong button. Anyway, it's posted. I'm freezing. Okay, had a slight crash. Fucking kill me. All right, let's see if we can do this back right. See if everything's still there. Fuck me running. So If I don't get to torture anybody else with anything else tonight, I'm just going to sit around and go through the 1934 NFA or what I have left of it for a little while. And hell, I might bring up Ripa's video. What's up, Wesley? I don't think I've seen you around before, brother. Well, welcome to the shit show. If you don't like politics, guns, and freedom, I'm probably not the cat you want to hang out with. I'll show you guys something cool I've been working on, though. Let's see whether I can get all this halfway in a way where we can see it. Yeah, let's just share entire screen and we'll share audio just in case we want to go through something. So let's do this. I want to bring up this document. So this is the 1934 NFA. Well, this is the hearings for the 1934 NFA. And for anybody watching, what I've done is it's gone through this list of both senator or actually Congress people, not senators, looked up all their pictures, found their pictures to the best of my knowledge, and put them into this document, along with those that are actually testifying in front of this congressional hearing, or these congressional hearings, because this goes over quite a few different days of congressional hearings. The reason I'm doing this, putting their pictures in, and I'm going to shoot some videos about this later, because I want people to understand that there are actually faces that go along with, or actually people and faces that go along with the arguments being presented in this document. I want people to understand this is a real thing, and that the arguments that are being put forward in this document are absolutely unconstitutional on the side of gun control. Understand, and I did a short video on this earlier today. The federal government has no power to do anything about firearms inside of the states. Nothing. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that they can limit firearms inside of the states. The federal Constitution only gives the federal government power to basically solve disputes in between states and maybe regulate interstate commerce. Now, that means they can't regulate any firearm inside of a state. If Alabama today wanted to manufacture machine guns, Alabama could do that. They could put them in fucking vending machines, and the federal government couldn't have a goddamn say-so in that adventure. If you don't believe me, later on in my videos, I'm going to show you that. That is the reason the federal government decided to use their taxing powers to regulate firearms. That's the reason they decided to use the Interstate Commerce Clause to regulate firearms. The firearms inside of a state are only going to be regulated by the state constitution, which is why a lot of the suits right now concerning firearms are absolute bullshit. And what I mean by that is if your state constitution is like mine and says that the people have the right to bear arms, when that gets challenged and the state wants to regulate firearms, when that moves up to the court, the only thing that should matter is the text of that state constitution. And if that state constitution says that the people have the right to bear arms, period, end of story, then when that goes to a court and gets challenged, then the court, a logical, reasonable court whose crowns aren't broken, should read the text of that constitution and go, this case is bullshit. You can't regulate arms because your constitution, your very own constitution, says the people have the right to own arms, period. Doesn't define which arms. It doesn't say you have the power to regulate those arms. Now, when that moves up to the Supreme Court, Let me explain something to you. The Supreme Court is there to basically go through controversies. When they get a suit like this, it shouldn't be measured against the federal constitution. It should be measured against that state's constitution. And if that state constitution says that the people have the right to bear arms, or that the people of the state have to have the right to bear arms, then the federal government or the Supreme Court in that case should measure it against that state's constitution and then tell whoever brought that suit to get bent, because what you are doing is unconstitutional in your state. If you want to change that in your state, you change your goddamn constitution, because the federal constitution only governs federal matters. If I sound a little ill, well, one thing, I've been going through the 1934 NFA. The second thing that has happened tonight, which is very much relevant, is you have the government that is in power, the party that is in power, use its federal powers, its federal authorities to basically go in to their opposition and try to shut them down. On a man who, if you don't like Trump, that's fine. I never really liked Trump as a individual. I don't know a whole lot about him. I heard some good, I heard some bad. Don't care. The things that mattered to me was I could get gas for less than $5 a fucking gallon. The economy was great. We had a presence around the world that other countries knew that if you attack us, we are going to stand up to you. You can say what you want about him calling people little rocket man. I don't give a shit. I've worked construction my whole life. I've been called way worse. Him calling that little joker little rocket man and then going and shaking his hand on the DMZ is massive as far as foreign relations. But hey, no one gives a shit about that because they don't like the man. I don't care whether I like the man or not. I care about whether the country is going in the right direction. Now, Trump on firearms sucked. Trump knows exactly dick about firearms. Zero. He's probably never owned any firearms in his life. He's had personal security for the majority of his life, if not all of his life. He doesn't know anything about self-defense. He doesn't know anything about the average person going to the freaking Walmart at whatever time of the day, going to get their baby's diapers or anything like that. The man's had the shit delivered to him his entire life. I do not hold that against him. It is what it is. But he's been insulated his entire life. That's great. Hey, man, rock and roll with your bad self. You were born, you were a member of the Lucky Sperm Club. I do not hold that against you. But at the very least, understand, if you are going to be the head of a country, understand what the federal constitution is, and understand that, one, you have no right to regulate firearms attachments, aka bump stocks. You have no right to point the federal government in the direction of something like red flag laws. Those are completely unconstitutional. There's a due process clause in pretty much every piece of legislation in any state in the United States where you are presumed to be innocent. You don't get to take someone's shit until you prove them guilty. You don't get to wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property. We call that robbery in law. That's what it is. And if you don't believe me, we can go look at Cornell Law, which I use for a lot of my videos when it comes to any kind of gun content, firearms content, legal content. We can go look at Cornell Law. We can go read it in the actual text of law. It all comes down to if me and you have something, or I have something and you want it, we have to make an agreeable decision that there's something that's that may or may not exchange, but I agree to give you something without you applying force to me. If you apply force to me, like a fucking gun, that's what we call robbery. When the government comes to your home to take your property and you have not been convicted of a crime, guess what, kids? That's fucking robbery. They just have more guns than you have. Am I preaching at this point? Yes, I am. If there's anybody watching that doesn't agree, you are more than welcome. There's a link in the chat to jump in the chat with me and explain why I'm wrong. We can have a discussion. I have no issues with that. And I will be polite. Hey, Ron Wayne, what's up, my brother? Yeah, we can have a discussion. I've got no problems with that. Miss Misty Wayne, what's happening? Damn, we get some big names in the chat. My man Wayne been putting out some good content. Dude, I have to watch your other videos that I saw. I've been, Heath, what's up? I've been kind of sequestered the last day or so going over all the shit on the 1934 NFA. And I didn't plan on doing a stream tonight, but I am off for a couple of days and I'm pissed off. So therefore I'm hanging out. So that's where we're at. And for you guys that are jumping in late, Heath, Ron Wayne, I'll kind of show you. You guys should have my screen right now. Or do you? Fuck, I don't know. I'm lost. Let me make sure I'm sharing everything right. Okay, so now you can see it. Hold on. I'm going to stop that for a second because we might get into something else. No, Heath, dude, I didn't see it yet, man. Let me make sure I'm sharing this with sound. Heath, did you send it? Did you send it? Where'd you send it? Did you send it on IG or did you send it? Where'd you send it? I've been kind of sequestered doing this research and everything on the 1934 NFA and going over it and kind of taking some notes. And I'm going to have to read it a couple more times. And this is 100 and something, 200 pages of shit. And I'm trying to do that in between everything else. Okay, Heath, I'll check it out, man. If it came through as a comment, brother, I'll watch it. I promise I'll try to keep up with it. So yeah, Ron, man, I try. I don't know, between classes, homework, freaking kids, shit I got to do around here. I'm spotty with content. Like I said, I didn't plan on going live tonight. But to be honest with you guys, with the Trump raid and stuff like that we see tonight, yeah, I'm kind of pissed off. So I'm just kind of hanging out. And if people didn't hear me before, I'm not pissed off that necessarily, oh, it was Trump and Trump got raided. It's not about Trump. It's about a federal government that is in power right now that swings one way, using their power to destroy their opposition. That's what this is about. And if you don't think they will raid a former president and then turn around and raid you, well, yeah, you really need to come off them pills you're on. What's up, Ag? How you doing, brother? Yeah, dude, this Trump raid is something else, man. And then here's the thing. I'm going to try to slide this over a little bit. Here's the thing. So for years, we have had plenty of evidence for corruption within, say, the Clinton family, their foundation, a bunch of other shit they pulled. We've had plenty of evidence, no raids. We have a president in power right now. We have plenty of evidence on him and his crackhead ass son, no raids. We have investigated Trump for 7 years. They couldn't find shit. Now all of a sudden they're raiding him tonight. Now, the timing of this looks a little funny, especially considering we are getting close to a presidential election. We're getting close to a Democrat Party. Well, a Democrat Party wants to pack the Supreme Court. A Democrat Party that dearly wants to pass a very much unconstitutional assault weapons ban. And for those of you who missed my earlier rant, because some of you guys, I love you. I wasn't expecting anybody to show up. Thanks for coming. We have to understand something. In a way, we're fighting gun control all wrong, and we have been for many years. The federal Constitution only governs federal matters. State constitutions govern state matters. The unfortunate thing for the left in this country is every state constitution says that the people have the right to own arms. Period. They may say for self-defense, we have the right to own arms. So the only thing that could happen where a state could regulate firearms is if they made a constitutional amendment to their own state constitution. The federal government doesn't have that power. They can't regulate firearms in the states constitutionally. That's why they did the end run in the 34 NFA, which is pulled up over there, or there, whichever way on the screen it's showing, of trying to go through the Interstate Commerce Clause or their taxing powers, which is a dirty fucking move. Yeah, Heath, you're right. 100% setup. How much shit will get planted and found in this raid? And even if it's not planted, if you sent the government to 90% of the homes in the United States and let them search it from one end to the other, they're going to find something they could charge you with. Period. There's a book that lists how many felonies Americans commit during a day, even though these Americans think they're law-abiding citizens, which they try to be to the best of their knowledge. But we have so many goddamn laws in the United States, you probably don't even know that you're breaking them. Let me say that again for all the sane people out there. There are so many laws in the United States that you probably don't know that you are breaking them. We live in an absolute fucking clown world at this point. So I'll give you guys a sneak peek of what I'm doing with this 1934 NFA, just because I'm up and hey, we're here. So let me see. Let me roll back up to the top of this. So this was April 16th, 18th, and May 14th, 16th, 1934. That's the dates of all these hearings. For the HR 9066, which would become the NFA. So we're going to go through and look at all of the players in this deal. All of the congressmen who were on the, this was the Ways and Means Committee, since this was taxing authority, basically. That's why you see this under the Ways and Means Committee instead of the Judiciary. Because the Judiciary Committee knew that they didn't have any power to get into firearms within the states. Now, what I've done is looked at all these guys, and we'll strain through contents and all this shit. And I've tried to find, to the best of my ability, actual pictures of these people. That way you can put a face with the argument, because I think that is extremely important to realize that these were actual people, these were actual arguments that were made. And when we look at these, when I go through them, you will see that a lot of them knew that this was going to nothing but trap everyday citizens and do nothing to stop criminals themselves. Nothing. Yeah, I don't know why I do this to myself, Ron. I really don't. Besides the fact that I'm a sadist. Or is it a mask? I always get those two confused. So let's see. Let's hit something. We'll hit a couple. We'll try to hit a couple things real quick. So this is the initial hearing. That's, let me roll back up. Oh, crap, too far. This thing is so damn long. It's so sensitive that if you hit the wrong spot, it just shoots all over the place because this is many, many pages of stuff. So this is my man. This is the chairman. I'm gonna have to put his name up. Hey, Kurt, what's happening, brother? So this is the chairman of this hearing. Now, understand that this is a Ways and Means Committee where Democrats far outweigh Republicans, and from what I've seen of Republicans on this, they ain't worth a damn. Matter of fact, one of the guys making the best arguments against the NFA is actually fucking Democrat, who later became a Supreme Court justice. This man served in all three branches of government. Not this dude. There's another dude. Mr. Vincent is his name. So let's see. Now, look at the term of machine gun right here. This is the original language as it was proposed. It gets changed to a definition that we know now, or closer to what we know now. The term machine gun means any weapon designed to shoot automatically or semi-automatically 12 or more shots without reloading. That was their original proposed definition of a machine gun. It doesn't mention caliber, anything. My Sears and Roebuck 20-2 rifle that I got after my granddad Frank died holds more than 12 rounds, and it loads automatically and it fires more than 12 shots. It would be a machine gun under this definition. This is how ignorant the Department of Justice is, because they are the ones who proposed this wording in this legislation. And if it doesn't make you want to put your head through a table, just realize that there are Democrats right now who want the same kind of goddamn language as, I got so much shit laying next to me, propose for something like this. This is a grip module, you fucking tube, and I'll show you a pistol just to see whether I get banned or not. But when I put this together and finish it, this will fire more than 12 shots, because it will have a more than 12 shot magazine without reloading. This is a semi-automatic firearm, also known for you fuckheads as a auto-loading firearm. It is different from a machine gun, even though machine guns should have never been banned. The federal government didn't have the power to do this shit, and they're playing some sneaky fuck games in the 1934 NFA to do it. And for the fucking life of me, I cannot see why this shit has not been just trashed since his actual adoption. There's a guy right now. You guys have probably all heard from Jared from Guns and Gadgets. Everybody's covered it. Crump's covered it. A guy caught with all these Glock switches and supposedly illegally modified machine guns. Why? If this guy was not a threat to the public, I'll put that out there. If this guy was not a threat to the public, why the fuck aren't major gun proponents spending millions trying to fund his defense, and base that off of the fact that the federal government has no ability to regulate firearms at all, or arms in general, period. None whatsoever. And that the state that the dude lives in, their constitution does not give the state government any authority to regulate these arms. If the dude's not a threat, why are these organizations not getting off their asses? Firearms Policy Coalition, Gun Owners of America, NRA, you fuck bastards that I'm going to show fucked us in the 1934 NFA. Why aren't you guys off your goddamn asses and actually funding this dude's defense and attacking the 34 NFA as it should be attacked, on the premise that the federal government has no right to regulate firearms inside of the states, and that state constitution does not give that state the right to regulate arms whatsoever. And they use the shit about this common public good. Well, firearms are used many more times to save lives than they are to take lives. Use the fucking facts, guys. It's there. Jesus Christ. What's up, Paul? Yeah, you caught me in a mood, brother. I'm kind of off the hook tonight. All right, let's roll. Let me roll through some other stuff in here. And I'm going to show you some of the stuff in the NFA. The taxes that they wanted to put into the NFA were merely meant to shut down gun manufacturers and gun dealers. That's what they really wanted to go after. If I can remember where I highlighted some of this stuff and some of my little notes off to the side, we'll roll through them. This wasn't supposed to be a share the pain stream, but fuck it, it might turn into one. Yeah, it's good to get it off chest. Yeah, I got shit to get off my chest for sure. Get this. So let me roll back up. So interstate commerce just meant transportation from one state or territory to another. Understand, that meant that if I had a firearm on me that was manufactured in Alabama, where I live, and I just had that firearm on me when I crossed the bridge to go into Georgia, they call that interstate commerce. There was no money exchange. There was no value exchange. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing of values exchange. The firearm is mine. They call that interstate commerce. And we'll get into why they do that. Now, this is the National Firearms Act, right? That's what this is going to be. So, and understand this is 1934. Okay, it took a long time for everybody to get the word when something changed across the United States. We didn't have an interstate fucking highway system at this point. And they wanted, within 15 days after the effective date of the act, that every business should be registered and that they should have their taxes paid and that all the taxes had to be due on July 1st. That was the initial the initial right of this from the Justice Department, because that's who this came from. What's up, BNS? What's happening, Bernie? Now, you'll see as I go through this was all about registration of firearms and control of firearms. That jack shit to do about public safety or stopping criminals. It had everything to do with controlling the firearms themselves. Let's see something. Let's see if I can find, because this is the initial writing of the law before it was actually amended a few different times. And I'm going to do, like I said, a video on this. I'll probably do a single video on this and then go through and then actually start into the rest of what happened in the hearing. So this is the douchebag who was one of the ones who was initially in charge of writing all the language for the 34 NFA, Mr. Attorney General Cummings. After reading a lot of his testimony, I cannot express my disdain for him in enough languages, and I don't have a fucking thesaurus handy, so I don't have a whole lot more words to use for this cat. Dude, there was a line in a book that I listened to just the other day that would have fit perfect for this shit. And I just can't remember it. There's just been so much shit that I've looked at in the last couple of days. Anyway, he's the douchebag in charge of all this shit. Oh yeah, it's definitely the root of the regulatory. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Now, let's see. Now they're using the crime situation with all the gangsters and stuff. They use Dillinger a lot in this hearing to try to explain why they're going to trample your fucking rights. This dude, Mr. Cooper, no fucking relation. Let me explain that to everybody up front. Don't know to the dude, not related to the dude. At least I hope not. If he is, I'll go find his grave, dig him up, slap the piss out of him because he's a fucking moron. Now, the Attorney General in 1934 estimates that 500,000 firearms are in the hands of criminals at this time. Just criminals. In 1934 America, which I could probably see. I mean, criminals get guns, and they're always going to have guns. Let me see. Hold on. There's some real later stuff in here I'm going to bounce down to. Let's see something. Where am I at? I'm going to be bouncing all over, guys. Just forgive me, because there's so much shit here. It's not even fucking funny. Hold on. Why did I highlight this? Because this is the douchebag Attorney General talking. Frankness compels me to say at the outset this is a drastic bill, and realize that these guys, the language has changed so much that it doesn't carry the power that it used to. When this dude says drastic, he means fucking apocalyptic in our speech. But we have eliminated a good many suggestions that were made by people who were a little more enthusiastic about that than we are. I mean, enthusiastic about the possibility of curing everything by legislation. In other words, they wanted even more strict regulation. And as we know now, legislation hasn't fixed a goddamn thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be killing people like it's fucking free in Chicago. Now, they were talking about the definition of a machine gun here, defines a machine gun, and for anybody who missed it, they wanted it as any gun that can fire over 12 rounds semi-automatically or automatically. Yeah, you heard that right. Give me just a second, guys. I got to check something. Okay, I'm not getting raided by the FBI yet. Let's see, where's that? Defines a machine gun as any weapon that can, or yeah, any weapon designed to shoot automatically or semi-automatically 12 or more shots without reloading. No caliber, again, no calibers mentioned, no feed devices mentioned, just any weapon that can shoot 12 or more rounds semi-automatically or automatically. Again, my fucking rimfire 22 rifle, Sears and Roebuck, and I have to look up the serial number on that and see whether I can find the year it was manufactured. But I got it from my granddad, and he probably got it from someone a little bit older than him. That would be classified as a machine gun. Yeah, Misty, just yeah, have a good night, chick. Hopefully you're feeling better, sister, and we'll catch you anytime. Love you to death. Let me know if you need anything else, and I have to get with you about some other stuff because you do like patches and stuff. Once I actually come up with a design for my logo, I got to get with you. So let's see. Oh yeah, here's some good stuff. Now, they actually classify a sawed-off shotgun in here as I think they start out with a 20-inch barrel. So any shotgun with less than a 20-inch barrel is considered a sawed-off barrel to them. And then they get in here, and this is the Attorney General at the time talking, says a sawed-off shotgun is one of the most dangerous and deadly weapons. I'll give it to you. You cut that bastard off, and you're up close. It's gonna fucking hurt. Um, a machine gun, of course, ought never be in the hands of a private individual. There's not the slightest excuse for it to be, or excuse for it, not the least in the world. So, a private individual, me, you, anybody else, if we have 57 machine guns and we are no threat to anybody at all, this jackass believes you should go to prison for fucking decades. With that many machine guns, you are going to go to jail for life under their legislation. Underneath today's legislation, you are going to go to jail for well over 100 fucking years, even though you're not a threat to anybody, not a threat to the public at all. And that's what we were supposed to be stopping, is threats to the general public. But they don't focus on the cocksuckers actually committing the goddamn crimes. They don't focus on the people creating victims. They focus on an object, which is the most asinine way on the planet of going about legislating something. But the fuckers are still doing it now. Now, this is the attorney general talking. Now we proceed to this bill generally under two powers. One, the taxing power, and the other, the power to regulate interstate commerce. Now, if the federal government actually had the right, get this in your heads. This is a very important point. I'm going to light another cigarette because I'm about to lose my shit. If the federal government actually had the power to regulate firearms, why would they not just say this class of arms is banned? The point is, or the fact is, because they don't have that goddamn power. So these douchebags, this was after Capone, and they used taxing against him to convict him. Well, they come up with this bullshit. Now we proceed to the bill generally under two powers. One, the taxing power, which meaning the taxing power of the federal government, and the other, the power to regulate interstate commerce. Again, the fucking interstate commerce clause, the most bastardized piece of the Constitution that I can fucking find, and I've read a lot of it. The advantages of using the taxing power with respect to the identification of weapons and the sale and so forth are quite manifest. In the first place, there are already in existence certain machinery for dealing with the collection of taxes of this kind. Why? Because our fucking federal government, even back then, was taxing every goddamn thing that wasn't nailed down and a hell of a lot of shit that was. They wanted to use the tax to be prohibitive for people to own arms. A logical court would have seen this as a ban, just an in round or in run on a ban, and would have shot this shit down. But we ended up with a very liberal court and a court that was afraid of the president packing the court. So they went along with it and they upheld the 34 NFA when it was challenged. And then it becomes precedent for the following courts to stand on. Oh, history's fun, kids. Oh, fuck it all. That kind of gives you the basis for some of this. Let's see, what else did I highlight? I informed that under existing law, there is an ad valorem 10% tax on pistols and revolvers. That's another thing of this. They were heavily going after pistols, revolvers in this. That is one of the reasons you have the barrel lengths that they talk about. They started out with a 12-inch barrel length being a pistol. Then they kind of whittle shit down. I haven't even finished the whole act yet. Now, then they talk about the ad valorem tax, how much money it produced during this time, which was a little over $35,000 in 1933. They go on to state that if the 1930 or if the NFA is actually enacted, well, that tax is going to get eaten away by the NFA itself. The NFA itself is actually going to eat that money up. In terms of revenue, however, the NFA, I keep saying 1934, but the NFA, in terms of revenue, will actually produce more revenue. Why? Because they are taxing more arms and they are taxing them more seriously. I don't even know where I threw my lighter. Oh, God, man. Let's see. I can't remember. There were a couple other things. I've still got to make a bunch of notes on this. So this is raw, dogs. Y'all are freaking hanging out for Mr. Fear. This is another fucking idiot through this whole goddamn sense or thing of hearings. Let's see. If nothing else, you guys will get to look at some pictures of assholes. And it's not even on Pornhub. Let's see. We are confronted, gentlemen, with a very serious problem. And if the committee, as our distinguished friend suggests, could devise a way of dealing with these. Oh, shit, my lines were. They were talking about bulletproof vests here because they were talking about the gangsters wearing bulletproof vests. Talk about a way of armaments, bulletproof vests. There are various types of them. If that could be made a matter of prohibition under some theory that permits the federal government to handle this, would be of great assistance. So what he's saying is I don't know how the fucking federal government can do this, but if you jackasses come up with a way we can do it, we'll do it. Okay, that's the Cooper's notes instead of the Cliff notes of that whole statement. Let's see. Mr. Fear, of course, he agrees with banning every goddamn thing. So it would be all quite right with me. But of course, We have no inherent police powers to go into certain localities and deal with local crime. In other words, the fucking federal government can't deal with crime inside of goddamn states. They have no fucking authority. So how does a goddamn ATF kick your door down for a local crime? Uh, if people think I'm actually not right with things, understand this document, and let me show you something. Just because I gotta show my notes. That document was made from this document. And if you guys can see this document, this is basically a photocopy of the original minutes from all the hearings for the 1934 NFA. I found another document where I could bring it over into a Word document and make it a little easier to work with, is all I did. Everything in that document matches this historical document. La da da da. How many pages? This is 168 pages of just photocopied shit, basically, into a PDF. My document, especially with the pictures, is going to be considerably longer. There are less words on each page. Each argument is broken down by person. Let's see, where he just said that the federal government has no powers to deal with local crime. It is only when we can reach those things under the interstate commerce provision or under the use of mails, since mail is a federal deal, your average postal carrier, or by powers of taxation that we can act. Mike McClune, what's happening, brother? Yeah, dude, it's been beer o'clock. Yeah, it's definitely been beer o'clock. Hopefully you have a few, brother, because yeah, it wasn't supposed to be like a share the pain stream, but I might as well rename this bitch. Because it's just turning into that. So he tells them all that shit. Hey, we don't have any powers to act unless it's taxation and all that. Mr. Fear over here, we follow your work. I believe every member of the committee congratulates you on what you have been able to do. In other words, he's really wants more power. Again, Mr. Cooper, no relation. He's a douchebag. I'll just say that. And I didn't make any notations in that one. I'm just going to kind of skip through and look at some stuff. So here's a good point. So Cooper over here, again, no relation. It was my impression that provisions were similar to the narcotics provision referred to. So they're talking about the actual prohibition on narcotics, and of course, Attorney General says that's exactly right. And again, they didn't have the power to regulate that. They still don't. Oh shit, I got to change that. That was supposed to be Mr. Cooper speaking, which is back to this jackass. It's kind of hard bringing it over from another document, something that's kind of jumbled. Here's good. Let's read this. So now just one other question. I would be interested to get your opinion about meeting the problem with reference to arms already in the possession of the criminal of the country. As you stated, it is your estimate that we have some 600,000 of these firearms in the hands of criminal element in the country. Is it your thought that this bill would afford some effective means of dealing with that problem, where the arms are already in the possession of criminals? Then the chairman breaks in here. He says this shit. The attorney general says, no, it's 500,000 in the hands of individuals. Glad to have that cleaned up, yada, yada. Now, let's see what I highlighted here. The first part under the Internal Revenue Measure, which was their taxing authority, which is what they were using to effectively shut down or prohibit machine guns, deals with weapons as they are now coming out of the factories. So it was a $200 tax on purchasing a machine gun. I buy a machine gun, and at this time, they show in this act the price of a machine gun then was probably about $200, depending on the machine gun. And they threw another $200 tax on top of that. It was 100% tax, which threw it way out of the realm of your average person. But to the criminal who was getting their money illegally, guess what? They could still fucking get it. And it seemed to us the establishment of a system for tracing weapons from owners to owner by certificate of title might also be attempted. Registration. Now, the registration part of this for every single, because understand, he's talking about pistols, revolvers, all that shit. That part ended up getting shot down as they went through the process in these hearings. Let me back up a little bit in this one. The other part of the problem is dealt with in interstate commerce provisions, which make it an offense to carry in interstate commerce any weapon which is under the ban of law, with certain exceptions. Their certain exceptions are government entities. So if, for instance, Dillinger or any of those revolving criminals, because they were talking about criminals crossing over state lines at this point, not having proper credentials, registration, should carry a revolver, a pistol, sawed-off shotgun, or machine gun, because understand, before this, there were no prohibitions on any of this. Across the state line, we could demonstrate the fact that in itself would be an offense, and the weapon would be forfeited. So, under this part of the act, as proposed, if I have a pistol, I don't know, one that looks like this, or at the time, a 1911, which is in my case down there, because they talk about Colt automatics in this set of hearings. If I merely went across state lines with that gun and did not have it registered, I'm a fucking criminal at that point. I am a felon for crossing a fucking state line with something that is legal. You think our government has gotten any new arguments, kids? Because they haven't. It's the same fucking bullshit since then until now and before this. And as I go through these hearings, you will see that. When I tell you that all this gun control bullshit is nothing but retreads and they haven't come up with anything original, I'm not joking. It's no bullshit. You'll see they use the same arguments here. You'll see that they use the same arguments about, just having the gun and the government not knowing about it. You'll see that it's for the greater good. You'll see that it's magazines or magazine capacity. You'll see that it is they use more submachine gun and machine gun in here, but basically they didn't know the term assault weapon at the time. So those were the terms that they use. It's the same shit. Oh yeah, man. The chat and Rich's stuff earlier. Yeah, it got busy as fuck, man. I loved it. I had to throw him a super chat. I had to. Man, I've been going through this for a couple of days, so you guys have to forgive me if I got to remind why in the fuck I highlighted something. Oh, here we go. It deals with tracing these weapons, if traded or transferred. So again, registration. Licensing of a person to take any weapon. In other words, you had to have a purchaser's license. That's what they wanted at the beginning of this. That ended up getting shot down too, because I think they pretty well realized that the country would fucking revolt. They actually wanted you to have a license to purchase a firearm. You had to be fingerprinted. You had to be photographed. The government had to know everything about you: name, address, all that, occupation, color, all that are mentioned. Requirements of licensing: any person should take any weapon across the state line. Now, this part only dealt with crossing state lines because, again, they were going to call that interstate commerce. And I'm assuming all this, of course, that the criminal elements are not going to obtain permits and they're not going to obtain licenses. Yeah, they actually fucking could, you dumbass. Yeah, at this point, they could have obtained any of this. Because at this point, I don't think there's any prohibition on some felons from actually obtaining these licenses. Yeah, thanks, Ron. Yeah, this is a freaking painful one. Let's see. So, I mean, what it comes down to when they're talking about the licensing here is anybody caught without a license would automatically be presumed to be guilty. And we'll hit that in some other parts. Just like I said, we're just buzzing through it tonight. This wasn't planned. This was just spur of the moment. Coop's pissed off at what he's seeing in this country right now, and goddamn it, I can't sleep. That's this whole stream in a fucking nutshell. Now, let's see. Therefore, when we capture one of those people, we simply we have simply a plain question to propound to him: where's your license? Where's your permit? If he cannot show it, we've got him and his weapon, and we do not have to go through an elaborate trial with all kinds of complicated questions arising. Understand what that means. That means if you are caught with an arm without your license, you are automatically presumed guilty. Don't pass go. Don't even think about the $200 at that point. You are going to prison. Where the fuck is your due process in that situation? This is in 1934. Most people in the United States right now with the goddamn internet and a supercomputer in their fucking pocket don't know jack shit about gun laws. This is 1934. They couldn't research something as quick as we can now. So most people in the United States were absolutely uneducated about gun laws. So some poor fucking bastard doesn't have his license on him, he gets to go to prison. If and our government hasn't changed. I've covered bills within the last year where these cocksuckers in government right now want you to have a license to purchase firearms. Not simply a license to purchase firearms, but a license for every fucking firearm you purchase. So if you own one firearm, you have to have one license. If you own 47 firearms, you have to have 47 fucking licenses. And you have to be able to produce those licenses at any given time to a peace officer. If not, you get to go to prison. If you don't believe me on that, all you simply have to do is look back through my library of videos. It was some of these were covered back before I started calling it a paper cut series. Again, if I look a little ill, oh, I'm a lot ill. I've passed the point of just being pissed. Am I going to get violent? No, I'm not going to get violent. I am doing a video. I'm live streaming with you guys for my own sanity. What little I have left. And then again, they're going back and forth about, yeah, hey, we got to deal with this criminal element. And then, federal government doesn't have any powers to do that inside of the states. And this was the recommended fines. Now, this is in 1930 fucking 4. Let's see. Hold on. Let me slide back up so we can kind of get, because the original bill, these two are fines and fines and taxes are left blank as they go through the bill. Where was it asked? Here it is. You have observed, of course, that the amounts are left blank in this bill. I invite your attention to page 3, reference to the fine and imprisonment to be imposed. Page 9, left blank. So let's go back down here to what I highlighted, because this jackass jumps in. This jackass still says his stuff. So the $5,000 a year would be for a manufacturer in 1934. Oh, Mike, that's why I love you, brother. Yeah. Anybody suffer from mental illness? Nope, we pretty much fucking enjoy it. That's beautiful, man. Yeah, I pretty well enjoy mine. So back to this. In 1934, they wanted a $5,000 a year tax on manufacturers. That's any manufacturer, large, small, medium, didn't fucking matter. They wanted a $5,000 tax on manufacturers. $200 for dealers. So that's any dealers is anybody selling a firearm. So that is a mom and pop feed and seed store that would sell shotguns and rifles for hunting, stuff like that. They wanted a $200 a year tax on them. Now, as they go through the debates in this, you will see that it is brought up that there were actual instances where mom and pop places who only sold 3 or 4 firearms a year wouldn't pay fucking $20 tax to sell firearms. So they just quit selling firearms. A $200 a year tax on these dealers, no matter how large, no matter how small, would shut down 95% of the dealers in firearms in the fucking country. And that was the stated goal in a lot of cases for the 34 NFA. This shit is so fucking deep. You need fucking scuba gear. I would suggest let's see, nitrogen mixed gases for very deep dives, and don't come up too fast because it's going to kill you. A decompression chamber would be nice because you're going to fucking need it. And now my wife's cat's back in my lap. There you go to talk about live or large manufacturers. Yeah, Mike, you're right. Yeah, it's about $110,000. So you have a poor bastard. Understand? Just a person manufacturing, say, handcrafted firearms. They only sell a limited number a year, but they are a manufacturer. They would have to pay $110,000 a year to sell probably a third of that in the guns that they manufacture. Yeah, I got you, Mike. I knew what you were saying because I've looked the numbers up too. Yeah. Thank you, federal government, by the way. Oh, here's the $200 tax for machine guns right here. And then for other firearms, so anything they considered a firearm, which in this act is anything that fucking goes boom, they would have a $1 tax. Now, understand that $1 tax paid for your registration of that firearm. And then they go back and forth about who the hell's manufacturing machine guns in the United States at this time, which Colt Manufacturing was the largest manufacturer, I think, at the time. There were a couple of other manufacturers. But understand, their definition of a machine gun, that's what fucking breaks my fucking balls with this. Again, their definition of a machine gun was any gun that could fire automatically or semi-automatically 12 or more rounds without reloading. That is their definition of a machine gun. Every firearms manufacturer in the United States, every large manufacturer, medium manufacturer, was manufacturing semi-automatic rifles and shotguns and semi-automatic pistols, a lot of which would fire more than 12 rounds without reloading semi-automatically. They're called auto-loading. We use the slang term semi-automatic, but they're actually auto-loading firearms. Don't believe me? Take some SDI classes and get into the legality of the language, because that's what they are. I mean, it honestly, that would mean this Glock 19, which is this polymer 80 build that I did, that would make this a machine gun. Now, our friends from the National Rifle Association in this case actually throw out a pretty good definition of a machine gun that is a lot closer to the definition that you see in law right now. They also go further and then throw us right under the fucking bus with everything else. Let's see. My man Woodruff right here. My man Woodruff is the only progressive that is on this committee. Now, I will give my man Woodruff some props because later on in these hearings, he does make a decent point here or there. However, he is progressive and he does believe that all firearms should be banned. Now, it seems a possibility it would have a somewhat wholesome effect upon these particular manufacturers to increase that substantially. They're talking about the registration fees and all that. They cannot have much to say. They would not have much reason to complain if the tax were made much larger than that. Because everybody likes getting fucked by the government. Because as we know, machine guns, and again, their definition of machine gun, anything that can shoot more than 12 rounds, semi-automatically or automatically, without reloading, is a machine gun to them. Let's see. Because we know machine guns in the possession of particular, I think that was supposed to be something else. Particularly of all the criminals in this country who desire them, the fact that they have them must be due to some small extent, at least to either carelessness or worse, the part of the people who manufacture those guns. Again, blaming the manufacturers for what people do with the products. Do we not see that argument made now? It's the gun manufacturer's fault. Fuck all for the person who actually committed the goddamn crime. If I wake my wife up, I'm getting murdered tonight. You guys might see it live on YouTube. Because I know I'm getting loud. But again, blaming the manufacturer, not the person actually committing the crime. If I run someone over with my truck, it's not Ford's fucking fault. It's mine. Unless there's a serious malfunction with that vehicle where I tried not to run over somebody and the truck, for some reason, would not allow me to either stop, or my truck was a smart truck and then steered into the motherfucker. Again, the same arguments, the same retreads. Blame the manufacturers. Yeah, the Browning High Power is a machine gun, according to them. The Colt 1911 is a machine gun, according to, well, if you put an extended magazine in it, would be a machine gun. Now, they include, what they're going after here is pistols and smaller class weapons. They actually try to exclude, to a point, the Browning automatic fucking rifle from this shit. It is insane. Because they try to say that the Browning automatic rifle would not be used by criminals because it is too large to conceal on their person. Although you actually have historical pictures of Dillinger with a cut-off Browning automatic rifle that he used to probably actually kill federal officers. People wonder why I drink. Let's see. And see, here's the Attorney General. He's blaming the manufacturer also. Now, he goes on later here to say, and we'll probably run into it in a little bit, that the Colt Manufacturing Company has actually basically been complying with or talking to the government about their products. So they've actually been working with the government on some things. So they're not as bad at that point. So he was just blaming the manufacturers. And then the Attorney General comes over here and says, in the past, that has been true. In other words, blaming the gun companies, making the gun companies liable. The presence of machine guns in the hands of the criminal classes has been a reflection on the manufacturers of those weapons. Have we not heard that argument again lately about the AR-15? Oh my, yeah, dude. If I could, the BAR is so high on my fuck it all, I wish I could have it list. It's not even goddamn funny. There's just something about that particular firearm that I love. It's just a beast. Do I think there were plenty of other weapons that probably could have served the role, or plenty of other decent designs that could have served that role and maybe been better at the time? And I'd have to look them back up, but the Browning BAR is, yeah, that's serious woody. Here it is. So here's the Attorney General talking about Colt. The other dude was asking about manufacturers of machine guns. He said now there is only one, really. The Colt Company of Hartford, Connecticut, my own state. I think that is the only manufacturer now of the type of machine gun used by gangsters, and they have entered into a gentleman's agreement with the Department of Justice by which far greater care is now being taken in concern with the distribution of machine guns. Therefore, I do not want to have it thought that they were entirely responsible. So he's still throwing them under the bus. He's still saying Colt's responsible. They're just not entirely responsible. I wonder, when I do the videos on these, when I actually do the videos on these hearings, should I use different voices for each one of these pricks? I'll just throw that out there. Yeah, I got 10 of you in here for some fucking reason listening to my dumbass rant. And again, Woodruff, the progressive, says, no, I don't entirely blame them. Fuck all, man. Yeah, and here he is. They've been quite cooperative as of late. I think they have realized what dreadful thing it has been for those deadly and dangerous weapons to be in the hands of criminals. I can't remember what all I've highlighted in here and what I haven't. Some of this I'm still running through again for like the second or third time reading it. They're going back and forth. Chairman, I only yielded for one question. Here's this prick taking all my time. Here's Woodruff again, the progressive. And then here's bitch boy fucking complaining about his time. And they're talking about keeping things together on the record. Back to the $200 machine gun tax, which, for those of you who don't know this, you guys in the chat more than likely know it. If anybody runs on this video later, understand, you could have a Thompson submachine gun mailed to your house cash on delivery before this act. No fingerprints, no questions asked. All you had to do was Sears and Roebuck, I think they had it in their catalog. Send them a letter saying, I want this firearm. I want it delivered to this address, and it's going to be cash on delivery. And there was a delivery man who would come to your house with that gun, and all you had to do was give him the cash for the gun. There was no regulation. There was no background check. And we didn't have school shootings. Did we have mob shootings? Yes. Do we have mob shootings now? Absolutely. Do we have people using fully automatic guns right now in crimes? What's up? Hey, Coot, or fuck, Corn Pop, you messed me all up. What's up, Corn Pop? Brother, I'm off right now for the next couple of days, and I don't know. I'm going through the 1934 NFA already, and then Trump got raided tonight because let's face it, our federal government is using all of its police powers against its opposition. So I'm a little pissed, and I'm hanging out. That's the whole theme of tonight's just hang out. I posted in Rich's chat, and some of you might get this. If you want to know how you get a country to go to civil war, simply take the police powers of government and weaponize them against your opposition. That is a very quick road to tearing a country apart and going to complete civil war. I could write these headlines right now. Trump raided, Trump arrested, Supreme Court gets packed, assault weapons ban passed, civil unrest, weapon confiscations, officers getting killed. I could write these headlines right now. And if things go the way that they're going right now, I guarantee each one of those will come true. Again, YouTube, I'm not advocating violence. I've never really advocated violence. Unless you're a bully and I believe in punching you right in the goddamn face. Or if you're trying to rob me, I believe in putting as many holes in you as I possibly can. That's not necessarily advocating violence. That is advocating for self-defense. Those are two very different things. Oh, yeah, elimination of the filibuster. Yeah, that would be before the Supreme Court packing and the assault weapons ban going through. Yep, you're right, Mike. You got me on that one. I forgot a headline. Damn, we are living in such a fucking clown world right now. It's just insane. If you wanted to arrest political powers or people who were political powers, when you have all the evidence on the Clintons for their misdealings, and even after they got out of office with their foundation, and then you have Hunter Biden with his laptop, you have Joe Biden with his feet in Ukraine, and you have more shit on Joe Biden before then. But you're going after a dude that has been investigated for 7 years and they haven't found shit yet. And all of a sudden they're raiding his properties tonight. If you don't think these people are stacking up to do some serious bullshit in the next little while, you are living in the Matrix. You are still fucking asleep. And I don't know what will wake you up unless there's a large... Well, I won't. I try not to go there. Oh yeah, term limits for SCOTUS justice. Yeah, that bill is put through in the Congress right now. Because, and I guarantee you, they want to make that shit retroactive because they want to get rid of people like Clarence Thomas. That just hit me, but I will guarantee you they will do it. Because forbid a black person actually believe in the Constitution, actually side with the Constitution. Let's see what else I can find that I highlighted in this, because you guys get a kick out of some of this shit. Now, I will say this. So, shit, cool deal. So this is the initial, basically the initial day of this hearing. So if I'm remembering right, the Attorney General is the main one who testifies in this. So in connection with that, you prepared to give us some information on the average cost of these machine guns? The cost is now about $200. So it's 100% tax on machine guns. Cooper asks again, no relation. That is delivered to the purchaser. He says, yes, sir. Then the proposed tax of $200, and he jumps in, would be about 100% tax. How many items do you want to pay 100% tax on? Do you not think that 100% tax on an item is prohibitive and a backdoor ban on said item? And remember, through all of these hearings, through all the bullshit, they actually keep that $200 number. Oh, man, Mike, yeah, dude. You've got these people there. They make the laws. They set the policy. And they still get to bet in the markets. So if they push things towards, say, electric cars, and Nancy Pelosi and them invest in electric car companies, well, guess who's going to make that money? See, these people all ought to be in blind trusts anytime they go into those positions. They should have no say-so in what their investments do. But they come into office damn near broke in a lot of cases. And within a couple of years, they're millionaires. While the rest of you working stiff motherfuckers, well, yeah, I mean, it's just y'all do what y'all need to do. I mean, take out that second mortgage to go buy groceries. What's up, John Doe? How's it going? Another perpetrator in the stream. Let's see. So again, they're going through, yeah, it's 100% tax. So when they talk about line 15, that's on just the transfer of a normal firearm. So if I buy a rifle, shotgun, whatever, I have to pay $1 tax on that. And that $1 tax goes to fund the registration of said firearm. Let's see. Okay, so this is if you failed to go through their provisions of this, or you were caught with a unlicensed firearm. At this time in 1934, you would be fined $2,000, and the imprisonment not more than 5 years. So if you were caught with an unlicensed firearm, you get to pay $2,000 and go to prison for 5 years. Seems reasonable for someone who wasn't a threat to anybody. Okay, so now they're going through, well, hey, how much money are we going to make off this? All right. Did you want to ask them about the estimate of the revenue? So when they get down to it, it would probably approach $100,000 a year. So for $100,000 a year, guess what? They get to imprison a fuckload of law-abiding people who just really didn't understand that they were running afoul of the law. Sounds like a lot of things these days, doesn't it? Stick the wrong grip on an AR pistol and find out what can happen to you. Because that $2,000 and that 5 years in prison is, yes, very much the same as you would suffer right now. You have a vertical hand grip on a pistol. All of a sudden, it's an SBR. Well, guess what? You have an unregistered SBR. You get to go to prison. And you have, under this, the presumption that you are guilty, and then you have to get counsel to prove that you're innocent. But the government has a presumption that you're guilty. Anything you can and say, do, what the fuck ever held against you in a court of law. Let's see. Let's keep bouncing. I'm going to bounce past a bunch of shit. Let's see. Hold on. Let's bounce. Right now, they're worried about federal law conflicting with state law, which it absolutely does, because state laws are state laws. Afraid it will conflict with state laws. I'm afraid it would be unconstitutional. Now he's talking about the registration of firearms at that point. So even here, right here, the first day of these hearings, he is saying that registration would be unconstitutional. However, as they go on through these hearings, he continues to push registration. He knows it's unconstitutional. He's the Attorney General of the fucking United States and keeps pushing something that is unconstitutional. That's about all the shit that would be replaced. That's about the original excise taxes that would be placed on firearms. Y'all guys are going to hear me burp. It'll be okay. This is talking about the barrel length. In general, there'd be an ejection on page 1, line 4, after the word shotgun, to add to the words or rifle having a barrel less than 18 inches. He's asking the question of the Attorney General at this point. And this fucks me off right here. The reason I ask is that I happen to come from a section of the state where deer hunting is very popular pastime in the fall of the year. And of course, I would not like to pass any legislation to forbid or make it impossible for our people to keep arms that would prevent them to deer hunt. I'm still looking for the deer hunting clause in any constitution, state or federal. I haven't fucking found it yet. If anybody out here in the chat has a constitution that says you can only have arms to deer hunt with, please send it to me. I would like to read through your entire constitution. The legal length of a shotgun bob is 18 inches. The legal length of a rifle is now 16 inches. And then you have an overall length of like 26 inches for one and an overall length of 24 inches for the other. It's late. I've been up all day. Haven't slept real good in a while. Yeah. The other night passing out, I won't even go into that unless someone mentions it. Yeah, Paul, take it easy, brother. We'll catch you after a while, man. I don't even know how long I'm going to be going. I'm just shooting the shit and blowing off steam. So take it easy, brother, and have a good night. I know I threw a pack of cigarettes over here somewhere. So yeah, that's the over and unders on links and shit like that. And then you got to remember, so all of this shit boils down. The 1934 NFA boils down to the 18-inch length on a shotgun, the 16-inch length on a rifle. Then you have the overall lengths of 24, 26 inches. Then you have AOWs. Then you have short barrel rifles, short barrel shotguns, shit like that. Yeah, Mike, you probably ain't wrong. I'd probably still be buying more gun parts right now, which I probably need to be doing at this point. Oh, if you didn't see it earlier, Mike, where's it at? So that's my MUP 1 that I got from JSD Supply. Now, I couldn't find one of the 80% MUP 1 grip modules for under like $300 or $400. So I got a 50 something dollar grip module from SIG itself. This is an actual SIG grip module. So now all I got to do is get slide barrel, slide components, and all that, and then finish that up. So that'll be my MUP 1 build. Which, if you haven't built a MUP 1, if you can get one, if you're halfway mechanically inclined, they're not that bad. When I saw the parts kit for that MUP 1, when I actually opened it up, I was like, holy fuck. But there are still a couple of good videos out there that will show you how to put them together, and they're not that bad, man. They are pretty freaking cool. And see, here's another one who doesn't know jack shit about firearms talking about. It seems to be an 18-inch barrel length or 18-inch barrel would make this provision stronger than 16 inches. Knowing what I know about firearms, well, apparently you don't know jack shit about firearms. Shut the fuck up. And of course, he has no objection to fucking limiting anything because he believes in the full power of government. This one, I can't remember whether it's this part or another one or whether it happens a couple of times. But here's an argument that comes from this douchebag. And I think this guy, this was about the best picture of him I could find. This guy's actually supposed to be a Republican. Why should we permit the manufacturer, that is, permit the sale of machine guns to anyone outside the several branches of government? For instance, the federal government, sheriff's office, in other words, all state government agencies. Let's see. And this dude says, well, there are other conceivable uses for banking institutions. We want to protect banks. Mr. Summers of Texas, I could not find a picture of this guy. He wanted like all bank employees to be deputized and shit. Yeah, here's a perfect point from this dude of Texas, which I can't find a picture for. Pardon a suggestion, but is this not the answer? That this is a revenue measure, and you have to make it possible for, at least in theory, for these things to move in order to get internal revenue. In other words, we have to let these things move. We have to let people own them so we can fucking tax them, so we can prove this is not a absolute prohibition on them. That's the point he's getting at. And the attorney general, in honesty, says that is the answer exactly. And then here is he saying, if we make this 12 rounds, well, would you anticipate the possibility of this bill, should it be passed, some of the unscrupulous manufacturers of these machine guns cutting it down to 11 rounds? Attorney General, no, sir, I do not think so. And again, this guy is the progressive, the only progressive on this. It was split like 13 Democrats, one progressive, and I can't remember how many Republicans. Way less than 13. I think it was like 9 Republicans. And this is the progressive on here who has always wanted to ban these guns. And then he just leans into this shit. Then he says Colt Manufacturing is only one manufacturing these machine guns. Says that is the small kind of machine gun, meaning the Thompson submachine gun, the Chicago typewriter. He's talking about, well, are there other machine guns that are used? Yeah, the fucking Browning automatic, you goddamn jackass. Yeah, dude, Mike, I get you. I get so much fucking junk mail, dude. I basically use it to start fires when I burn uh, wood and all kinds of shit out in the yard. That's where my junk mail goes. Comes in handy every once in a while. Then they're talking about the importation of machine guns. And he says that, there are some machine guns that come in that get in through importation. Now, here's where they talk about the Browning machine gun, the BAR, and this is Mr. Woodruff, the progressive on this panel who wants to ban all these guns any damn way. Is the Browning machine gun manufactured in this country? It's fucking John Browning, you jackass. It's manufactured by, I think, the Colt Manufacturing Company at the time. Yes, it is manufactured in this country. Again, that's a fucking lawmaker. And the attorney general tells him, yeah, it's a Colt Manufacturing Company. Get this. But the Browning gun is not easily transportable. It is a large, cumbersome weapon that would probably not be used by the criminal class. So that is not absolutely necessary to bother with. Didn't I tell you guys, like, I don't know how many minutes ago, that they try to, like, kind of ease the Browning BAR out of this whole situation? Again, John Dillinger, picture with a Browning BAR sitting in his lap. You can Google that shit. I'm sure you can see it. Or maybe it's Bonnie. No, it's Bonnie and Clyde, actually. But he's the Attorney General of the United States saying that criminals wouldn't possibly use a Browning automatic rifle in a crime. And I'm not going to read his whole statement. I wish to say, General, that for the last 5 to 6 years, I have had before the House a bill to do exactly what we are promoting to do now, which is basically regulate every fucking firearm on the face of the goddamn United States. And then he goes on to fucking suck the Attorney General off for a while, cup his nuts. He's got everything. Mom, if you're watching, I'm just being honest. And yeah, my mom actually does follow my streams. Yeah. Proud parents. And after the whole affair, the Attorney General smokes a cigarette and says, "Thank you most sincerely, Mr. Congressman." Mr. Fuller, who I got to add a bunch of shit in here for which states these guys represent, which party they represent. I do believe Fuller is a Democrat from Arkansas. I believe. I can't remember exactly. I do believe he's a Democrat from Arkansas. And he makes, through these hearings, he makes some decent points here or there. Now, let's see. Generally, I understand from your statement this bill would not contemplate individuals to have to register and stamp their pistols and pistols they own now. Not unless they sell them, give them away, or otherwise dispose of them. The Attorney General is yanking your fucking chain right now because, again, if I have a pistol and I drove from one state to the next, I would have to register it and get a fucking permit for it, or I would be a felon. And that's where that $2,000 fine and that 5 years in jail comes into. If I merely gave one to a friend of mine, if I sold one, all of these things would come into play. Again, having to have a bill of sale and the government having copies of that bill of sale is part of what this goes into. And if you don't believe me, again, historical record, bill of sale, something of that kind. They wanted you to have a bill of sale for every time a firearms was transferred, and you had to keep that bill of sale on you at all times if you had that firearm with you. So if I had a firearm that was from the manufacturer, was sold to a dealer, there would have to be one bill of sale there. If that, or a distributor, let's put that way. So from the manufacturer to the distributor, one bill of sale. From the distributor to the dealer, another bill of sale, two bills of sale there. From the dealer to me, another bill of sale. I would have to keep all of those on me. If I bought a used firearm from someone else, there would be an additional bill of sale. Every time that firearm changed hands, it would have to have an additional bill of sale attached to it. And you would have to have those papers on you at all times if you had that firearm on you. If you had that firearm on you without your bill of sale, back to the $2,000 and the 5 years in prison. And this had to do with the interstate commerce and the registration of firearms. So if I went to travel to another state with a firearm, I would have to register that firearm in my state if my state had a registration, and register in the state that I traveled to. And I would have to do that every time I moved that firearm. What's up, Guns and Barbecue? What are you doing up this late, brother? You're supposed to be in bed already. You're like me, you got kiddos, but I'm an insomniac. So, and this, we'll kind of walk through this, and then we might skip to some other parts of this. And he's questioning again the Attorney General. Remember, this is the first day of the hearings. I wish we had video of this shit, but we don't. For instance, if a member of Congress driving to Washington would put a pistol in his car, he would have to have that registered before he started in his state. Would he have it stamped? In other words, what's up, Bacon? Then the Attorney General tries to pull some shady shit right here. No, sir. Section 10, subsection 5, yada, yada, prohibiting certain acts without a permit indicates it does not apply to a person who has legally obtained a license. Again, legally obtained a license for such firearm for the state, territory, district, possession for which the firearm has been sent, shipped, carried, delivered. In other words, if he has thus complied with the state law, he is exempted under the federal law, which is bullshit. but he'd have to have some instrument to show. In most states, I imagine, they have no law to require an owner of a pistol to show the owner, the owner of it. There is no registration, for instance, in the state of Arkansas. Get this. This is before 1934. We had a law requiring registration of pistols, and 1 year we did that. But it was so unpopular that the legislature repealed it. So Arkansas decided, hey, we are going to require the registration of pistols, all weapons that can be held in one hand and fired. And 1 year, just 1 year, it was so unpopular, the legislature said, fuck it, we're giving up and we're repealing this shit. And that is brought in other arguments in these hearings. So you get into this little thing right here where this bill says if you don't comply with your state law and you travel to another state, basically you have to register on both ends. But if your state doesn't require a registration, what the fuck do you do? This was a fucking trap from the start. This guy right here, Mr. Vincent, they say Mr. Vincent here. I'll have to look it up to make sure. I do believe this is the guy who served in all three branches of the government. So legislative, executive, and judicial. He got appointed to the Supreme Court, if this is the dude I'm thinking about. And he is a Democrat. I would have to look up his Supreme Court cases to see just where he landed on some things. But in these hearings, this guy makes some really good fucking points as you go through the hearings. He calls the government out on quite a bit of bullshit. Now, understand, reading text of stuff, you guys know good and well. Reading text of stuff, you don't get the feel for the emphasis on words, or you don't get that implied inflection in someone's voice. So I don't know whether this guy was asking these questions as a straight up, you can kiss my ass, this shit's unconstitutional, or if, hey, these are the constitutional roadblocks that are ahead of us and we need to make some inroads around them. I haven't got that from this guy yet. So far, I pretty well think he's answering or asking questions in the means of, I've been a lawyer, I've been a prosecutor, and I don't see any constitutionality in this act. Here's one, and this dude's, again, he's lying. He's misstating what the law says, or he's lying about what the law says. And they were talking about traveling from one state through another state through whatever to your end goal. You would not be required to have a license to go through any other formalities except in the disposition of the weapon to someone else. And go across state line, you would find yourself subject to no inconvenience whatsoever if you comply with the law of the place where you are going to. The law says you have to comply with the state that you are in and the state that you are going to. But who's to tell me what state I'm going to if I have to drive through multiple fucking states? hold on, let's. Yeah, gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Fuller. So yeah, Fuller's from Arkansas. Referred to the state of Arkansas having no law granting permits to carry pistols. In other words, they didn't restrict the carrying of pistols. Subsection 6 of Section 10, to which you refer, makes it necessary for you to have obtained a license from the state. If your state doesn't require a license, how the fuck do you get a license? Is what he is asking. I'm just putting this in simple welder coop speak. State, territory, district, or possession to which such firearm is to be shipped, carried, or delivered. Does that not apply to the state from which the firearm is carried if I read it? And Mr. Hill's right here. That would apply to half a dozen states. Pretty much applies to more than that because more states didn't have all this bullshit. But see, he's right here, Vince, and this is one thing I think he's missing when he's talking about the Section 10 only refers to sending, shipping, carrying, or delivering of any firearm in interstate commerce. Dude, Mike, I've got to get me a humidor. I love a good smoke. I just have not spent the money on a good smoke in forever. It has probably been 2 to 3 years since I've spent the money on a real decent smoke. Every once in a while, my neighbor down the road he'll leave me a smoke or two, and it's normally a pretty decent smoke. God, I can't remember the brand of the last ones he left me, but they were a good smoke. Let's see. I'm gonna cycle down through some stuff because when I get these videos or when I start shooting these videos, I don't know whether I'll do them day by day or whether I'll just hit as much as I can in one video and then bounce to the next. Yeah, here's him. Oh, well, you would not be expected to obtain a permit from a state that does not issue them. Well, no shit, jackass. If there's no machinery there for me to get a permit from a state, how the fuck would I get a permit from a state? The only trap in this law is if my state doesn't have a permitting process and I cross the state line without a permit, well, when I enter the next state, I'm a fucking felon because I don't have a goddamn permit. I get this. Okay. But if you were going into a state that did not, but if you were going into a state that did not require a permit, for instance, I have to come through Missouri and Illinois, and I would have to secure a permit for each of those states. And the attorney general, instead of saying, well, no, that's wrong, he goes, oh, no, I don't think that would be a fair interpretation. If you don't think this fucknuts is playing sleaze games, you're wrong. Fair interpretation. It doesn't matter the interpretation, it matters what the words are on the paper, and your words on the paper would make people felons. It is the language of the law. Corn Pop, we are going through the 1934 NFA. These are all the hearings for it. I'll be doing a video series on this later, but tonight was just one of those nights where I decided to pull it up and go through it. So this is the initial day of the hearing. This was the first day. And you will see that sleazeball Attorney General Cummings right here basically wants to register every single firearm in the United States. And if you can't show your papers, well, he wants to put you in prison. And he proves that the 1934 NFA is completely unconstitutional. And they show that that is the reason they use the taxing power of the federal government and the Interstate Commerce Clause to push these federal gun laws, because they knew they had no authority to do it any other way. Here's where they go through an exemption for like law enforcement officers crossing state line to do warrants and shit like that. So, in other words, a officer going to do a warrant in a neighboring state wouldn't have to stop to register their firearm. That's what they're talking about. Yeah, here you go. If you will look at page 8, line 1, section 6, you will find the act requiring permanent or permit for interstate commerce does not apply to any United States state, county, municipal, district, territory, or insular officer or official acting within the scope of their official duties. Now, understand, one state's police don't have the right or the powers to act inside of another state unless those two states have drawn up agreement to say so. And in a lot of cases, there are reciprocal agreements in between neighboring states. And it happens. Now, this guy's talking about if you're a law enforcement officer, you are exempt from that. Here's where here's my buddy, Mr. Fenson comes in. Now, General Cummings, let us assume you have a state officer that goes out of state across the line into another state. As soon as he crosses a line, he becomes a private citizen. Again, his police powers don't cross state lines unless those states have an agreement that says so. Now he would be violating the provisions of this act if he had a pistol on him. Yeah, later, Bob, man. Take it easy, brother. And he admits this point because he's a jackass. And this is the Attorney General of the United States and doesn't realize that state police powers don't cross state lines. And comes down to say, well, it might be that you could improve this language, because these hearings are all about basically distilling this language down. Although you have 14 Democrats, 1 progressive, and 9 Republicans on this House and Ways and Means Committee, meaning no person outside of their viewpoint is going to have a say-so in this. Now, a lot of the times when police officers in this time purchase firearms, they purchase them out of their own pocket. So what he's saying here is this police officer, whoever, purchasing this machine gun, well, they pay the cost of the machine gun. They should be exempt from the tax on machine guns. And again, there's a carve out. So it exempts such officials. Now, again, here's another argument that we hear all the time. This dickhead Lewis, who is a Democrat on this, General, doubtless you have compared the homicidal statistics of this country with other countries like Great Britain. How many times now do we hear this comparison in between the United States and other civilized nations these days? How many times do we hear that? Well, there's not as many gun crimes in Great Britain. There's not as many gun crimes in England. There's not as many gun crimes in fucking, I don't know, name a goddamn country. Well, bacon, it was a $200 tax back then, which is basically, fuck man, I forget the damn conversion. It was quite a few $1,000s now. So he says doubtless he compared those. The attorney general says yes. Then they ask if they'll put him into the record. Then they're just going back and forth about the figures. And see, even the attorney general here, where is it? But from my own experience, my judgment is that we are apt to be misled by statistics that have been compiled under different theories in an entirely different country. So even he's admitting this argument's bullshit. From the outset, on the first fucking day of this hearing, he's admitting that it's bullshit to try to compare us with anybody else because no one occupies our land area. No one else has our population. No one else has the diversity of our population. So comparing the statistics from us and another country is horseshit. He is saying that right here, the Attorney General of the United States. Yet he still puts it all into the record and then tries to back up the assumption that we just have more guns, so we have more homicides. Yeah, I mean, pick another fucking country. Pick a country that is more. I won't. I'll leave that one alone. And the Attorney General in the last part of his statement. Now that is our crime problem, gentlemen. There's not anything comparable to it anywhere on the face of the globe, which is bullshit. Cancer Mouse, what are you doing up? Sister, I thought you'd be in bed. I'm just hanging out because I'm off tomorrow. I got shit to do tomorrow, but I'm off. Yeah, this douchebag right here, Lewis. Again, those that follow the Constitution, he's making the same argument that a lot of people are making right now that, oh, the Second Amendment isn't unlimited. Um, there's a disposition among certain persons to overstate their rights. There's a provision in the Constitution, for example, about the rights to carry firearms. And it would be helpful in reaching the judgment and supporting a bill to find just what restrictions law abiding citizens of Great Britain and other countries willing to accept the way of this his duty to society. So he's trying to say that us American citizens need to learn how to give up more of our rights for the greater good is what he's getting at. And fuck him and fuck everything he's about for even trying to make that argument. But he's a leftist prick, so there you go. Hold on. Did I read that right? I've never quite understood how the laws of various states have been reconciled with the provisions in our Constitution denying the privilege to the legislature to take away the right to carry arms. Um, that's real simple, jackass. You are talking about a federal constitution, and then there are state constitutions. The federal constitution can't do jack shit in state affairs except regulate interstate commerce and or solve disputes in between states and provide for a common defense. That's pretty much all the federal federal government was allowed to do. What they're going through in this argument, concealed weapons law, of course, are familiar in the various states. There's a legal theory upon which we prohibit carrying of weapons and smaller weapons. Of course, we deal purely with concealable weapons and machine guns. However, are not of that class. Do you have any doubt the power of the government to deal with machine guns as they are transported in interstate commerce? Again, he's mentioning interstate commerce because they have no right to regulate firearms inside of states. So they have to try to say that they were somehow moving in interstate commerce before they can jump on it. Lewis was talking about, I hope the courts will find on a subject like this. In other words, hope they will side with us. So up here or right here, I hope the courts will find no doubt in a subject like this. General, I was curious to know how we escape the provisions of the Constitution. In other words, how do we go around the provisions of the Constitution? Well, Mr. Cummings, the Attorney General, oh, we do not attempt to escape it. We are dealing with another power, namely the power of taxation and regulation under the Interstate Commerce Clause. In other words, they are going around the provisions of the Constitution. You see, if we made a statute absolutely forbidding any human being to have a machine gun, you might say there is some constitutional question. In other words, if we did that, it would be unconstitutional. But when you say we will tax the machine gun, and when you say that the absence of a license showing a permit for the tax be made indicates a crime has been perpetrated, you are easily within the law. How do I distill that for people who don't understand what the fuck that dude just said? And he ought to be, well, he should have been punched dead in the face for it. So what he's saying is we can't stop people from having machine guns. That would be unconstitutional because machine guns are bearable arms. So what we are going to do is we are going to put a tax on machine guns that basically prohibits any normal person from having them. And instead of actually proving someone has committed a crime, we are going to create a whole nother crime of having a gun on you without the proper documentation, and we are going to use that as a felony. That's what he's saying in that paragraph. And here's Mr. Lewis backing him up. In other words, it does not amount to prohibition, but allows of regulation. See, these jackasses knew that they couldn't prohibit anybody from having a machine gun. So they went about it with a taxing scheme that would just prohibit people basically based on class or the amount of money you have from having a machine gun or a silencer or sawed-off shotgun, a short-barreled rifle or short-barreled shotgun. And Mr. Cummings right here actually admits the shit. That is the idea. We have studied that very carefully. And he's asking about, hey, what if we just decided everybody had to have a federal permit? Mr. Summers down here is asking about bulletproof vest again. That's about removing serial numbers. That was a case he referred to about basically if it's in your possession, you're guilty. Yeah. Here's another one. And this is another one that will piss everybody off, and it should, because shit like this is probably being run around the table right now. Certainly in some of the licensing schemes that I've read, it is. A person found in possession of a firearm shall be presumed to have transported such firearm in interstate commerce contrary to the provisions herefore, unless that person has been a bona fide resident for a period of not less than 60 days in a state which he is found in possession of a firearm, or unless such person has in his possession a stamp affixed order, therefore required by this act. The presumption may be rebutted by competent evidence. That means you are going to go to trial, kids, and you are going to be presumed guilty instead of presumed innocent. Oh yeah, Mike. I said from the start of this, all of the arguments that these guys are making are the same arguments these leftists are making right now. Like simply being in possession of a firearm makes you a criminal. That's all over this. It's the same argument these assholes are making now. It's all a retread. It's fucking Groundhog Day. Now, he mentions case down here, and Vincent gets back to him later and busts his chopped about it. But here again, we have a case of stare decisis where he wanted to use civil actions. He wanted to use the framework for those civil actions to enforce criminal actions. Vision right here, or Vincent right here, is pretty much making the argument. I will say I'm familiar in a general way, with the rule of presumption, meaning you are presumed innocent or presumed guilty when you enter a courtroom, which you should be presumed innocent at all times until you are convicted. Mr. Attorney General over here does not believe in that. Let me read what he's saying. I will say I am familiar in general with the rule of presumption that obtains to stolen goods, possession of narcotics, and possession of distilled spirits. Again, we're still under prohibition. Hey, war poet, what's happening? Or war patriot? God damn it! Yeah, late. But I never came in contact with anything that even looked like presumption, such as written here in this bill in that paragraph. In other words, he's saying he has never seen bullshit like this written into a statute where they want to use basically civil. I'm losing the term. They wanted to use a civil case to prosecute criminal case. Again, we see this with stare decisis now. Then they're using a kidnapping case, kind of freaking rolling around in here. Oh yeah. Vincent right here is saying that he is very far from that argument. And Mr. Vincent here is explaining this. That provision puts the citizen of the United States on trial, innocent, however, as he may be, and compels him to rebut by confident evidence something that is not part and parcel of a crime, i.e., having a gun on you and not being able to prove that you were within the state for 60 days or more. Because if I moved to another state and I didn't register my firearm, I could be there 50 days. And if I couldn't show papers that I registered my firearm, well, I'm a felon. And they go back and forth about how to look at this as an innocent person, which it should be looked at, or from the criminal end, which it shouldn't be looked at. Vincent telling me he's taken the angle of the law-abiding citizen. And see, he's another liar. He's lying his fucking ass off because later on he goes on to say things like, hey, if the innocent citizen's trapped up in this, so be it, as long as we catch a couple criminals. The Attorney General Cummings. Yeah. As I understand it from this bill, if I had a pistol of my own and wanted to sell it or give it away, I would have to have my picture taken. Yes, you'd have to have your picture taken. You'd have to have your fingerprints, and the government will have to know where you live, your occupation, and your color. And again, this is a Democrat from Arkansas. Do you not think that will cause an awful revolt all over the United States amongst private citizens? The federal government is taking too much power or too much authority. And then he's talking about the taxes. Yes, the man who received the weapon would have to get his fingerprints taken and pay the tax on the weapon, whichever type of weapon he's getting. What about transporting? If I had to get a permit to transport, would I not have my fingerprints made, a photograph taken in order to get that permit to transport? The Attorney General says yes here. Yeah, of course you have to get one. Fuck all. He goes on to talk about some of the sentiments in the public right here that are against this kind of stuff. Yeah, Warsaw, this shit's just flat out painful. And I haven't even done my videos on it. I'm just cruising through some stuff right now. I've been reading this for a couple of days. So he's talking about right here, it would be a criminal offense just to have the weapon in a lot of cases. And that's where they want to go after. What he's talking about right here is the Capone case. In general, you are compelled, in the case of an outlaw, which the department has convicted, to resort to prosecution under income tax law. That's a Capone case. And yeah, the other case they were using for the presumption of guilt up here, that case briefly is a civil case, which there are much lower standards for evidence in a civil case than there are in a criminal case. Here we go. They talk about clips of ammunition. Of course, the AG thinks it's really good to manage clips of ammunition. This dumbass doesn't even know if something has a different type of cartridge. Can't remember where I highlighted some stuff, but these guys actually talk about just how unconstitutional this shit is. He's talking about the number of tax stamps someone would have to have. And the interstate commerce clause. Now they're talking about taxing power again. That's what they used. Even the Attorney General admits, yep, they're using the taxing power. See, that's not the thing I wanted to show off right now. I'm going to run down through this a little bit further just so we can look at a couple things. Because, let me see, we're on page 97 of 443 pages of shit. Well, so let's cycle down to this one just because it's red and I highlighted earlier. The term, they're talking about the tax on dealers. The term dealer means any person, not a manufacturer, importer, and so on. The term dealer shall include pawnbrokers and dealers of used firearms. I would like to put those people out of business if I could. Those are his words in the congressional record. This is the Attorney General of the United States. He wants to put gun dealers out of business. Mr. Dickerson, also on the Ways and Means Commission, it is the dealer that I have been thinking about for years. In other words, he wants to shut gun dealers down. This is a big, long thing. This was the AG's report after the, I want to say this was the first day. I didn't cycle up to the top of the page to see. They go through the firearms laws in the UK. Then they go through and they try to compare all these other countries with us. Now, this guy right here, Redford, he is the acting president of the NRA. He is an adjutant general. Fuck all if I know where he's at. He's basically the head of the National Guard and the National Militias. That's his job title. And he goes to fuck all sell us down the road too. Talking about a lot of these dangerous weapons don't matter, and the only thing that matters is basically target rifles. Mr. Treadway, yeah, I think he goes to fuck us over too. He is supposed to be the Republican. Oop, yeah, hold on. What's up, Rush?
God damn it. Been sitting out here all fucking day, man.
Hey, man, fuck all, man. You expect me to pay attention to like 3 screens and read this shit at the same time?
I know. It's hard work. It's hard work.
You realize I'm ready to stab my eyeballs out after reading this shit?
Yeah, I know. I'm swearing, man. You're just a closet masochist. That's all you are.
Yeah, well, I'm not out of the. I'm way out of the closet, man.
I have a report to give you though.
What's that?
On my trigger for my rifle.
Which one?
I knew that Rise Armament iconic trigger, the two-stage trigger. Yeah, so I took it to the range this weekend. Put about 200 rounds through it, and it was wonderful.
Hey, I mean, you liking it that much? Is it nice and crisp? Got a clean break and reset and everything to it?
Breaks like glass, dude.
Oh,
Breaks like fucking glass. Yeah, it's awesome, and also managed to gain a convert to the firearms community.
Who's that?
I took my girlfriend out. She's never shot a rifle or firearm or anything before in her life, and I took her out there and let her run a magazine through my AR. She loved it.
Oh,
she wants to do it again. Mm-hmm.
Dude,
never fired a gun before.
Yeah, dude. If you take anybody who's halfway open to fire, they don't even have to be halfway open to firearms. Just open to something new, and you expose them to firearms and you expose them to firearm safety, what firearms do, you are going to gain a convert. If you have the hard deadlocked person who's already got everything made up in their head about what firearms are supposed to be, that's a hard win.
Yeah. She's been around firearms before. She's never had the opportunity to use one, operate one.
Yeah.
I told her, I'm like, come on, we're gonna go to the fucking range, and I'm gonna show you how to shoot this rifle here.
Yeah, I mean, if you show them they're not the big scary monster they're made out to be in a lot of cases, dude, they realize that firearms are a hell of a lot of fun.
That's one of the first things that she said, because I showed her the rifle and my AR and stuff, and she's like, it's not the first thing she said it's not that big. I'm like, that's what she said, and I said, you're right.
Yeah, I hear that all the time.
I told her, I was like, it's a carbine rifle. It's not. It's it's on the smaller side for rifles. It's not a big gun at all. Like my dad's Remington 30-06, that was a big fucking rifle.
Yeah, yeah, compared to your average AR, and especially when you compare cartridges. Yeah.
Yeah. He had like a 22 or 24-inch barrel on that Remington. And it was all wood stock and everything. That was a big ass rifle. Yeah, she got behind it. She got behind it, and I loaded the magazine and stuff for her, and I told her, point the reticle at the target, and I just wanted her to get on paper, and not shoot someone else's target. But I was telling her about keeping it tight in her shoulder pocket, and she did not do that the first 3 or 4 rounds, and she caught on real fast after that one though.
Taking someone who's never shot a rifle and getting them to actually hold it right, position their body right, keep it tucked back in, cheek weld, all that's a lot for them to learn.
Yeah. And the other thing is, because like my girlfriend's very petite. She's like 5'1", like 100 pounds, soaking wet, and she's able to run that rifle well. Like she wasn't scared of it or anything. No, like the first 3 or 4 rounds. Like the first 3 or 4 rounds, I told her, like, keep it tight to your shoulder, tucked in your shoulder pocket, and she didn't do that for the first 3 rounds, and then she altered her grip and stuff like that. She's like, "Oh shit, that hurt." I'm like, "Yeah."
Well, I mean, like I said,
you're good.
You take someone who's never really fired a rifle, and we take it for granted that we pick up a rifle, we tuck it in, keep elbows down, cheek weld.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of shit going on for someone who's never shot.
Yeah.
It's
but she's going real fast though, because
well, that's the benefit of something like a 223, because there's very low recoil. It's very easy to control, It's not like just handing someone a damn 300 Win Mag and telling them, hey, have at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry about your eye when the scope comes back and nails you.
Yeah. And so, yes, it was and plus I like the scope I have on there, it's the primary arms 1 to 6 times LVPO, and the eye box on that is very forgiving. I think it's like 4 inches. I think it's like 4.5 inches.
Yeah, that makes it beautiful.
It's very forgiving. So she doesn't have to get up on the scope ring or up on the scope too much. She can get a good cheek weld and stay far back from it. But yeah, man, like
you
her first 3 or 4 rounds were rough.
You hand someone something that's high powered, 30-06, something like that.
Yeah.
That has a very shitty eye relief on it, where they got to really get behind that scope, and they don't
like a Tasco scope or some shit.
Like a Tasco. Yeah. Man, they're gonna eat that scope about every time.
Yeah.
Which, man, years ago I was on a range down in Georgia, and this dude had a freaking Band-Aid over his eye. He had a 7mm mag, and it was like,
ooh.
He said something to, I think, a buddy of mine. He was like, yeah, man, every time I shoot this thing, it hits me in the eye. And I'm thinking, dude, back your fucking head off with the scope.
Yeah.
Get something with some more eye relief. Tuck into it a little bit more. It's like,
absolutely.
Son of a bitch, man.
Well, she really liked, what she got a kick out of too was because I have a collapsible or adjustable stock on it. And it was, it fit her, because she was surprised at how well it would fit her and stuff. And I'm like, man, that's what. The good thing about ARs and the AR platform is you can mold it to your body type really easy. Mike, I also have a Radical firearm rifle too. It's chambered in 6.5 Grendel. It's got a 24-inch stainless steel barrel. I've taken it out to 600 yards. That's as far as I can go around here.
Dude, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's one for the chat. The Attorney General, or Adjutant General, not the Attorney General, the Adjutant General, who is for the working for the NRA. He's the head of the NRA. The original definition of a machine gun in the 1934 NFA, for those of you who missed it, was a firearm that would fire automatically or semi-automatically more than 12 rounds without reloading. That was the definition of a machine gun.
Really?
Yeah. So the NRA guy comes in here, and this is his his proposed definition of a machine gun, which is closer to what we see for the definition of a machine gun now. A machine gun or submachine gun, as used in this act, means any firearm by whatsoever name known, loaded or unloaded, which shoots automatically more than one shot without manual reloading by a single function of the trigger.
Yeah.
So that is way closer to what we see in the law now.
Yeah. Well, as a former platoon saw gunner carrier, I would concur with that definition more.
Yeah, that's a whole lot better than a firearm that fires automatically or semi-automatically more than 12 rounds without reloading.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier in the chat, that is my old Sears and Roebuck 22.
There you go.
Because it holds like 18 rounds in the tube.
Yeah.
And I can fire it until it goes dry.
There you go.
They mention nothing about the pull of the trigger, nothing about the function of the trigger.
Nope.
And I think this is the second day of the hearings. And I'm breezing through shit.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood, Radical Firearms makes a pretty decent budget rifle. Like I said, I have one in 6.5 Grendel. I mean, I've changed a bunch of stuff to it. Like, one of the first things a crunchy ass trigger, I replaced that. Bolt carrier group. Didn't have to, but I did. Let's see, what else? The stock, the pistol grip. It was a little bit small for my hand. I still have the original safety on it. That's about it.
That's one thing, man. That's one thing I can say, that that one AR pistol I've got, I did the lower out of an 80% Anderson lower. Everything on the upper is PSA. It's a complete fucking poverty pony. But
Yeah.
I have beat that gun to death.
Yeah.
And I've never had a malfunction with it ever. And I haven't shot enough ARs to realize what a good AR trigger is. I mean, and that's just the way it is with me.
I mean, I can tell. I definitely tell a difference with this one than a mil spec it had, because like a mil spec trigger's got like a 6 to 7 pound pull weight on it, and this iconic trigger I dropped in there, it's got a total pull weight of 3 pounds. It's like 1 pound on the first stage and 2 pounds on the second stage.
What I need to do is I need to do I need to put mine at PSA. I need to put, since it's an Anderson build on the lower, I need to put it on a trigger pull gauge, and then I need to take my stones and actually do a trigger job on it and see where I can get it. And that may be a video that I do sometime, just to see, just to play with it, because I haven't done any trigger jobs yet.
I've not done, well, I haven't done any, like, not the ones that you're talking about. I just use the drop-in triggers. And
I could do a drop-in trigger easily enough, but I like learning about the sear surfaces and engagements and shit like that on the surfaces.
I just don't have the confidence to do it yet, though. So you're like, if you put a video on, I'd like to see it, because
well, the thing is, if honestly, if I fuck it up, I've got another trigger and sear and everything I can drop in it. So for me, it's just a learning process right now. It's like that 19 that I built, the Glock 19. Fuck it, it's sitting right here somewhere. It's dark in here. This guy. So, you know, when I first built that gun, I was having trigger issues with it. So learning the sear surface of it, the cruciform, and how it engages with the sear. I'm going to learn to fucking talk one day. How it actually engages and how to adjust it. That was a huge deal for me. Now that's my carry gun. I mean, and I'm carrying that bitch appendix, so I trust my work. And it hasn't shot me yet.
I tried using the mil-spec pins that the rifle came with on that trigger, and they did not work. I had to use their. Were
they too small, or you had to go oversized?
One was fine. The other one kept the front one kept falling out for some reason, and then I had to use their. I had to use the anti-walkout pins that were provided with the trigger. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's working fine now.
Because normally on an AR, when your pins go in, your springs are what hold your pins. There's little slots in your pins that your springs engage in. And I don't know enough about drop-in triggers, but I don't think they have those slots where those springs actually drop in.
They don't. Like on this one here, it's got like a hollow pin. It's not a solid pin. It's got a hollow pin, and it's retained by two very small, tiny motherfucking Allen head screws on each side. And those are kind of. I mean, overall though, like the install takes less than a minute. It really does.
Oh yeah. I mean, you pull two pins out, pull out your springs, pull out your hammer, pull out your trigger, drop it in.
Safety. You got to pull out your safety too.
Yeah, that's right.
Pull your safety. You got to take off your pistol grip, which on this FN of mine, it doesn't have the regular Allen head. It's fucking special, so it's got to take a straight blade screwdriver because it's special. And but once I got that done, it was easy. Like install was super simple.
Oh yeah, man. That's the great thing about drop-in triggers, because they are so simple. Just you don't have to. Once you get the guts out of the gun, I mean, it is what it is. It's just a drop in.
And overall, like compared to like older guns I've seen, I've handled and stuff before. Like the fire control system on an AR platform is super, super simple, dude.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it was a good little exercise. Like I said, I took it to the range, and like that trigger is so light and crisp that literally every time I pulled that trigger, it was literally a surprise for me.
Yeah, well,
Whenever I pull it,
two stage triggers, as I understand it at this point, if you want a really quick trigger, it's a single stage all the way. If you
yeah,
want a trigger that is going to break clean and even every single time for more distant shots, that's your two stage trigger. And it
yeah,
has to do with the way that the hammer's captured
yeah.
once the gun fires.
Well, this one here, it's a little bit different though because it's technically it's a two-stage trigger, and you feel that you pull the first stage, you definitely feel the wall right there. There is no slop in it at all whatsoever. There is no over travel in that trigger whatsoever. It's super tight trigger. And
Now on that drop in, can you adjust that? Is it adjustable or is it
no,
just
sir.
a single set?
No.
That's what you get.
It's single stage. What you get. Get what you get.
My wife had one in it. My wife had one at the gun shop the other day that was adjustable. And whoever had this jackass had it adjusted down to about a half of a pound pull.
Wow.
So it was actually freaking burst firing. They took it out and tested it, and it was like whap, whap, whap. Like,
I mean, I've seen some adjustable triggers. I've seen some adjustable triggers that are measured. The pull weight is measured in ounces, and those are like that's for more competition kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't want that on a semi-auto gun that I'm going to be trying to run anything with.
Right, but the thing is about like this this trigger here, it behaves very much like a single stage trigger though because it's so light and so crisp.
Yeah,
I mean because like that first stage is. Yeah, the first stage is only a pound. Like that's hardly noticeable,
Yeah,
and
yeah, absolutely.
I'd actually like really focus on whenever I was on the bench. I actually had to like really focus on that trigger because it was so light that I was having a hard time picking up that first stage whenever it hit the wall.
Yeah,
because it's so light.
Well, and see, shooting distance, that's what you want.
Shooting
distance, you kind of want to get a little bit of feel for that wall, but you want it to break so clean it damn near surprises you.
That's what it did.
You don't have any time to flinch.
That's what it did, yeah. So you don't anticipate the shot, but that's how light that trigger was because it was every single time I pulled it, it was a surprise because it was so light and I wasn't used to it.
Yeah, and like I said, that's what you want on something where you're shooting a little bit of distance. Like you say, you carry it out to 600 yards. A little bit of a flinch or a little bit of anticipation on that is going to cause a huge deflection in your shot.
Yeah.
But when that joker breaks so damn clean, it damn near surprises you. That shot's out of the barrel before you have time to react.
Oh, yeah, because I was at 100 yards and then at 200 yards, and I was keyholing the center ring.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
It's easy.
It's like I've told my wife a couple times. We were talking about like deer hunting. You go in and you sight your deer rifle in, and you sighting in. You always feel it,
Yeah.
However, whenever I've shot a deer, I've never really anticipated the shot. I've been so focused on what I'm shooting at.
Yeah.
I don't even hear the report of the gun. I mean, I literally see the blood blow out of the back of the deer.
Because that's the same way I am.
I'm so focused on the deer.
Yeah, you're focused on your sight picture. Yeah. Like I'm focused on my breathing, trying to hit the hit at the right time where I'm exhaling at the bottom.
As soon as
expiration
hits the bottom, baby, it's gone.
Hits the bottom. You should be already pulling that trigger anyway, right before you get to this. But I'm always focused on that kind of timing. I'm focused on my sight picture and stuff like that. I'm like the trigger is like the last thing I'm thinking about. Except this time though. This time out, man, I was like that was like the first thing I was thinking about. I was like, ugh.
Well, yeah, when you're on a bench. Shooting at targets, you focus on that trigger constantly.
Well, I did this
a couple of the best shots that I've made on deer have just been split-second shots where I had no time to think about it. I just saw the deer, realized how big he was, put it on target, and shot literally within a second or two.
Yeah.
And again, it was another situation. I didn't have time to think about the trigger. Yeah.
Right.
I didn't have time to think about anything. It was just, oh, shit, he's big. Pow. Because he was moving through small pines, and if I hadn't caught him when I did, he was gone. It wasn't no slowing him down. He was just going.
Nice.
And hell, I might show off a couple of racks here one day. I got one. If you count everything you can hang a ring on, he's so gnarly. I think you could probably hang 17 on him.
On a whitetail?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, he must
have been a fucking monster.
Well, hold on. Give me a second.
Because I 250-pound motherfucker. Baking the how far? I started out at 100 yards, and then I wanted to get my compensation for 200 yards because I have that sight, or I have my scope zeroed in for 100 yards. So I did a magazine, a full mag at 100 yards, and I went to the 200 yard distance, and then put a magazine through there, and then I went back to the 25 yard line and hung a target there just to see what my close range compensation would be at 25 yards. Which on my scope on that rifle would be just the first hash mark.
So
below the chevron.
You guys are going to get a ride. Let me adjust some shit so you can.
We have a show and tell.
Oh yeah, we're doing show and tell. Fuck it, because it's just that kind of night.
Well, you subjected us through that fucking pain for the past 2 hours. You might as well.
Oh well, you're going to get some more pain. Yeah, you're going to get some more pain before this is over with.
Oh yeah, I know.
Okay. So, man, it sucks is I can't switch my damn computer around like I can my phone.
Man, Corn Pop, I don't know about a 9-inch. Like a 9-inch. 9 inches is not. It's just too short for me, dude. For my length of pull and stuff, I can't. Holy shit.
So I don't know whether you guys can see this guy.
Holy shit.
I think you can see it. So you can see that brow tine that's all twisted up.
Yeah.
And he's got all sorts of gnarly shit hanging across the back of his rack.
Yeah. That's kind of weird.
That's yeah. I'll fix him in a minute. But yeah. I'll show you another one if I can show him off. He's a 10-point. But he's got a perfect stabber that comes out from underneath the side of his rack that's separate from his main beam.
Yeah. That's weird.
So he makes 11 points.
Sweet.
So now everybody can see my.
Oh, so you live like in an actual house, not like a hobbit home.
Yeah. I don't have a hobbit home. I actually have a house. I'm short, but I don't live in a hobbit house. All right, where's my fucking power cord? Can't find the hole. No further around it. There it is. Yep. I actually have a house. I actually have family, kids, all that. Someone was dumb enough to marry me. I drugged her.
Bruh. You drugged and married the abyss.
Yeah.
The redheads.
Pretty damn much.
Yeah, I have an affinity for redheads too, but
oh, dude,
especially redheaded nurses. They're my kryptonite.
Oh, well, mine's a redheaded gunsmith right now, so she's way worse than the nurse.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mess with I don't mess with pistol length rifles at 13, 14 inches. About my
dude,
my ceiling for that shit.
I haven't been able to run my 10.5-inch pistol out to any serious distance, but I do know at least the specifications for the rifle. So if I take a 10.5-inch rifle like mine and throw a 68 grain pill in it, that's still at least a 300-meter gun.
Well, see, that's my question. That's my question about like the ballistics and stuff on it is like, especially with 5.56 rounds, is the 5.56, to my knowledge, to my understanding, is not an ideal cartridge for short barreled rifles and stuff, is it?
No.
Like when you
weight. Okay. It depends on the weight and the twist of the barrel. So for a shorter barrel, you want a faster twist rate. God damn, I can't talk.
Like a 1x8
twist rate.
1.8 or 1.9.
Mine's 1 and 7.
1 and 7. Okay.
So I got a 1 and 7 twist rate on the barrel, and if you throw a heavier pill in there, it will stabilize and keep it stable at longer distances.
Okay.
So for a longer barrel, like your old M16A1s, A2s that had 20-something inch barrels on them. You could shoot a 55 grain projectile out of them and it would stabilize it very easily, but the twist rate was like 1 in 10 or some shit like that.
Because my M16, my A2 is an 18-inch barrel. It had a 1 in 10 twist rate on it.
So you have more, it's like a plane taking off. So you had more runway for that to actually stabilize.
Yeah.
So for a shorter barrel, you want a faster twist rate, but you also want a heavier projectile. That's going to stabilize it, just like a NFL quarterback throwing a pass. It's going to give it that spiral. So that's why, like an AK, it will stabilize around at a way shorter barrel length than an AR will, because you got a heavier pill. As long as you have that twist rate. Right. You got more mass turning in that direction is what it really ends up being. Because the powders and stuff don't change a whole fuckload of a lot. It's just mass turning in a circle. So if I take a small pill out of a longer barrel, I have a lot more time to stabilize it. If you take a short barrel, you want a fast twist rate with a heavier projectile, and then you get that mass spinning fast enough to where it will stabilize it.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's the only thing one of the few things I've gotten. I'm kind of apprehensive about short barreled rifles.
If I'm shooting at you at anything over 300 meters, you're catching a 30-06 at that point.
Definitely.
Just saying, you're catching something nasty.
For sure.
It's going to be a ballistic tip, and it ain't going to feel good.
Oh yeah, it's like, but I don't know. It's like,
and I'm not going to be nice enough. I'm not going to be nice enough to shoot you in the chest if I have a headshot or a dick shot. One of the two.
Dude, pelvic girdle all the way. Pelvic girdle or nothing at all.
I'm going to shut you down.
Pelvic girdle. They don't.
You're going to have a lot of buddies. Yeah, I guarantee you you're going to have a lot of buddies trying to take care of you at that point. Now, I'm going to have a whole lot of motherfuckers I ain't going to have to worry about.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's like the other issue for me is length of pull with a shorter, because I see like 8 and 9 inch, 10-inch barrel lengths and stuff like that.
Dude, from the research I've looked at, for standard 5.56, you wouldn't want to go anything under what I've got, which is that 10.5. After that, you start losing so much muzzle velocity, even throwing a heavier pill and with a fast twist rate, it's just, it's fuck all. You're going to be losing too much velocity.
Right.
But Corn Pop's right. 5.56 is best out of a 20-inch barrel.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's where you actually get that round of tumble when it hits something. And here's a handy dandy thing for a lot of people if you don't realize it. The Geneva Convention said we couldn't use ammunition that would basically come apart or mushroom, right? So
Oh, you can't use frangible rounds.
Yeah. You can't use anything that's going to break apart or mushroom.
Okay.
So we came up with and it's one of the reasons that they went to 5.56, in my personal opinion. They found out that the 5.56 round out of a 20-inch barrel at certain ranges, when it hit a target, when it hit meat, it would tumble, thus creating a better wound channel. The Russians in their 5.45 guns pretty much figured out the same shit. That round wouldn't come apart and mushroom, but the nose of that bullet would actually bend a little bit, causing that bullet to tumble.
Huh.
So we played the same game. We came about it from a little bit different positions, but we skirted the Geneva Convention with those rounds. That's what made them so effective out of their respective barrel lengths.
Basically. But that also depends on the barrel length and the distance you're shooting at from, right?
Yeah. If you take a 5.56 round out of a 16-inch barrel, a standard NATO 5.56 round out of an 18-inch barrel, it's not going to tumble.
Right. Okay.
It just doesn't work the same.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe me, go look at Matt, the Military Arms channel. Plenty of other guys who have done the ballistics gel tests and stuff with them, and you'll see the same thing.
Right. Oh, and just FYI, if you ever get a rifle that's chambered in 6.5 Grendel, 22-inch barrel is about the maximum length that you want to go with. Anything over that is finishing returns, because you're not going to get much more. You know, yeah, I've done some research on it, because the Radical Firearms rifle I have it has a 24-inch stainless steel barrel, and I've shot 6.5 Grendel out of other rifles with like 20 and 22-inch barrels, and there's not much of a difference. You know, especially if you're shooting beyond like 500 yards. You know.
Oh man, there's one of the guys that I got who does or works for me, and he showed me his 6.5 Grendel. Been a few months ago. He's taken that gun out at 18 or 800 yards and just eating paper up with it. I mean, that round is just
I want to get.
I think he's got a 20-inch barrel on his, a 20-inch bull barrel. I can't even go through all the options he's got on that gun. He's got serious money dumped in it.
Yeah. Well, I want to take my rifle out to 1,000 yards. I think I can do it with that rifle. I just don't have.
You more than likely can.
I think I can. Yeah, because I did pretty well at 600. 600 is the max for a public range in my area. Like I said, there's some private ranges I know around here that have 1,000-yard capacity, but you have to be on a wait list to get in there.
I think there's one range that's really within like a half-ass driving distance of me where I could go shoot. Think up to $1,000 on it.
Yeah, but I'd have to drive to San Antonio. I'd have to drive like all the way to San Antonio to get. That's the closest 1,000-yard public range. So
this place would be, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes from me. So not a huge drive. I mean, it's nothing big. I've just never been
like a 3-hour drive for me.
Oh,
Corn Pop, right? Because like Corn Pop says a 5.56 weighing more than 55 grain. You want a 1 in 8 twist rate or faster. Yeah, because my FN rifle talking about my FN AR, it's a 1 in 8 twist rate. And when I was at the range, I was running green tips through it. Fucking ate it up. Loved it.
Yep. Yeah.
And and also too the actually that rifle too, because I have a Sig Sauer AR-15 that I bought a few years back, and that FN is noticeably more accurate.
All right, Cancer Mouse, get out of here. We love you, chick. Mouse, she's got to be at work in 6 hours. She's pulling my hours.
Damn.
Shit. But yeah, you're right. Like something like FN, shit like that. I mean, you get a much better rifling cut, and much better materials for the barrel. No matter what they say, our barrel's this, our barrel's that. Could be the same steels, But even
A lot
though
of it
they're
has to
the
do with
same steels, you can get them in better qualities.
yeah, yeah, and they also too is it also depends on what the lining is on inside that barrel. What makes
Well, yeah, and
making it?
it's there's a lot of factors that go into it.
Yeah. All I know is that compared to my 6 hour rifle, that fucking that FN this new FN I got is a fucking tack driver. It is a fucking tack driver. I fucking love it.
I mean, you can take and don't get me wrong, you can take something like the off the shelf Walmart Remington 700 that I've got that I shoot deer with constantly, and it's an accurate rifle up to about 300 yards. I mean, it's minute of meat on a deer, 300 yards, pretty easy. If you take a rifle like that and you do a little bit of work to it, bed it and stuff like that, that could be a 1,000-yard gun.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen Remington. I've seen Remington 700. They're 1,000-yard guns, but you got to put work into it. You're not going to buy it off the shelf like that.
No, not off no Walmart shelf. No, I got no delusions that gun could be a damn 1,000-yard gun as it sits right now. Yeah. Is it completely acceptable for where I hunt? Because my farthest shot's probably going to be 300 yards. Yeah. It's that and the half-ass decent scope I've got on it, this Nikon, what the fuck ever it is. It's completely decent for what I'm doing. Now, again, that might be another video series I might do in the future as I learn a little bit more, taking that, dropping it into a chassis. I might rebarrel it. And then glass bedding it and then accurizing it. That might be something I do in the future.
Well, that's like that Radical Firearms rifle of mine. It's in 6.5 Reynolds. Like I out of the box, it's not a 600-yard gun, I would say. I made some upgrades to it in key areas, but now trigger, bolt carrier group, stock, fucking what else? Trigger. I don't think I said that. But it already has that. It already has that 24-inch stainless steel barrel, so it's a super rigid barrel. I don't know what it's coated in, but it doesn't really matter.
What your barrel's coated in isn't going to matter as much as the material the barrel's constructed out of. Overall, and then how the rifling is actually cut. Something like button rifling versus cut rifling. Your cut rifling is going to be a better set of rifling than your button rifling. And then it's going to matter how the edges of the ridges in the barrel actually are. So you can get one that's actually cut rifling that's done kind of shitty, and then you can lap it a few times and kind of smooth those edges out, and you can get a lot better accuracy.
God, what a pain. That's a pain in the ass, though.
Oh, dude. I had a damn off-the-shelf 243 that I had a guy lap the barrel for me, and it went from shooting okay at 200 yards to practically putting rounds through the same fucking hole every single time at 200 yards. It was crazy.
That's what I was doing this FN at 100 yards. This shit was stupid, man.
Yeah. Oh man, it's crazy.
I was like, wow, dude, see the tactic. Once I got it dialed in and everything on my scope, man, it's like, what the fuck? Jeez, I love this thing. I got a new girlfriend. I told my girlfriend now, I'm like, you're gonna share me with this one. Because
no doubt.
I like her. We like peas and carrots.
Oh yeah, without a freaking doubt.
Yeah, I agree with Corn Pop. I haven't yet tried 6mm arc. I'm interested in it. Looking at the stated ballistics and stuff on it, it's not that far ahead of 6.5 Grendel as far as performance. It just seems 6mm arc just seems like an upgraded version of 6.5 Grendel, like a slightly upgraded version of that. I mean, yeah, seals are always gonna use the new hotness. So I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna like switch over or like buy a gun or buy a rifle specifically for 6mm arc. I don't know if it's gonna catch on or not. Because you have to understand, like 6mm arc only came out like last year. You know. So now if there was ever a round that the Army should have adopted, it should have been 6mm arc, because it's a good intermediary cartridge. It's a hell of a lot better than the 5.56. But they had to go to that heavy ass 243 round, which I don't know if that's the best choice. Minute of alcoholic Nancy. How much more expensive is 6mm arc over? It's probably more expensive than the Grendel, because it's a newer round. It's still kind of a wildcat round. It hasn't really caught on yet, and it hasn't been around long enough to catch on anything. 6.5 Grendel's been around since like the early 2000s, I believe. So it's been around for about 20 years. About Sam's bacon. But yeah, I'd like to get my hands on 6mm arc and see what it can do. I just don't know if I want to build a dedicated rifle to that round, though, to that cartridge, because it'd be one. Because because like rifle round, like wildcat rounds come and go, man. Like very very seldom do you see them hang around and gain popularity. 6.5 Grendel was one. It happened to stick around. And
well, 6.5 just, it didn't get any support. It was the new hotness for a little while, and then it got no support whatsoever.
Well, it's like I was saying a minute ago. Like the Army adopted that 243 round from SIG. I'm just like, in my opinion, like they could have done better if they had gone with 6mm arc or 6.5 Grendel, preferably looking at the ballistics on 6mm arc is better.
The reason I think they're going with the 6.8 is that bimetal cartridge.
Well, it's over gas because it's like 85,000 pounds of pressure, man. That's insane.
Well, they're thinking that they can get more pressure out of it and get better ballistics at longer ranges and get more terminal ballistics out of it.
Better terminal, yeah.
That's the reason they're looking at the 6.8. Plus the 6.8, they're really not going to change too much of the combat weight or the combat loadout per soldier.
Right.
And that's a huge benefit. So
and also too, the recoil is not recoil too. Like for example, for 6.5 Grendel, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be right in line with 6mm arc, but like the recoil difference is negligible between 6.5 Grendel and 5.56.
Yeah. Well, if it's anything like the recoil on a 243, it's nothing. I mean, it is absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if it was hotter than a 243, which it will be, if they do the chamber pressures that they're talking about, it's going to be hotter than a 243. It's still nothing. It's nowhere like shooting a full rifle caliber cartridge.
Yeah, that SIG round that they have. Yeah, like that SIG round is, I call it 243 plus P because that's what it sounds like. It's like a 243 round that's really hot. Really hot.
That's pretty much it.
But the thing is, like 240, like I've shot a lot of 243. It's a good hunting round, and but it's heavy. Like you start loading magazines with that fucking round, dude. That's just, you start carrying ammo boxes. That's just gonna get heavy fast.
Yeah.
And
see, the 6mm arc, I just don't know anything about. Now, Too Many Choices is down here trying to pick goddamn fights.
Yeah.
Talking about 357 SIG. Look, that church shooter, the one who went in that place in Texas and got zapped by 357 SIG, that dude brought 357 SIG back from the dead. And then
that was a hell of a shot, though.
And immediately placed the church shooter into the ground. So he
was a headshot.
2 tasks at one time.
It was a headshot on a moving target.
Domed him.
And domed his ass. Yeah, it's like, what was he at, like 15 yards? 15, 20
Something
yards?
like that. on a quick shot because he didn't have a whole lot of time to react.
No, he
that
didn't.
Was a quick draw target.
He had enough
done.
time because he was going to shoot. I was watching videos like shoot, but he had there was a person in between him and the shoot and the bad guy, and he waited that half second for her to move and to clear his field of fire, and then he fucking took the shot. I'm just like, wow, dude. But I'm like, dude, how like as a young man, because that dude was like in his 60s, like late 50s, early 60s. I'm like,
I think he was an NRA instructor.
Yeah, he was a retired NRA instructor. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm just looking at because I didn't know that at first. I'm like, I'm sitting there watching that video. I'm just like, as a young guy, like I need to up my fucking game, dude.
No shit.
Because I don't know if I can make that shot.
And then like, everybody went, what the fuck is 357 SIG?
Yeah, right. I know, right?
Yeah, what the fuck is 357 SIG? I need to get me some of that shit. Apparently, it's church shooter kryptonite because it fucking put that dude's lights out.
Yeah, it is a wonderful shot. I mean, then I found out later on that he was a retired NRA pistol instructor. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. He was able to make that shot.
Yeah,
when as fast as he did too.
When you looked at the dude's resume, it made sense. The 357 SIG, not so much sense.
Yeah, I know. It's like I would it would have been a lot. It would have made more sense if he was running like 40 cal.
Yeah, it made a little more sense.
40 Smith, if he's like some 40 Smith and Wesson, like, oh, okay, yeah, it makes sense. But
because I think I was literally when I heard that, I was like, what the fuck is 357 SIG?
No,
look it up.
When I heard him say 357 SIG, I'm like, I thought they made a mistake, like they misspoke. I'm like, is 357 SIG still a thing? Like,
well, no. Dude, that's why I do research on shit because I lied in a hurry. I'm like, no, dude, there's no 357. Well, fuck, there is a 357.
Well, no, I mean, I knew there was 357. I just didn't think anyone used it anymore. Like, I didn't know that was like still in person even.
I didn't even know what the fuck 357 SIG was.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's SIG special, so they make special shit.
Yeah,
I agree with Corn Pop. 223 Wild Chamber. Yeah, I love fucking 223 Wild Chamber, dude. It takes everything.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, Mike brings up a good point. At least it wasn't 10 mil.
Oh, Jesus.
Since 10 mil's a new hotness right now.
Oh, that's too much for me, dude. That's much.
Dude, I wouldn't mind building one just to do it. But damn, I mean, dude, if I can throw what I've got at you in that 9 right there and you keep coming, I just deserve that ass whooping.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the thing about pistol caliber cartridges that if you're like carrying and stuff like that, you have to get comfortable with the fact that you will take follow-up shots. It's just
dude,
it's gonna happen.
I don't plan on shooting you once.
Because this shit don't happen.
As much as I love my 1911, as much as I love 45, I still ain't shooting you once.
Yeah, that's why I don't get it. That's why I don't get involved with the cartridge wars and stuff, like 45 over 44 over 357. It doesn't matter because pretty much, with the exception of maybe 44 mag, which I wouldn't even count that as like a pistol caliber cartridge. I just don't. But for like 357 on down, I mean, you're gonna be taking follow-up shots no matter what cartridge it is. Dude. You're gonna be taking follow-up shots. It's not like fucking. This ain't the movies. You don't shoot a guy one time with a 380 and he fucking dies.
No. Dude, there's a literal. Oh fuck! Hold on. It was a 911 call out of Atlanta. Oh shit! Hold on. It's been a few years ago. This chick basically, she's at home alone. She's got 2 kids with her. Dude breaks into her house. And she's on the phone with her husband at the time. What's up, Vanessa? And her husband, I think they've got 911 in the mix of the call. And her husband tells her to go upstairs and hide in this little crawl space. The dude breaks into the crawl space. She's got a revolver, 357. He goes to crawl into the crawl space with him. She empties the gun in this dude. Head, shoulders. Fucker survives.
Wow.
He makes it to trial. And she hit him head, shoulders, torso, all that. So, yeah, if you can take a 357 up close, 6 rounds out of a revolver, and you keep coming, yeah, there's going to be follow-up shots out of it.
I mean, yeah, it's just I'm just sitting there thinking, like, she unloaded a revolver, 357 mag revolver in a crawl space. Does that bitch even have hearing left? Can she hear anything?
Oh, fuck no. Well, you know how it is. In a situation where you fire where you're in a little bit of stress,
yeah,
you ain't hearing shit. It's not going to affect you all that damn much.
Well, no, but it's going to give you some damage. You're going to
it's going to do some. It's going to do some later damage. That tinnitus is going to kick in eventually.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, wow. It's like people say 12 gauge is a good home defense firearm. I'm like, dude, have you ever shot a fucking 12 gauge off in a closed environment like a house?
Oh,
no, you haven't, because I have. It's not fun, dude. It is fucking jarring. It's fucking jarring, dude. Yeah, that's the case, right? Like any firearm, especially shotgun or rifle cartridge, is gonna hurt your hearing. But 12 gauge has a special effect out of, because I've shot like M16s and M4s and stuff, and 9mm. But for some reason, shotgun, Mossberg 12 gauge pump action, it's got a special place in my heart is for fucking up a hearing. Call it the dazed and confused round.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, these people are like,
don't play.
It's like, it's 12 gauge best. Like, yeah, but you got like 6 or 7 shots in there, dude. It's like, yeah, but you won't miss. What? Excuse me?
Miss the shit out of something.
You can miss the shit out of somebody. They're like, yeah, dumbass.
I mean, I've squirrel hunt or something, like trying to shoot a squirrel in the head instead of just ripping his body apart. Hold on.
I mean, I've shot when I did CQB training in the Marines, I was on a shotgun, and I've seen Marines miss at close range with a shotgun. So I've seen it happen often.
Oh, it happens. Trying to be like just absolutely surgical with a shotgun, especially if you're shooting shot.
Yeah,
I've seen times where I can clip an animal dead in the damn tater with it and not have an issue. Other times I brick like shit. I've shot right over the top of them. Let's see what this is called.
Donnie Hernandez's wife Melinda is still shaken up this morning, but he's glad she shot the man who broke into their Georgia.
Yep, I'm pretty sure this is the one.
Home and went after his family.
My wife is a hero. She protected her kids. She did the pregnant woman that shot the guy with an AR.
No. This was one in 2013. This chick was home, I think, with 2 of her kids. The dude was at work. Guy breaks into the house. I think she calls him first, and then they get 911 on the phone with the both of them. If they play the call, you'll hear the husband talk about, hey, do this, get in the crawl space. And then when she screams that the guy's in the space with him, he starts screaming, shoot him. And she unloads the 357 Magnum at close range, and the dude survived and made it to court. Like we were talking about follow-up shots needed. Yeah. Why do you think I need more than 6 rounds? Because fucking 6 rounds don't stop people all the time.
Responsible, prepared gun owner.
Yes, sir. We're dispatching the police right now.
Melinda, I'm on the phone with 911.
She was on the phone with him Friday as he called 911 from work. Authorities released the tapes Tuesday.
Is he in the house, Melinda? Are you sure? Melinda, if he opens that door, you shoot him, you understand?
You shoot him. You shoot him a lot. You shoot
him. That's a 911 operator telling her to do that too. It's like, yeah, he comes in and you shoot him.
No, that's her husband.
That's awesome.
Man,
that's her husband?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Her husband.
I was going to say, usually you never hear 911.
That was the part I kind of got wrong. That's her husband. She called her husband, and her husband called 911 and then had her on the other line. So he's talking to 911, and I don't think you can hear them, but you can hear what he's telling her.
They say 32-year-old Paul Slater probably thought no one was home and used a crowbar to break into the house. They say he went after one of the 9-year-old twins as they ran upstairs and then broke through a locked bedroom and a locked bathroom.
He looks like a big boy.
Finding the attic.
Yeah, he ain't small.
He looks like a big boy.
The kids and their mother were hiding.
All right, you stay in the attic, all right? He's in the bedroom. Okay, shh, relax. Just remember everything that I showed you, everything that I taught you, all right?
So
shoot him in the dick.
Homeboy had already taught us.
Dick shot.
You retreat to a place where they can only come at you in one direction, and if they come at you from that direction, you put multiple holes in them.
She's armed with a .38 revolver, drops the phone with her husband, and starts firing.
She's shooting him.
Okay.
No, 38.
Shoot him again. Shoot him.
Slater was shot.
Shoot him again.
I like that. Shoot him again. Shoot him.
5 times in the face and neck, but managed to stumble out and drive away.
5 times in the face and neck with a.
They must not have been plus P.
Okay. Shit. Something.
Crashing his.
That's why you failed.
And spilling onto a neighbor's yard. Last year, he served 6 months in jail for battery and has at least.
Well, he didn't batter this time.
Kids are at your neighbor's house,
okay?
And his wife's okay?
The wife's okay.
Yes, sir. Your wife is okay.
This morning, Slater is clinging to life at an Atlanta hospital, unable to leave on his own, accused of burglary and unlawful entry. Donnie Harmon says his family doesn't apologize.
Fuck no, I ain't apologizing. What the fuck would I apologize for?
The guy sucks at burgling.
That motherfucker's house in and shoot him.
He burgled around and found out.
Yeah, that's it. He burgled around and found
out.
There
you go. My fucking t-shirt made. T-shirts.
Oh God, yeah. But yeah. Quick follow-up shots. That was close range. That was within arms.
That's impressive. Her shot placement, all in the face. Like that's. She must have hit him in the cheeks and shit. Like, but either way, like that's a good shot placement, especially for a woman.
Oh hell yeah, dude! Under stress like that,
especially for a woman.
Well,
serious. Like that's in a little small 38 revolver.
Yeah, he's not necessarily.
Well, 38's not.
Yeah, but it's hard to let rip off shots fast on a little like fucking like J frame.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what size revolver it is, but
no, it is.
Because you're talking about a small, usually a smaller person when you're talking about a woman.
5 double action rounds.
Yeah. Then you're talking about holding a small frame revolver and putting that many rounds on target without the wrist strength that a male would typically have.
Yeah, so with a double action pull every time.
Yeah, there's a serious biological difference that happens there with grip strength and everything else. That's not an insult against women. That's just.
Are you saying girls and guys are different? That's so sexy.
Yeah, actually, I have a dick.
Not an insult against women.
That's racist. That's racist as fuck, bro. Yeah.
Well, call me MBE, whatever you want to call me at this point, because I'm fucking sick of this. Oh yeah, I get called that constantly.
Nice.
I'm sick of the stupid shit in this country right now. So.
Yeah, Vanessa Kitty, I have a Henry rifle, a Henry big boy rifle, 16-inch barrel. It shoots 44 mag, 44 special out of it. I've killed deer with it.
Within 100 yards. Absolutely, dude.
Yeah, I've laid down deer.
Lever guns are sweet.
Dude, that will knock a hog's dick in the dirt, and hogs can take a punishment.
And then you can shoot 44 special in it too, and like fucking like have a lot lighter load too.
Yeah, because I used to because my ex-wife likes that was the only rifle that she liked to shoot because I would switch out the 44 mag with the 44 special, and it was easier for her to shoot. Recoil wasn't as bad, but you could tell the difference when you had 44 mag in there.
Oh yeah.
There was one time I was loading it for her at the range, and then at the last round I put in it was a 44 mag instead of 44 special.
Oh, you dirty boy! You. Bang! This is easy. Bang! This is easy. Ah, shit! That hurt.
Yeah,
I gotta get another 4570 lever gun. I used to have a stainless steel Marlin, but I sold it a while back. But I'd like to get another one. I don't know if I'll get the Henry or the Marlin, because I hear the new Henrys are better than the new Marlins.
They are, and plus the Henry actually started putting side loading gates in their rifles now. So
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, and I like how you can load it both ways, either with the tube or with the
either tube or side gate. About goddamn time, it only took them like 200 years.
Yeah.
Man, that 4570 is a beast of a round.
It's a beast, man. Yeah, it's a big boy round. Yeah.
Well, it's so weird because like you can shoot the old classic like 405 grain, just the big old but then if you get like the modern loaded 4570, it's fucking like almost 458 Win Mag level loads, like some of them. Like it's
yeah. I think there's a one manufactured Buffalo something.
Buffalo Bore, yeah.
Yeah, they produce a 4570 round. It's closer to like artillery than it is a rifle round.
Too many choices. Yeah. Dude, that
but it's such a heavy round. It's like a 420 or 450 grain round. I mean, it's Jesus Christ.
I think Double Tap makes like a 500 grain hard cast that comes out of a 16-inch barrel at like 1,800 feet per second. It's fucking insane.
Oh, that thing's fucking monster. But yeah, too many choices. That guy in the Vegas smoke shop that stabbed that dude the other day. I'll tell you a couple things about that guy just from watching his video. One, that dude knew some hand-to-hand or some martial arts. And two, he had gamed that out in his head long before that happened. Not to say he wanted to stab somebody, but he had already gamed it out as to how he would react. You can tell where he had the knife when he came out. He had it in his hand already. And where he actually opened the knife, where he had enough distance to be able to do it. And then he went stabby.
That's why I cannot. I fucking hate knives. It's like knives are ultimate concealability, and it's like it's not like in the movies where someone's going to stab you. They don't start out like 18 feet away from you and pull the knife out and put it over their head and scream and run at you. They walk up to you and fucking stab you.
I'd like to bayonet somebody like breaks in the house. Like I feel like bayonets are so underappreciated. Like
Oh look,
that's
why they not.
I mean,
that's why they.
I'm a U.S. Marine. Like we love bayonets. We love bayonets.
That's why they went over bayonet lugs in the first assault weapons ban, because there were so many bayonettings. Now
the drive-by
bayonet raise the percentage of that, and then we'll have more bans.
Yeah, I know. My neighborhood, we had like 4 bayonettings in a week.
Yeah, I mean, mine was overrun with bayonettings. I mean, fucking people running around with M1 Garands just stabbing all kinds of shit.
I feel like the bayonets involve
Mosins and all that,
like ballistic bayonets, like a bayonet that you can like in an emergency like shoot off the bayonet lug. Like those ballistic knives. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be a bad accessory for a combat rifle, actually.
Yeah, it'd be kind of useless because you'd lose your bayonet then. But I don't know. I just
you'd have to go dig it out of the dude.
Yeah,
come on, it's not like a boomerang. You got to go fetch it.
I mean, if I have to lose a projectile bayonet, mistakes have been made.
You think? Yeah, you're down way in the polls right there, buddy.
Well, this is the future. I feel like we could have it like on a tether and like have like an auto reel, so like you shoot it and then.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna have that kind of technology, why don't you just have like a brace on each forearm with fucking projectile knives in there? You shoot it.
You
could go full Wolverine at that point.
Yeah,
just
shoot them off your
claws that shoot out.
I'm just trying to think of cool and practical things for throwing sharp things.
I mean, you also have like your backup knife too. You can use that.
Those fucking
Yeah.
I always want one because like sharks are scary. Like one of those fucking like knives that like shoots off underwater. Like they have those like
the
those
pneumatic.
bang
Yeah,
sticks.
pneumatic. Well, see,
Yeah.
that's never going to be a problem with me because I don't go out into environments where I'm not a fucking apex predator. And in the ocean, I'm definitely not an apex predator. You know, so
Well, I
I
don't
don't give
really
a.
like go swim out in the middle of the ocean, but I just want to have one on my boat, like for God forbid if it sinks. That way I'd have like peace of mind because I think I'd lose my mind. Like if I was just sitting out there in the water for like 3 hours waiting for the Coast Guard to come get me.
Yeah,
Right.
see, well, that's where I'm the dumb bastard. I've been in the water with plenty of predators way bigger than me. Hopefully, I'll get some video of shit like that during this gator season.
Yeah, I know, Big. I'm gonna summon the fucking ghost of Joe Dolio.
Yeah, for you guys that don't know, my wife got drawn for gator season this year in Georgia, so we should be getting
Nice.
some video of some gator hunts this year,
Nice.
which will be a pretty. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out ways to game the system since I can't really live anything.
Yeah.
Apparently, they
what gun
think
do you
the
use
less
for that?
followers you have, the more likely you are to blow your own brains out.
Really?
What gun do you usually use for gator hunting?
Oh man, we just pop them in the head with a pistol.
Yeah,
With
could you use
22
like a 22 or something?
There's no shooting them from long distance. We have to have them underneath the hard line, restrained, and then we have to kill them. So there's
okay.
no like shooting them from distance.
Right, but you can just pop them in the head with a 22 pistol, right?
Oh yeah,
Like
that's what I've
six.
used for years, dude. For
Okay.
years, I used the old H&R 22. Fucking, I think it's like 12 shot 22.
Mhm.
That's what I used.
Nice.
Because once we got them up to the boat, put it right to the back of their head and put them out. But you know, and we've used other guns. Fucking hell, we've used I had a buddy of mine trying to deafen me in one ear with a 40 cal. That was nice because let me explain something you who don't know. Sound reflects really good off of water.
Yeah.
And
Got that.
when the left side of your head is hanging over the boat while you're trying to restrain an alligator and your buddy decides to bust that joker, guess where the sound goes? Right into the left side of your ear hole.
I've shot my Taurus 357 underwater at the beach before, and yeah, sound travels a lot. Water's a lot denser media. Like it killed my ears for like a month.
Look at whales, man. Now, I'm not talking about the two-legged land ones. I'm talking about the ones that actually.
Oh,
float in
you're
the water.
not talking about the Antifa whales.
Yeah. Nest kitty, I don't use an arm for halibut. I just punch him in the fucking head. It's my training.
Vanessa Kitty, we'll be hunting in Georgia. So basically, where we're at, the Chattahoochee River separates Georgia and Alabama. So we're gator hunting on the same territory.
Yeah, how many songs have been written about that?
Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee.
Oh God, don't even start. I'll slit my own wrist.
Dude, it's
I
funny.
will bleed out on YouTube.
Alan Jackson.
Hell yeah.
I will bleed out on YouTube. Jesus Christ. They said, they don't want you shoot yourself on YouTube. They didn't say jack shit about slitting your wrist.
Let me get this straight.
Let me get this straight. Asphalt got a little crazy, straight. But we never got
you married a redhead, but you're gonna slit your wrist over a goddamn country song. Okay, all right.
Yeah, actually, yeah. That's where my logic falls these days.
Very well.
Coop did good. He like found a woman like a crazy redhead half his age.
Yeah.
Like fucking he did well.
That's called winning.
Not half your age, but she's like fucking 15. I don't know. She's like 15 years younger than you.
She's young enough she's gonna be pushing around a wheelchair.
You did well,
shortly,
Coop. So. That's what I'm saying.
You're winning.
Yeah, she'll be pushing. Well, she won't be pushing around a wheelchair because I can damn near guarantee I'm going to do something more stupid to take myself out before I reach that point.
Well, whatever you decide to do, just get on video for us. So
there will more than likely be some video of it now.
We can submit you for the Darwin Awards that year.
Oh, dude, I've been down. Hell, one gator season we were down at Lake Eufaula down here, and it was was it the second year? No, it was like the third year gator season that they had in Georgia, and I was living in Georgia at the time. We're down on Eufaula, and it was the first year we'd ever thrown a snatch hook off a rod and reel. We had always tried to use harpoons for them, all kinds of shit. And the reason we started using the snatch hook is we had a big gator back in off a creek down here called Hanahatchee Creek, and he wouldn't let us get near him. And I finally got frustrated, and we had one snatch hook you could throw off a rod and reel. And I finally hooked that gator and fought him for like fucking 5 hours before we could get a harpoon rig in him, then get him to the boat, kill him, all that shit. 11 and a half foot.
How many days after that did you finally regain the use of your arms?
No, dude, it was like I was running from I've got a 17-foot bass tracker. I've still got the same boat, and I'm running from the front of that bitch to the back while I have an 11-foot alligator pulling this boat around like a fucking bobber. He does not give a shit that boat's there. But my boss man, I went to pass him one time.
You're like a slight nuisance to him.
Oh yeah, but I went
So
to
why
pass
do you go to Georgia?
And I've got this rod, huh?
Why do you go to Georgia instead of like Alabama or Louisiana or Florida? Because I always think of like those states being more gator like prone than Georgia.
Shit, no, dude. I can take you to places in Georgia where you are going to see gators constantly. It's I mean, they're all over the place. Right here in Alabama, because
we got them in Texas, man. Like we got them in Texas.
I'm right across from where we normally hunt in Georgia when I lived in Georgia. I can take you places down here. There's a 13-foot alligator that I got to hunt for about 2-3 years in a row, who has the biggest mojo on his ass that I've ever seen. I've had in spool reels. I've had reels that never backlashed on me before backlash on me when that gator was within perfect casting distance.
I had one for a pet whenever I was a kid. I kept a gator for a pet.
Fishing hunting's fun.
The story that I started out to tell though, we got that 11.5-foot alligator off that snatch hook. Came out the next weekend. We had 2 tags to fill. We filled one pretty easy. And then the next one, there was a slough we went back in off of the lake that had a nice 10+ alligator. And he had a couple of smaller gators, probably 8-9 foot hanging out with him, more than likely females. Matter of fact, I hooked the big boy once and had him almost to the top and he come off. I went to cast at him again and I got snagged on the bottom. Well, what do you do when it's your only snatch hook and you're in the last weekend you're going to be able to hunt? Well, obviously you throw everything out of your pockets and you swim down to go get the snatch hook in about, I don't know, 8 foot of water. Not deep enough.
Well, when that
when that snatch hook is hooked on a cypress knee and it feels just like the top of an alligator's head, you unass that situation as fast as you can. However, you have a 17-foot boat over the top of you and you run into that bitch on your way up.
You have some big old catfish grab your arm while you're down there.
Oh, dude, I would have been damn near happy for that. No, it was a cypress knee. That's the first time this fat kid freaked out like that. And when I came up, shit, ran dead into the bottom of the goddamn boat. Because it's dark water on the lake. It's hydrilla everywhere. Fuck all. Yeah. I finally get into the boat and my fucking boss man looks at me and goes, "You're fucking crazy." It's like, dude, I've worked with you for like 2 years now. You ain't figured this shit out yet?
I bet your head was sore after that.
Oh, I had a lump on it. Yeah. I had a lump on it. Hell, I'm surprised it didn't split my ass open as fast as my fat ass come up. Because I was getting it as fast as I could when I came up.
Do you have a little ladder on the side of the boat, or you just like...
Oh, fuck no. I had to climb my fat ass over the side of the boat. It's only a 17-foot bass tracker, man. I ain't got all that shit on that thing.
Yeah, it can be hard sometimes, though, if you're not, like, shallow enough where you can kick yourself up over the side. That's why I ask, like, not like, just one of those hang over the side ladders,
No, trust me. When I came up and I finally got my bearings, I made it over the side of that boat. And like I said, I get back in the boat and I'm like breathing, touching the top of my head. I'm like, God damn, that hurt. My boss is going, you're fucking crazy.
There's nothing scarier than being like deep murky water like that where you know there's gators around and stuff, and just that's creepy. Although I'll take any day being like in an area like that than being out in like the open ocean or like the open Gulf, like because there's something about like I don't know. I grew up around always being out in the swamp and stuff, and like you can kind of tell where gators are around. Like if you're sitting somewhere for a while, you'll see bubbles coming up, and like you can know when there's like gators around. But like you're out there in the middle of the Gulf, like you have no idea what the hell's out there, you know?
It's one of those things. Okay, gators will get people sometimes. Normally during breeding season, they'll nail somebody because you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and apparently you have that ass kicking coming. But gators don't have the track record for eating people that sharks do. Just a shark trying to take a taste of you is going to take pretty big chunks of flesh.
So yeah, we got the bull sharks down. Yeah.
Oh yeah, bull sharks are nasty.
Number one shark attack in the world state is the east coast of Florida.
Yeah, bulls are nasty. Because
those fuckers have made it all the way up to like Lake Michigan is what's scary. Those fuckers have like gotten like that far north before.
Yeah. Well, the original Jaws movie was based on a bull shark, believe it or not.
Yeah.
He swam up a river in, I don't know,
wasn't it New Jersey or something?
Made like a couple hundred miles up the river.
Yeah.
May have been.
Yeah.
But he made it like a couple hundred miles up a river and nailed a few swimmers. And that's what they based it off of. Was this rogue shark idea?
Because they can like retain salt in their gills, like they have some sort of special organ, so they can be in brackish or really fresh water because they'll store salt.
They can make it. Australia is a case of it. There's bulls in there. Matter of fact, I think bulls actually lay or actually give birth in fresh water. I'd have to look it up and make sure, but I'm pretty sure they give birth in fresh water.
At least at that place in Australia, I watched a documentary on it. Yeah,
So they'll swim miles and miles at fresh water, give birth to their pups. I think that's the right term. They'll give birth to their pups, and then they get out of there. But
the scariest shark I've ever seen was a tiger. Tiger sharks, because they're related to great white sharks. They have that like big underhanging jaw, and those they have the stripes on the side. That's a scary fucking looking shark. They're it's like I saw one of those. It was like 11 feet long. I've seen like a 16-foot hammerhead. They one of the guys that we worked on for boats caught the world record. It's not the record anymore. Somebody caught a bigger one, but it's about 30 minutes out of the mouth of the river by where I am.
Dude, probably the best time that I've really got to watch sharks and see them move was off of the piers in Nags Head Beach or Myrtle Beach. Because of course you're up high enough where you can see down into the water, and the water clarity good enough. You can see them move in and out of those piers. And then you see all the swimmers on the beach. Everybody's having fun. They're splashing around, having a good time. And then you see like fucking 8-foot, 10-foot sharks just cruising. And it's like, fuck all, man. They're not touching a whole lot of anything. They're hitting schools of bait fish, but I wouldn't want to swim
my dad
down
used to
there.
take me up in his plane when I was a kid. At a plane, like back when he worked at the airport and he had a Cessna, and he'd take me up, and I always remember that fondly, like flying out over Upper Captiva or Fort Myers Beach, and you just see, you don't really see like a shark. You just see these shadows, like these big long shadows. You see boats parked, and you see like, these shadows just like, they're moving, cruising. And it's like, that's a shark.
Yep. I mean, looking at the piers, especially when we were up in I think Myrtle Beach, fishing off of a couple piers up there. We actually went up there to visit somebody. And you see people, hell, we watched one guy get caught in a riptide and washed underneath that pier, where I was just watching 10-foot fucking sharks. And dude, riptide finally kicks out. He gets his wind. He drifts out and is able to swim back parallel to the beach and get back. But it's like, dude, you were just in some kind of dangerous territory. But
well, it's just crazy how some of these canals are like where I am. Like where my brother lives on, and my dad used to have a house there until he moved. But we like a lot of people have these underwater fishing lights, and it's neat because you go out there at night, and like when the water's really clear, especially, it just makes this. It's like a outdoor aquarium. It's like there'll be all these big ass redfish and catfish and mullet, and they're all hanging out, and then there'll be like 4 or 5 foot blacktip just chilling there. And then sometimes there'll be a little baby hammerhead chilling there, and it's like stuff you never see. But then you come out at night, and it's just like this like multitude of different life, sea life, just chilling there. It's so cool.
Oh, I bet it is, man. That's one thing I miss about being in Louisiana is having the brackish water and the salt water and the fresh water all so close. Because I mean, you could be out on Lake Pontchartrain 1 minute, the Gulf of Mexico. You could be back up in the bayous, which is where I normally stayed a lot of the time. You could have the brackish water mix. If you got further up, you have the fresh water. It was just crazy what you could see. And the mullet, Jesus Christ. I've watched schools of mullet move through the bayou that were over 100 yards long and probably 75 yards wide, a single school of mullet. It was just.
I don't know if they have this in Alabama, but have you ever heard of the legend of the Parlangois? Like the half alligator, half man. It's like the Bigfoot kind of thing, but of like Louisiana and Larry. But it's like a man with an alligator head. But a lot of people claim that swear it's real, like it's like fucking. But yeah, it's crazy, kind of crazy.
Too many choices. Was it inspired by a bull shark? Yeah, well, that's what we were talking about. Yeah, it was inspired by a bull shark because bull sharks got up in fresh water.
Parlangois, a swamp booger man, half alligator, the other half man.
Mike, there were some white shark attacks up there, but it was I think Jaws was actually inspired by the bull shark attacks.
It's funny. I just read his comment. I thought it said Jews was inspired by a bull shark.
Hey, look, you leave my ancestry out of this, you fucker. Look, right now I am advocating for the complete abolishment of all firearms laws just because some of my ancestors got thrown on trains. Well, some of them got thrown on some of them got thrown on reservations too. So I have a very wide family tree.
Okay.
It doesn't fork much after it gets out of the ground, but I have a wide family tree.
Does it have a lot of branches, or does it just have one branch?
Oh no, dude. It's well, let's put it this way. My mom and dad are basically from Arkansas. So no, that family tree doesn't fork too goddamn much after that. Just saying. I'm trying to diversify since I moved to Alabama and got my wife knocked up.
Oh, we still got Bacon in the chat. What's up, Bacon?
You just now noticed Bacon?
No, I saw him earlier. I just didn't. He's still around. It's always good to see Bacon.
Kind of like herpes.
Oh shit! It's always good to see Bacon.
It lingers.
Just I worry about him, just because his little chicken legs. Just he's a good guy. I just want to make sure he's
real dude.
Yeah, he just can't do leg day.
Mm-hmm.
He just outright skips it, dude. I mean, it's like it's not even in his vocabulary.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I got to get back to getting to the fucking gym these days.
Me too, man. I've fucking gotten so out of shape, man. I can't even give Bacon that much shit because I haven't had any
fucking fatties.
Gym days.
How are you gonna be prepared? How are you gonna be prepared for the shit hits the fan?
I'm gonna have an electric scooter, and I'm gonna have
I'm
solar, so I'm gonna be
yeah,
like a, like a bug out, like fat ass, like just my little electric
elec-
scooter, and I'll survive until my battery dies.
electric scooter with a belt mounted machine gun on the top of it.
Yeah,
Your hover round all of a sudden becomes the
that'd be
fucking
cool as
Delta
shit.
round or some shit.
Or just
Hey,
have
I'd take one.
well, dude, I've been thinking about, I think I told you, like turning an outboard midsection into like an automated fucking, or like a remote machine gun mount, like
Yeah,
utilizing like
yeah,
the
we were
electric
talking about
hydraulic
that.
steering. Like I really think it's doable. Like, cause fucking if it can hold back the force of like the thrust of an outboard motor pushing on it, I think it would hold up the forces
Oh,
of like
hey,
the
yeah,
recoil from a 50.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I don't
I just think
shit.
it's weird that it hasn't been built yet.
Me too. I figured. I
I,
mean, because most of these rich
well,
people, they just buy the ready-made ones, but it's like those are so hard to come by now, and when you do, they're like 50 grand. Like,
Jesus.
so I was like, shit, man, like just a used outboard midsection, like an electric hydraulic steering system, and they have the built-in power tilt and trim. Like, I feel like that could be made into something pretty fucking cool.
yeah. I mean, the only issue with your tilt and trim is your tilt and trim tend to be decently slow compared to what you want for a mount that would do.
Well, you could wire it up to 24 volts, and it might burn up the motor quicker, but it'll make it twice as fast.
Well, yeah,
Because they
you're
usually
right.
run off 12 volts. Because
Yeah, you
like
ain't got no.
because there are people that do that, like the drag racer boats, like those pumps usually run off 12 volt, but like the people who do like the outboard drags, they'll actually wire them up to 24 volts. That way they can go from trimmed all the way in, all the way down to like their preferred trim setting in like a period of like 3/4 of a second. So they like run, sometimes they'll run them to 36 volts, but
Oh
so yeah,
shit.
you could probably do that with like you could have a variable voltage system to be able, so you could go slow for like fine tuning, or you could have a higher voltage setting for like a fast, like I don't know, it's something I want to play around with. It's definitely something that I feel like needs to be fiddled with. I got a lot of that stuff just laying around here to mess with.
Wait, I mean, if you got all that shit to play around there with, I mean, rock and roll with your bad self.
Yeah, fucking
You
there's
leave me
a
alone in a shop long enough with a bunch of metal, some welding machines, and anything else that I can play with, I'm going to come up with something.
well, I bought a
It
Modus part
may
kit. I
or
don't know if
may
I
not be useful.
Royal Tiger had Modus kits. They're in Ethiopia, and they were like brand new, never used. And I bought one of those.
Oh
Um,
God.
so now I'm looking for a semi-auto side plate, but yeah,
Corn Pop
that's gonna
just
be
does this to all us poor people just to hang his dick out.
dude. I just fucking, it's good investment. It really is. Like, you're not gonna lose money
Oh,
on
no
that. That's not
lie. No, you're not going to lose money on it. No. Fuck no. I'm just
fucking.
saying you do it to all us poor. It's just to hang your dick out.
There's not. I'm not fucking. I'm poor too.
he's getting all defenses over dick size now.
I have to use makeup for my little Caucasian wiener. It's the only thing that it brings me joy.
Caucasian
My
shame.
rule is, yeah.
Yeah,
My
that's why all the
rule
guys say,
is
we
that
gotta make up for
I'm
our
hung
little
like a
wieners.
stud or a stud gerbil. So
Me too.
A stud gerbil.
yeah, hung like a stud gerbil.
Nice.
Oh, I have to tell the chat, and since it's so far into the chat, and all of you guys are cool as shit, we had a death in the family today.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You don't even know who it is yet.
Our hamster apparently had a
Oh
mishap, and
no!
something knocked one of the tubes off of its cage.
No!
Yeah, when we got home, old Hammy was dead. There were two
Oh
cats in the room
no!
and a husky. And I have no idea who the culprit was, but it was awfully slobbery.
So old Hammy had its last time spent as a chew toy for a husky.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the cats were accomplices to this shit. So
Yeah, I'm betting the cats were probably the first grabbers, like the first. They
oh man,
probably
dude.
saw that thing from a mile away.
Oh dude, they've been plotting on that motherfucker for the last week. I think
How'd
we've
your
had it
daughter
for about
take
a
it?
week and a half. Oh, dude, she was heartbroken. All right, she went in there. She's been so happy. She was going to get it out of the cage and love on it. It's like, hey,
No.
wait a second. I don't see the hamster in the cage. And I went, the fuck you mean you don't see the hamster? Well, I didn't tell her what the fuck. I was like, what do you mean you don't see the hamster? And all of a sudden I looked in the floor and was like, oh, shit.
Did you have a little
Yeah.
hamster funeral? Did your daughter like make a little box for him, and then you like had a little? You said
well,
you said some words for him, and like he was a
actually,
great hamster.
How many gun salute does a dead hamster get? That's what I want to know.
well,
Listen, that's a hamster is still family. You have to, when my hamsters died, my dad, I feel so bad. Me and my sister, because ours died like the same time. We made little like caskets for him, and then my dad had to dig a hole, and then we like put our hamsters down. And then we had like a little mock hamster funeral when I was like 6 years old. It's things like that. Is my dad, like I look back on him like, I can't believe you put up with this. Like,
yeah, that's probably the saddest part is that you made your dad fucking dig a hole for it.
Well, we have to do the hamster funeral tomorrow.
This old man doesn't have enough shit to do,
Well, it was pissing rain when we got home. The hamster is going to be buried in the JSD 80% box that I had from my MUP 1 because it fit that hamster perfectly. So there you go.
Or my dad was probably just like wanting to go back and watch drag racing. He's like, God damn it, I got to do this dumb hamster funeral.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I'm not heartbroken over the death of a rat, but
I'm very sorry for your loss, and I hope that so you're gonna go to like PetSmart and like after the time of mourning, of course, and then get a replacement.
Yeah. There will be a replacement rhino this week.
After the grieving, well, hell, I was gonna say there's gonna be a grieving period, but this weekend it's like, okay,
yeah, there will be a replacement hamster this week.
Jeez, talk about some fucking monkey branching. That's
Didn't even appreciate old Hammy.
Don't let one hand leave the branch before the other one hits.
You just like he's not even there. No time to mourn. You just gonna replace him like that. It's you animals.
No, like I said, we got to go through the funeral probably tomorrow. Hopefully it won't be pissing down rain, and then sometime later this week there will be a replacement hamster in the house, and hopefully he does not have the suicidal pact that if one side of his cage or the tube is not gone, that he tries to get to the rest of the house. That's like jumping in a pool of piranhas holding a pot roast.
Speedy one we never found.
I'm going to go on a limb here, and I'm going to say something kind of controversial, but I think your hamster fucking deserved it. Yeah.
Well, he wasn't the most brilliant hamster in the world, apparently, because the husky has been eyeballing him for the last week and a half. And, of course, he has 2 cats that are sitting there eyeballing the shit out of him.
You should have named him Coop Jr.
Yeah, he decided to go on a walkabout, and it didn't work out for him. Yeah, didn't work out.
Cold yet.
All my hamsters are named Speedy. I have like Speedy 1, Speedy 2.
Look at bacon. That's about right.
Yeah.
It'll be cold enough in a couple of days. Bacon. Hamsters don't create that much warmth.
The poop isn't even solid yet.
Nope.
Look, I have not come to grips with my grieving for this hamster yet.
Remember, hamsters are so funny. Like they take their food, their little food thing, they like bury it in there, and they like fill their little cheeks with them, and they always look so funny, like drinking off their little water bottle.
Dude, years ago,
it's disturbing how you're pedestalizing a fucking hamster, though.
Oh man, hey man, we got to talk about everything.
You go talk to somebody.
Dude, years ago, there was a Korean family that lived on base with us, and the mom saw the hamster shoving its cheeks full of stuff, and she thought the hamster was choking and kept poking the shit out of that hamster's cheeks.
She starved the hamster?
Pissing that hamster off. I don't think she starved him finally, but she was pissing him off. because he was trying to hoard shit. She was poking it out of his cheeks. That
We had
shit,
one
man, she
hamster
told
that
me
we
about that
never
shit,
found.
It was fucking hysterical.
Did this Asian woman go by the name of Ting Ting? Just asking
No.
for information.
However, she did fix some of the most jamming fucking food you have ever had in your goddamn life, especially for a 10-year-old fat kid. I loved that woman.
Did you ever notice the population of wild dogs go down inside that area?
No, the cats in the neighborhood weren't that bad though. We didn't have many on base when she was around.
Oh, okay.
Funny enough, there might have been a little.
Hey, I'm just asking questions here, guys. Jeez.
Yeah. The pork fried rice was awfully good, but there was no pigs ever around.
Yeah. Oh man, that was seriously that was one of the best things about growing up like I did on bases like that, is you were exposed to so many different people. Fucking people from Guam, all kinds of places, cooking all kinds of good shit. And most of the time, well, I'll say this, most of the time when I was younger, up until about the 88, 89, you didn't see a whole lot of racist bullshit. After that, things started getting real fucking tense. Not in between like Koreans and us or anything else. It was normally the black on white bullshit that you see pushed so much these days. There was a bit back towards mid 80s, but not as bad as it was later.
I believe O.J. Simpson.
I blame it on bacon.
Okay. Oh, dude, and look, after O.J. Simpson, or was it? Yeah, it was O.J.
Yeah,
I was
that was
walking
about that
from
time.
one,
That makes sense.
I was walking from one part of base to go visit a girl on another part of base. Well, it was Fort Gordon. I was walking from Gordon Terrace to Olive Terrace, which wasn't a huge walk, but I had to pass a bunch of basketball courts and everything else. And past the basketball courts, and all I heard was "go get him," and heard fucking a bunch of people running at me. And then one dude saved my fucking life, and I'm serious. He saved me from getting beat the fuck down. He was like, "Nah, dude, he's cool." Because all I can hear is shoes in the background, and I'm fixing to get my ass fucking beat. And it got pretty fucking rough, man, dude. Pat, one of the dudes that I know, got beat so bad he almost lost every tooth in his upper jaw. That's how bad he got beat down one night.
Ew.
And it was right around that same damn time.
Would you befriend this one black kid? Like, how do you know him that he saved you?
Man, me and Tone just knew each other from school, from classes. We went to Spirit Creek Elementary in Augusta, Georgia. Or not elementary, fucking middle school. Yeah, it was middle school at the time. So Spirit Creek Elementary. That's how we knew each other. And Tone just knew I was cool, man. We always had a good relationship. I didn't fuck with him. He didn't fuck with me. We were always great together. He didn't give me any bullshit. I didn't give him any. It's just the way it was, you know. It was like always, hey, what's up? You know, fucking, we were cool. But yeah, he saved my fucking ass that day. Because if he hadn't said that shit, I was about to get jumped on by a fucking whole basketball team. And I don't watch basketball, but I can tell you that's a whole lot more than one little old white boy.
So what you're saying is that movie White Men Can't Jump is a biography.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Is that a movie?
Yeah, it was fixing to be bad.
Is there also a movie called Black Men Can't Swim?
Well, I think there was one movie, but then they taught them how to swim and they suddenly became Olympic athletes.
Oh, okay. I just feel like that's
No, that's not the right
movie
one.
name.
It's not the right one. You're thinking about the ones with the bobsled.
Well, maybe it was. And somewhere in there, they taught a white chick how to dance. and it was all over from there. Was it freaking
Jamaican bobsled
God.
team. Cool
Good
Runnings
I
is a
think
great movie.
I think the
Yeah.
one you're referring to, that's the black guys can't swim. I think that's called swim call day at Marine.
Yeah, it might be. Dude, the funniest story I've heard about a dude who can't swim, it was a dude who shot Osama bin Laden. O'Neill, I think his name's
Robert O'Neill. Yeah, Robert O'Neill.
Yeah, when he did his water shit at whatever the fuck that I can't think straight right now. At not Sears, what the fuck? But when he did his water, when they were doing the swim qualifications, he said he had this black oh God, he said his name one time and I can't remember his name. He said
I just never got how people can't swim.
Yeah, big old black guy. And O'Neill was talking about, man, I can't swim with a shirt on. He said it's summertime. They're out in the pool, and he said this big black dude tells him, man, I took my t-shirt off, and look what happened to me. And O'Neill finally convinced him to let us take his t-shirt off. That way he could make the times on his swims because it was just creating so much drag for him he couldn't make it. And it was just
like I can understand the people that like can't swim underwater because some people like they have that deal that when they like try to close their nose, like they have that membrane in their nose that won't, so they can't really hold their breath underwater. But like I never understood how you just flail your arms around, like, you know, and even then you can swim.
You just tread water too. You just tread water with your feet.
Well, it's the thing. If you don't freak out, if you don't panic, and that's what kills a lot of people from drowning, they panic. If you don't panic, you can simply take breaths and you can maintain buoyancy. And then if you can maintain buoyancy, you can swim. All you have to do is paddle yourself. It's not that fucking hard. Lay on your back, put your feet in the direction of whatever obstacle is there, and chill out. But
yeah, we had
kills.
Yeah, it's like riptides and stuff. Most people get killed from riptides because they fight.
Oh, those are scary though.
Yeah,
yeah, they are scary.
Oh, riptides!
My mom,
if a riptide, which I got caught in one or two up at, I can't remember if it was Nag's Head or Myrtle Beach.
You're supposed to just relax and let them carry you out.
Yeah. When they slam you to the bottom and hold you there for a second, that's a fucking freak out moment. Until you realize if you relax, you're good. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if they slam you to the bottom and hold you there for a second, that's an oh shit moment for some fat white boy who's never had that before.
Yeah, my mom used to be
one that pulls me under, but I've had ones that like take you way out offshore. Like that's what I always thought of a riptide. Like, you know, and if you try to swim against it, you'll just exhaust yourself. But if you let it carry you out, and then you swim like diagonal to the shore, and you can get back in.
Yeah,
kind of like fucking.
That's how that dude made it out from being washed underneath that pier. He finally relaxed and was able to swim back in, kind of diagonal to the pier, and he was able to make it back in. I mean, I've had waves just hit me and just slam me to the bottom and hold me there and start pulling me out. And that's a freaky situation, especially when you haven't really been there too damn much. Yeah, that's a freaky situation.
I mean, your show's popping tonight, Coop. It's fucking 4:50, and we still got 6 people in here.
And my mom was a lifeguard for several years, and she was like, yeah. So she like taught us how to swim. Me and my brothers, like we were fucking swimming before we were walking. So, and she always and she told us that shit about the riptide too, because she's like, yeah, sometimes riptides will pull you under first, and then they'll pull you out. And I was like, oh, shit.
Yep. Dude, all my kids, or both my kids, are freaking water babies from the word go. So they have no damn fear of water whatsoever, which can be kind of screwy in some situations. But I mean, hopefully they do like we did, because hell, when we were kids, we were always swimming.
Yeah, we just like swim out the channel markers like when we were kids.
Oh, we were just always in the water. I mean, So
It's
I'm
such a
like you,
fun
people
thing to
who,
do when you're a kid.
yeah,
Like,
people who can't swim do kind of confuse me. It's like it's just water. It's that's all it
Well,
is.
they
It's
freak
water.
out. So, because my mom, whenever when she would get when she had to rescue
Roscoe.
somebody
Here,
that was
Papa.
freaking out, if it was like a guy or something, she would knee him in his kidneys.
Yeah,
Kidneys
that's a good way
to
to
calm
do it.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, she would knee him in the kidneys, and they'd fucking and they would just like it'd stun him, for long enough for her to get her arms around him and get him inside a full Nelson and fucking
I'd be
swim him
terrified to
back
be a
to
woman lifeguard, like having them, like, fucking
yeah.
drown me trying to, like.
Well, that's why
Dude.
she'd come up behind him. She'd come up behind him and knee him in the kidneys because that initial
Dude.
shock and pain or the initial pain of getting hit in the kidneys, it'll fuck you up a little bit for a minute.
I'm sorry. Anytime you mention female lifeguard in the generation I grew up in, all I can think is Baywatch. And it wasn't for David Hasselhoff. I'll tell you that right now.
It probably was.
So
Close I've come to
well,
drowning
yeah.
is like my
Well,
crazy
he was
ass,
kind of hot.
like stepdad, redneck stepdad would like get drunk and pull us on the inner tube, and he'd like have that thing like 8 feet in the air, like he'd sling us into another boat wake, and then we'd like come off the tube and just belly flop. And I remember hitting the water so hard once, just knocked all the wind out of me, and like I literally couldn't swim. Like I was just like every bit of breath was pushed out of me, and then when I took a gulp I took a gulp of water in, and just like my stepdad laughing, my mom like he's drowning, like, and he's like, oh, boy, will be fine, like, and I was fine, but it's like there's like 2 minutes that I thought I wasn't gonna make it.
Oh man, we were up on Lake Lanier one time. Hell, I was 20, 21, 22. And it was actually my boss that was pulling us around the boat on one of the tubes. And he had like a 135 on the back of his boat. It sucked out of the hole, but it ran like a scalded dog after it got out of the hole. I hit the water so fucking hard it forced water behind my goddamn eyelids one time. I mean, I ate it face first. He hit one wake and I was okay. He hit another wake, and you know how it is when you hit that third wake, you're just airborne.
That's
And
why I
You
call
can
it.
kind of
That's
stay
what.
with it like the first two, and then like
That's
the
why I
third
call it.
one.
God.
That's why I call it bukkake choke slam. You get it all behind the eyelids and shit. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it was fine. I had water behind. I literally, when I come up out of the water, I'm sitting there squeezing my eyes, just squirting water out. And Steve turns the boat around, and by the time he gets to me, he's dying laughing. He's like, "Man, I wish you could have seen yourself." I was like, "Fuck, I wish I could see right now, you motherfucker."
I remember one of the times that I got thrown off like that. My like stepdad was trying to act all cool, and I got in the boat, and like he's like, I didn't want to like scare you or anything, but it was like the time of year that like garfish. There's like certain times of the year that like the whole river is just thick with garfish, and like, and they usually never really fuck with you, but like.
Oh
He
no.
didn't want to scare me, but when I got in the water and looked down from the boat, and we were just in like a little 14-foot Carolina skiff. Like I remember, like my stepdad didn't have a fancy boat. We'd have to like everybody in the boat had to like get on the bow to get it on plane, like when you're pulling people tubing. But I remember standing on the bow of that Carolina skiff, looking down and just like seeing it's like there's more fish than water. It's just like this
Oh yeah.
thick moving mass of like you wouldn't believe how thick they are, just schools of them. And it's like I was swimming with all those, like, you know.
I've never seen that, at least alligator gar that thick. Now alligator gar backing off the Honey Island swamp in Louisiana, I've seen them at least 10 foot long come up and roll next to the boat. I mean,
these were like 3 to 5 feet. They weren't like real huge, but they're big enough to scare the crap out of you when you see them with that scary ass mouth.
I'm talking. And I am not exaggerating whatsoever. We were in a 14-foot Duracraft flat bottom boat, and that damn gar was nearly as long as the boat. Came up and just rolled right next to us, about probably 3 feet off the side of the boat, and had a head on him like probably an 8-foot gator. Just, I mean, a beautiful alligator gar. Jesus Christ, that son bitch was massive. And I tried everything I could do to throw something out there he would hit to where I could try to catch him, but he wasn't having none of that shit. And I've had him here on the river on the chat. Hell, I had him one night where I fished on the river for years up here, catching catfish at night. Where I would lock the boat off was typically probably not more than 2 to 3 foot off the bank, believe it or not, because the way you cast, the current will kick everything back in towards the bank into the snags. Now, you're gonna get snagged at some point. It's gonna fucking happen. But there's some big ass catfish in there. Mm-hmm. But I felt something hit the bottom of the boat one night, and down here you've got man-made reservoirs on all sides of you. It's regulated by the dams. And at certain times they drop the water. They basically shut the water off to the reservoirs and they drop the water. So the water can drop 3, 4, even 5 foot in no time. But I felt something bumping the bottom of the boat one night. I got the spotlight off the boat and looked at the back of the boat, and I had probably 5 to 6 regular long-nosed gar underneath the back of the boat. All of them were in the 5 foot range or so, at least. I mean, they're
spawning
huge.
Or something?
Probably so at that time. They were just up in shallow water goofing off. And of course, knowing me, I try to get them to bite on everything on the planet, bumping them in the nose, doing all kinds of shit, and they won't fucking hit. It's driving me nuts because I'm like jiggling everything in their face. But
that makes sense, especially if they were spawning, though. Well, if they were spawning, they're going to ignore food.
Oh, yeah, dude, they ignored everything. And normally, especially if they're out in the main body of the river down here at night, they'll drive you crazy. They'll eat anything.
Yeah. But if they're spawning, if they're spawning though, they're going to ignore food like bacon ignores leg days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And like I said, down here, when like catfishing at night or something like that, if a line gets hit and it runs dead out to the middle of the river and it just kind of bounces, it's more than likely
start over. Yeah, just cut it.
It's more than likely a fucking gar.
You're not getting that line back. Mm-mm.
Well, I read a horror story once of this guy that was supposedly like the couple dudes that like were like skinny dipping, like they just after work they got in because they were like all sweaty, and like a fucking gar like bit one of their dicks. Like fucking, that's always like made me like. It's been like I don't even know if it was like a fucking true thing. It was like some internet thing I read in like the early 2000s internet, and it's like,
well, the whole story of that is why would two guys be skinny dipping together after work?
It sounds extremely gay. It does sound extremely gay. It does.
Here's one for you. And this is serious. Have you ever eaten gar?
Yes, I have.
No, I haven't.
It's actually pretty good.
Gar meat is good. Now, when you clean a gar,
isn't it really bony?
Right. If you do it right, at least the way I do it is you cut their head off. You can take a hacksaw and cut his head off. Take a set of 10 snips and run it down his back. Cut right through the hide because the hide's tough as fuck.
Yeah.
Peel the hide back, and then you can fillet 2 boneless pieces of meat out of it.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful meat.
Beautiful white meat.
And you can do all kinds of shit with it. You can boil it like crawfish. You can do all kinds of shit, and it is.
I'll just cut up in chunks, roll around some fucking cornmeal, and fucking fry.
I've never tried that. That sounds good.
Oh man, whether it's an alligator gar or long-nosed gar, same thing. Cut his head off, run a set of 10 snips down his back, roll the hide back a little bit, fillet 2 solid back straps out of him. Because, I mean, that's what it's like. It's like 2 solid back straps of meat.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And then fry it and do anything you want to it. Now, if you fry it and it gets cool, like put it in the refrigerator, it gets a little chewy, but it's still just a nice, firm, freaking white meat. It's freaking good.
You guys have alligator snapping turtles in your state, Coop?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. But they are legal to fuck with.
No, not here. I think. Well, I know gopher tortoises are not, but I think they're endangered here. Like, I didn't know if they were legal in your state to fuck with, because I hear
Dude,
they're good eating.
oh yeah, no, common snapping turtles, common snapping turtles, and soft shell turtles are freaking amazing.
Soft shell's the best, like ever.
Yeah, they're amazing. Alligator snapping turtles are considered protected, I think, here, so they're legal to keep. Now, I have had my hands on a couple of them that, well, one I couldn't get my arms around. At the time, I was 230 pounds and sat on this gator or this alligator snapping turtle's back.
That's a huge bitch.
Look out of his face, and that joker walked me down the bank like I wasn't even on his back.
Oh yeah, they can reach around and grab your ass too, and like they got the claws, they can scratch the shit out of you.
Yeah,
my grandpa would just shoot him in the head with a 22 pistol because they ate his fucking bait off his trot line. You fucking hate him.
Oh well, any of the turtles that like hell, my mother and father-in-law have a little pond. I can't remember how large it is. It's not real big, but yeah, any of the turtles in that are fair game. And let me tell you something. You take a big pink turtle, probably about half the size of a basketball, and you put a 17 round through his head, it takes his head completely off. I mean, like you put it through a guillotine, a 17 HMR with a fucking Hornady ballistic tip. Yeah, it takes his head clean off.
I've always wanted to have like a pet tortoise. Like I had a neighbor at my old house, and he had like a 7-year-old pet tortoise. It was just cool. It would just chill and walk around his yard. It wasn't like a super big turtle. It was like
all you got to do is just like all you have to do to get that there corn pop is wait for Coop to get about a decade older, and then 3D print you a fucking shell for him, put it on his back.
Yeah, dude, I'll be there. I'll be rolling around all nice and slow. You can just like hand feed me and shit. I won't bite nobody. I won't have any teeth left. Just all I'll have is this big ass nose and a beak.
Yeah,
it's funny.
He'll probably be blind by then anyway too.
So. All you have to do is feed me White Claws and let me smoke cigarettes like an Indian chief.
So feed you cigarettes and White Claws.
Cigarettes and White Claws.
Cigarettes and White Claws, man. I'm there.
It's a lot fucking cheaper. Crickets, I'll tell you that.
I got to drink the White Claws because I got to cut back on the calories from the beer.
So gay sounding.
Hey,
do you have how's your rooster situation going? Has there been a rooster uprising? Last time?
No, there hasn't been a rooster uprising. There has, however, been a lack of roosters in my yard. I'm down to one. Because apparently when you come home one day and you have too many roosters and you pull out a 9mm and you start busting roosters, your chickens leave the premises.
Yeah.
And only the brave one comes back.
I mean,
dude, I did, man. I came home.
The brave little rooster.
Fuck, I don't know. I think we had like 4 roosters that because we hatched out some eggs and we didn't know what, you don't know what they're going to turn into. Male, female, what the fuck ever. So we ended up with 4 roosters and they were tearing the hens apart. And for those of you who are in the chat who don't have chickens, just realize if you get too many roosters, they gang rape your hens and they will rip them to pieces. They will tear the fucking feathers out of a hen. And I got home
that's if they don't
fight, and they were like,
that's if they don't kill each other first. That's if they don't fight and kill each other first.
Yeah. They develop their little freaking thiefdoms on who's who. Believe it or not, and they really won't kill each other too bad. Not your regular roosters for like Rhode Island Reds or something like that.
So Coop came in there like a hero to protect the other chickens and just
dude,
he white knighted for his chicks.
Yeah,
simping
for the hens.
I got out of my truck. I pulled up. My truck's not too far away from the chicken coop. I got out of my truck and there were 3 roosters that chased a hen into the coop and they just tore her to pieces. And I was like, fuck it. I got to change out my carry ammo. So I wasted a mag killing 2 of them. And then I was like, fuck it. I went and got my my 17 that I keep on my gun belt out of the house. I was like, hell,
Even shooting a rooster, you're gonna
there
take
were-
follow-up shots.
there was more than 4 of them. There was like 6 of them. But anyway, I went in the house and got the
Raise one and name
17
them
out of my
corn
gun
pop?
belt with the red dot on it, and was like,
Uh-oh.
I need to go ahead and get rid of some of the ammo in this too. So
What
I wasted about a
17 do you have
mag.
with a red dot?
Huh?
What 17 do you have with a red dot? What's that set? What gun's that?
Hold on. It's another 80% go.
That sounds cool.
I just think it's funny. Coop white knighting for fucking chickens with a red dot.
This fucking
You gotta protect
white
your
knight
chickens,
rooster
man.
genocide.
It's like, yeah, fucking rooster genocide.
Yeah, you gotta protect your hens. Let's see, I'll show you. This is it.
That's a 17. I didn't know you could get a 17 in like a semi-auto pistol.
No, it's just a Glock 17 size
Oh,
frame.
Glock 17. For some reason, I'm
Yeah.
stupid. For some reason, I was thinking.
What do you think? WMR?
Fire. Yeah. I thought.
Oh,
Yeah, if you were thinking WMR, no.
Yeah, I was
we're
like,
talking-
what?
We're talking pistol with a red dot on a running rooster.
I got you. That's still
Fucking-
badass, though.
The only thing that's changed with
Fucking
this
corn
is...
pop had a fucking Biden moment.
Yeah, I did.
Start calling corn pop Brandon.
Just fucking
Yeah,
COVID fucked with me.
Yeah, a Brandon moment.
You got COVID.
Yeah, you haven't heard me coughing. Like I'm better, but like I fucking got a bunch of phlegm and just still coughing my ass off.
I had that a few weeks ago. It started like Friday night or Saturday morning. I had like chills and shit, and then I don't remember much of
Headache
the next
and
couple
chills.
2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
Then
It hit me kind of hard this time, like, because I've had it like this, like my third or
body
fourth
ache
time
stuck
having it, but it
really?
kind of hit me
Oh,
hard.
you must
Like
be
I got over it.
vaccinated, corn pop.
I got over it quick, but fucking it's got a lot of phlegm sticking with me now. It sucks. I just want to get back to normal, but
Yeah, I didn't have any
Oh,
respiratory issues. I didn't have any respiratory symptoms. I just had chills, headache, and fucking like a really bad body ache.
yeah,
That was it.
same
Since
here.
all this COVID shit has started, let me see. I've had.
I lost my
really
my
bad-
taste buds and my smell for a few weeks. But
Dude,
That's no,
I've
everything
had-
sucks tasting right now.
yeah, everything tastes
I've
weird.
had really bad sinus infections. I've had bronchitis twice. Well, I've had 2 sinus infections and I've had bronchitis twice.
Tell your boyfriend stop
Other than
coming
that-
up your nose. Then, jeez.
Hey, what can I say, man? He likes the nostril. And his pecker's that small, I can't feel it in my ass. What do you want me to do with him? You weren't expecting that shit whatsoever. Dude, I've worked construction too long to fucking...
So have I. Shit.
I'm
Yeah,
just
you know.
lost for words.
You've been a Marine, you've worked construction, you know how that shit is.
Oh yeah.
You gotta have a comeback for something at any point in your pocket just to pull out.
Oh yeah.
and throw it on
If
the table.
those motherfuckers, if they get a whiff of something that actually bothers you, they're gonna
Oh man.
hold it over
think
you
I've
until
told-
you're not.
Yeah, I think I've told the story before. We had this dude with us one time, and I tried. He had this big aversion to the word bitch. He's a newer guy, and I tried telling him, "Don't let anybody know it. Don't let anybody know it. No matter what they say. If they call you a bitch, don't even react. Just laugh and walk away." Well, he let him know it. One of the guys with us was a Navy medic who actually worked with some SEAL teams. And he found out this dude had an aversion to the word bitch. So
That's a wrap, folks.
automatically,
That's a
oh
wrap.
yeah, it's a wrap all day long. It's a wrap.
That's a wrap.
Everything out of this dude's mouth for days was bitch. This
Yeah.
bitch, that bitch, you're a bitch, that's a bitch. And I tried telling the dude, I said, don't let him know it. I said, you're going to put on your safety glasses and the word bitch is going to be written backwards on it so you can read the words. He didn't believe me. Well, guess what happened? And then he went off, and I was like, dude, I try to warn you. Don't let anybody know you got a raw nerve. If you have a raw nerve, someone's going to slap a saddle on it, and they're going to ride that raw nerve till you can't take it anymore. And yeah, well, they did him. He lasted about 2 weeks, and he was gone. It's like, okay, dude, I tried to tell you.
That's the first time I've been sick since 2008. First time I've ever been sick. Since 2008.
So far,
2008, I got that. I got that fucking swine flu back in 2008. That shit was.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what was going on back then. The bird flu or whatever.
You shouldn't have been sleeping with that chick anyway. And
I know, man. She has some big titties. Big old bitties.
Corn Pop. Yeah, the shit you were doing with that parrot, you deserve the flu.
Yeah. Just like the way that bird looked at me, I just I couldn't resist.
That's what I get for fucking around in two-legged hogs.
Yeah. You can't. You're not supposed to ride those like that.
I know, dude.
Hogs are.
I was
motorcycles.
Back in those days, dude. I was really into like lifting weights and stuff. And, they were just another form of progressive overload for me.
Oh, well, that's what it was. Hey, you justify it any way you want to. I always justified fat.
Look, it's either that or like I drive to Mexico and get some steroids. So I thought this was a safer route.
Like I said, I always justified fat chicks as they're good for warmth in the winter and shade in the summer. So you do you. You bastard.
There's a good cook too.
What?
There's a cook you a good breakfast in the morning.
Hey, look, you
if
cannot.
There's any fucking food left.
Yeah.
Hey, you just got to keep a fat chicken food, and she will cook you some good food.
Well, that's why it's nice to have like, single moms because they have snacks. Like you go steal the kids' snacks.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep flour in the house, though. That's the only problem.
Yeah. Well, that's because you got to fucking roll her in flour and find the wet.
God, I always, whenever I hear that, like flour. You ever seen the movie? God, what is it? It's based on a video game. I'm trying to think. The fuck's the name of that movie? I can't.
That was it down. Yeah.
I can't think of it, but fuck. Like, there's a scene where like this guy comes in the trailer and like, no, it's fucking. Not Rampage. Fuck.
Samantha P. Good morning, chick.
I'm not gonna be able to think what it is, but it's fucking the line of this like old redneck like trailer trash guy walks in and like his wife's getting banged by like the head of this trailer park, and he's like goes in and gets this bag of flour and was like, need to moisten up the wet, or he says like just some mumbles something. Fucking I can't. I'm gonna have to find the clip and post it in Discord because it's fucking hilarious. But
you
made me think of that.
I'm gonna seem like a bastard after this. You guys get me into this shit. You guys get me talking shit, and then no one else will understand this.
Who gives a shit? Why you gotta throw us under the bus?
Hey, well, the bus is there. I might as well throw you underneath it. I'm just driving.
Just with your legs. All you got your legs.
What the fuck is the name of that movie? That's driving me crazy now.
People have no idea. I had someone. Matter of fact, it was this chick that was a younger black chick with her white girlfriend. I will bet money on it. Asked me something about welding. We had to do this event like last Saturday. And it was talking about the type of people who go into this. And I said, mental illness helps. Because that helps you deal with the amount of crap you're going to have to deal with.
It also helps whenever you marry redheads. A lot of mental illness. Yeah.
And this chick was
almost prerequisite.
We got to talking a little bit. She was in the Guard, so she had dealt with going through basic training and a bunch of other shit.
Oh, like national or national or Iraqi?
National Guard.
Oh, okay.
No, National Guard.
Republican.
So it was like, it was. She was asking about that shit. And it's like, mental illness helps. Having a good sense of humor and being able to put up with a whole lot of bullshit from people helps. Because I'm going to be honest if you ask me about it, because let's be like we talked before, if you have raw nerves, don't get into construction, don't go into the military.
Oh yeah,
Your
oh,
ass
hell
better
no.
be working for some cyber firm somewhere working on a computer, because
Go work.
the
in a
rest of
cubicle
us
farm.
are go work in a cubicle farm somewhere, because the rest of us are going to tear you apart. And it's not actually that we mean it in a vindictive way most of the time. It's the fact that it's just the way we operate.
Just hazing. It's hazing.
Yeah.
Guys haze each other.
Well, dude, when you got to go work a 14-hour day or an 18-hour day, that shit sucks.
Yeah.
It's no
Yeah.
fun. So
Just,
if
you gotta see if they're mentally tough enough to do that
Yeah.
shit, dude.
Yeah, that's it. And when you joke
it.
with each other throughout the day, that makes that day go by quicker. So
hazing is
it is what it is.
Hazing is just another form of like a fitness test.
Yeah, basically.
And guys have been doing it to each other since fucking.
Oh man, forever.
Since our evolution. Yeah, it's not like.
Dude, when I was 18, I was 18. I was working in a meatpacking plant in Slidell, Louisiana. And we sent a dude into a blast freezer, or the blast freezer in that plant. That freezer would freeze a side of beef in about 45 minutes. It would take it from raw to solid. It had huge fans on each side of it. And we sent him in there hunting for something that didn't exist. Some center cut, what the hell ever, cut loin. It didn't matter. We made it up. He went in there looking for it. 45 minutes later, he walks out of there, throws down all of his gear and leaves, and doesn't even come back to pick up his check. And it's like, okay, you weren't going to make it anyway. That's just, the rest of us just went back to work.
But like bacon, depending on what kind of warehouse it is, dude, like, I mean, most dudes that are snowflakes like that, they don't last long anyway because they can't handle it.
Oh no, dude, I worked with actual mental patients when I worked at that plant.
But it's fine though. Like, it's fine with mental patients because they have their hands busy. As long as they got their hands busy and shit, they're fine.
Dude,
when
both
they don't
of
have
these
shit
guys,
to do.
there's a mental hospital right near Slidell in Mandeville, Louisiana. Both of these guys were in there at the same time. Shorty, I think, jumped out of his truck doing God knows how many miles an hour and ran face first into a telephone pole. We called Shorty because he was damn near 7 foot tall.
Oh,
Dave was shorter than me. I'm 5'8", and Dave looked at my chin, and we practically could have been not twins, but we could have been fucking related, closely related. Yeah. Dave served on submarines.
Well, you're in Slidell, so they're possible.
Yeah. Dave lost his shit apparently, and then had to get out, or got out and then lost his shit. I never quite got that story straight from him. So these are two cats I'm working with. Hell, Shorty walked up to me one night. We were having a shitty night. It turned from like an 8-hour day to like a 14-hour day. And Shorty, his tall ass, walks up to me, knows it's a hard day, and goes, could be worse. I went, what the fuck, Shorty? He went, you could be a grasshopper that hopped inside a window. I went, all right, what's so bad about that? He went, you could have landed in a bowl of sugar. I'm thinking, all right, what's so bad about that, Shorty? He said, you could have jumped out the window and landed in a red ant pile. And at this point, I'm thinking, Shorty, you've put way too much thought into this shit.
This motherfucker's got jokes today.
It's just, oh man, it was just working with that kind of people, especially early on, that kind of formed that sense of humor that I have now, to where it's like, I mean, it's just,
yeah, you can't take that shit personally, man. It's like,
no, you can't.
It's your ass
at all. But these were guys that, hell, I worked there until I blew my back out and then ended up having to have back surgery. But, they were just cool cats. I mean, they were all crazy as fuck. We all worked like second and third shift.
Yeah.
It was just fun. I mean, and if you're working construction or manual labor in any case, let me tell you something. Second and third shift is where it's at, because that's where all the lunatics are at. That's where the days go by faster. That's where shit happens. First shift is always fucked up with the bosses. Second, third shift, you get shit done.
Yeah, because they're out of the office by then.
Yeah, they're out of the way.
Almost. Yeah.
Postal. That's the name of the movie I was thinking of. Fuck it.
Postal.
Yeah, I just posted the link of the scene I was thinking of. If you want to watch it, fucking. I might not show up because I'm not a mod, but
I ain't gonna pull it up right now. I was gonna, but I'm not. Well, hold on.
Let's see.
Fuck it.
I don't like to type, so
I'll open up another tab. I got so many fucking tabs open doing this 1934 NFA shit.
Fucking NFA.
And on Firefox too. That's run slow as shit.
Oh yeah, dude. This computer I've got right now is slow as fuck anyway. Which Discord do you throw it on, Corn Pop?
It's slower than bacon on light days.
I'll throw it on Dark's Discord. Hold on. Let's see. In general, I'll throw it in general. Let's see. There you go. It's a Postal, the wet spot. It's kind of a shitty quality scene, but the only other way, they have the full movie posted on there. Somebody has on there, but it's just a little clip. One of the funny parts.
You guys should be able to see this.
It's great. Turn up the volume.
Up the volume.
It's up as far as it'll go.
Postal bacon. Goddamn shit out your ears. You can hear better.
Neighbor, guess I won't be needing that grievance after all, huh? Okay.
That dude's a fucking meth addict.
You think?
A little bit.
Gotta find the wet spout.
Good Lord.
Oh, good God. Corn Pop, you're going to hell.
That's what when Borat said that. That's exactly what came to my mind. Like, oh, it's so funny because this movie starts out as like he's leaving the trailer and she's like, "Don't forget to pick up my welfare check, you piece of shit." And like, he has this like super shitty life, and like, and it's like he comes back to his trailer and lo and behold, like his fat, like, do you think the woman he wouldn't be giving shit about is like getting banged by like fucking the head of the trailer park, and then you later find out like all these other people have been banging her like too, like, and it's just like I don't know, it's fucking hilarious, underrated movie.
Oh, dude, my boss was telling me about, he's lived in the same area for hell all of his life. His family owned property around there, whatever. But one of his neighbors is this big old fat chick, and I haven't seen her. I've only been over to his place a couple times. But he was telling me this chick she'd be up like at bars around the local area, and she would make sure she would stay there until she would find someone drunk enough to go home with her. Mm-hmm. And it was just these horrific stories. He said she had one GI live with her for probably a week until he sobered up and then realized what he was banging, and then took out of there like his fucking hair was on fire. The shit was just, it was horrific.
Too late, man. The damage is done.
Oh yeah. Give me a second.
Holy shit. Oof. Oh yeah, dude. Girls can get away with that shit because they can always find a guy that pipe them down, Shit.
Got a wet spout.
Yeah.
can't say that's anything I've ever had to go get flour, and I'm glad that I've
I've never gotten that far, but I don't know, maybe one day, who knows?
there's always that time, and you never say never.
Yeah, that's right. I've always liked the whenever guys talk about like jumping on the grenade and shit. I was like, yeah, I've done, but have you ever jumped on the grenade? I can jump on it again for fun. That's the ones that you don't really talk about.
I've had so many like walks of shame, like because I would have parties at my house as a kid, and there'd be like one chick over. Sometimes it'd be like in the earlier days, like it'd be like one fat chick, and like you knew some other guys had like gotten like hand jobs from her and stuff, but like I'm in the back of my room like for like an hour and come walking back up front, and it's just like just total and utter shame because it's like you went there, fucking. And it's like she's still in the room, and like you want to get her to go, but like you had to like sweet talk her a little bit to get this shameful
Rice Krispie treats to lure her out.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to like you got to still be nice to her, and like because like if you like you want to like get her out of there as like low drama as possible. You don't want her to make a scene talking about how like announcing to everybody how you just banged. Yeah.
Most all guys have that story, but like I like to ask guys like, you ever like jumped on a grenade, then went back and jumped on it again?
Well, that's pretty much what I did. Like I didn't have to jump on a grenade, but I jumped on it. Like we weren't in combat. Like there was no threat, and I just jumped on a grenade anyway. And that's kind of like my usually it's a story like there's the cock blocker, and you jump on that grenade to help on your buddies or something. Usually it's a story like that. Not me. Like I just jumped up. Like we were it was peacetime. Like there was no war, and I jumped on a grenade.
I guess I'm one of those guys. I haven't necessarily jumped on a grenade. Well, per se, I do have this affinity for crazy chicks, and when she has crazy written all over her, you can bet money Coop is going to go for the crazy one.
Yeah, good. It's good for you.
It's pretty much a given with me.
That's why I tell young guys, dude, because like I'm like you need to date you like a Wiccan girl, date you a crazy girl.
Oh yeah,
date trailer park girl, date an addict. Date them all. Date the whole gamut. Just run through them all.
You have a lot of experience like with those kind of girls.
You're gonna learn. Yeah, because you're gonna learn.
Oh, well, there are certain things I will not do, which is go fuck around in someone else's backyard or front yard or living room or anything like that. There was this chick one night years ago. Hell, I was 20. I don't think I might have been 22, and then I was out of the bar shooting, and I was just shooting pool alone, just goofing off. And then this chick come over, we start talking, we start sucking face, shooting pool, having a little fun, and then we went to leave, and she went, "Well, come home with me. My husband won't mind."
Oh,
no, that's a deal killer right there. I waited till I figured out which direction she was turning out of the parking lot, and I hit the other direction and just smoked the tires. I was out. That ain't me. It just ain't happening. And she was, God, she's a little brunette. She was nice. But
I banged this girl's mom for a good while. That I was dating, and then like she stopped seeing me because I found out she was banging like this other guy I knew, and but I like started then banging her mom. And it's funny because I'd be over at her house, and like her mom was sexy as hell. Like,
bro,
that is perfectly acceptable.
You won that. You won,
dude.
that.
I so won that.
Perfectly acceptable.
Dude, I like it's funny because like the first night that like I didn't hook up with her because her mom had gotten in a divorce, and like we had went to the Edison. It's like this little golf country bar, and fucking I had been making out with her daughter like out in like the patio, and like then she was so drunk she like fucking basically passed out. So like I carried her back to the truck, and her mom got in the seat behind me, and her mom's like rubbing my shoulders on the way back, and I'm like,
Oh, shit,
and I knew
it's
about
all
her whole.
wrong.
I was like, oh, you can stay with me, got back to the house, like go up to my room, and I lay Allie down on the couch, and like I think like, oh, I'm gonna be here, and like I heard like footsteps come up the stairs, like thump thump thump, and I'm like, oh, that's got to be like Allie, like come up to get in bed with me now, because I told her mom like, you can go, there's 2 other rooms here, make yourself at home, and but nope, it's her mom coming upstairs, and she's like, oh, Chris, you're always been such a sweet kid, and gets in bed with me, starts sucking my dick, and fucking I banged her in the hot tub, and banged her like, I banged the shit out of her mom. Her mom was a
not to
squirter.
stop Corn Pop's story too early, but Vanessa Kitty apparently finished her chair, which she's been working on.
Oh, nice.
You interrupted Corn Pop's fucking story for this?
Yes,
yeah.
I did. I'm an asshole. What do you expect? What do you expect from me?
Some goddamn professional courtesy at least.
Hey, look, I don't care. If Vanessa Kitty finished her chair, and Vanessa Kitty
I
is a
gave
stone
Allie's
cold
mom
badass.
professional courtesy.
Yeah, I bet you did.
No, I didn't.
No, Vanessa Kitty is a stone cold badass. What do you expect? She will come John Wick us all if I don't acknowledge her chair. Vanessa
with
Kitty
a Kunin 357.
Yeah.
If you don't know Vanessa Kitty, you should know Vanessa Kitty. And yes,
I've known Vanessa Kitty before. It was cool to know her.
Yeah. And Bacon, yes, we are of the same blood. We tend to like the crazy ones.
I don't like the crazy ones. I just attract the crazy ones. Like I
don't know whether I attract the crazy ones, or
you get that look in your eyes
behind them.
Yeah, you probably.
Because I swear to God, if you took 99 sane women and put them in a room and put one crazy chick in the middle, no matter where you placed her, I'm gonna bird dog the crazy chick.
Well, see, that's a false thought. The trick. It's kind of a trick question. It's the fact that all 100 women in the room with you were all crazy.
That's what I told them. I told them that same shit last week, dude. I'm like, dude, all women are crazy.
Yeah, well, that's
a false premise.
Exactly.
A false premise.
It's not a fair equation. It's kind of lean to one side.
Yeah, it's like they're all crazy. Now, I had a girlfriend I ever had. She was
Vanessa Kitty said define crazy.
Yeah, she was a lot for the city cop for like the little town that I lived next to. Yeah, and she was divorced. She had a young daughter. She's just fucking crazy. This bro was on lithium. I was like, how the fuck can you be on lithium and have a gun?
That's a sign.
And be a cop, yeah.
Yeah, she basically waited till I turned. And she basically waited till I turned 18. And like the day after, she's like,
she handcuffed you.
Go somewhere.
See, I don't have.
Oh, she's like 5'4", dude. Oh my god, dude. Because like she would jump up like before I was even 8. Like she would, because like my mom used to work at this gas station, this corner store, and she would. It was like the only corner store inside the whole town, and she would come in there. And if I was there, like she would take a like fucking run past the door and just like jump up on me. Like jump. I was like, God damn. But she was light though.
You ever banged a chick that's like too short to 69? Like there was this chick that must have been like 4'6", 4'7", this like small, like fucking Brazilian chick that I like was banging during my early 20s. And like I never thought you'd be like too petite, but like she was so small that, like I couldn't, like 69 didn't work out.
Yeah, well my current girlfriend's 5'1", and I'm 6'2", so
no, but 5'1", no, but that's a good size. Like 5'1" to like 5'3", that's like my ideal size. Like, yeah, and I'm 6 foot, so.
Well, my little short ass, I ain't but like, well.
I almost gave my girlfriend a concussion a few nights ago.
If you do,
I was like moving. I picked her up and moved her. I smashed her head on a fucking headboard.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit.
If you take away the scoliosis, I'd be at least 5'10". If you do the scoliosis, I'm 5'7". So yeah, I'm retractable. So yeah, fuck both of you tall bastards.
You're a grower, not a shower.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, at least it probably looks bigger, because you're smaller in proportion. So you probably have a bigger
No,
looking junk than me, just
So,
just
yeah,
by
if you
proportion.
is that why
it
if you
still
stay
looks
shaved,
small.
you'd look bigger? If you
Yeah.
stay shaved, you
Hey,
look bigger.
Hey, that's one thing I do is I do go ahead and take care of
You
the
do?
shrubbery.
Okay.
I'll
That's
never
one thing
shave.
I've
I'll
always
trim
done.
it up, but never again. Like there's been like 2 or 3 times I tried like just completely going shaved, and that's the worst thing. Like I mean, it must be easier with women because they don't have like a dick like that, rubs up against shit, like so it gets all like aggravated. But yeah, that's horrible for guys. Like, and I did everything. Did shave the balls, like did everything. And it's horrible. I don't know how like guys that do that regularly do that.
It is purely a method of torture. That's what I would say.
Like, that would definitely. I've never had a girl that's required that, but I'm glad that I haven't.
I just pull my
that would be
I just pull my straight razor out and do it. It's fucking.
Hey,
yeah.
I've always been the
Fuck
guy
that.
I've always been the guy that if the woman's gonna if I'm gonna require her to not be like a fucking I don't know, a goddamn Wookiee. I'm not
She can be
gonna
full
like
Wookiee. I'm
one
fine
either.
with that.
Like she's got buckwheat and a leg
someone
lock.
full Wookiee
Dude,
and like
I can't
anywhere
do
in that
the
range.
1980s bush, man. I can't do it.
I love going way down under in the bush, like the
Corn
wild.
Pops pulling fucking hairs out of his mouth like a week later.
I love it.
Corn Pop is trying to relive the fucking
flavor saver, man.
Dude, corn pop's like my buddy Rob. He likes that fucking late Cretaceous pussy.
Yeah.
I love it. It
FAL
saves
down.
all that flavor down there. You know how they call like mustache flavor savers. That bush is a flavor. Like I used to smell like my ex fiance's bush, and it smelled like pizza because she worked at a pizza shop. Like I'd go down there and stick my head because when I'd like hug her and like kiss her,
I have serious questions
she would
about
smell,
that
and it was
steak.
Little
good
Caesars
pizza.
or
It was
Pizza
like
Hut?
it was like one of those. It was one of those boutique like stone oven pizzas. So like it wasn't like it so smelled like a high quality like boutique pizza. Like is what her snatch and her hair always smelled like. So like it was it was good. Like it sounds nasty, but no, it was nice and it smelled like
Pop, you seriously need. Like I said, I'm going to learn how to talk one day. You seriously need a lot of time on a couch with a therapist.
I do.
I thought I was bad.
I don't
You're
judge,
fucked
bro.
up. You make me feel
judge.
good about myself.
That's not an
if I were to say my inner thoughts, then you all would need therapy. Like if I were to,
dear God, man, tell me about it. If I let the inner thoughts loose, if
you go through my browser history, you just like you'd probably just end it. It'd be too much.
Just go ahead and slit the wrist and call it a day.
Yeah.
Try to make sure that pump shotgun can actually suck start.
You'd go the way of Hammy the hamster. You just give up on life.
Fucking self
out in the wolves. Self yeet. Go and kick the tube off the hamster cage and jump out amongst the animals. Yeah, that'd probably be it.
I always remember that the hamster's getting like stuck in the tube, and you'd like try to like use the like inertia, shake it, and stop it to get the hamster out.
Dude, this fucking hamster was so fucking fat. I'm serious. I'm surprised he could get his ass in the tube, much less out of the tube. It was amazing. And I dealt with wildlife for a really long time. I understand that a rat, anywhere he can get his head, he can get his body. No matter how fat he is, he can do it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's amazing.
Yeah, Sam. Like my girl's 5'1". Like the bent over thing, even on her tippy toes, is not working. That's why I got her some.
All you tall
that's a good size.
Yeah,
that's why I got her some platform shoes to wear.
I would just like to say for the short people in the crowd, all you tall bastards.
That's what sex swings are for when you have like a short one like that.
Yeah, I got to put mine up. I have to reinstall mine.
You get the sex swing and you set the chain height to the right height, so when she's seated, like you can swing her into you. Like you can just be at a comfortable standing
look
height.
All I gotta say, You look at Vanessa Kitty. She says she's 6'3", which I've heard her say it before. I'm serious. She would murk
Every
all
time-
of us. And not
Every time
even
she says
wink.
her height, it's always different. So I have to kind of call
No,
bullshit
she's
on that.
always been. I'm pretty
probably-
sure
she's
she's
probably 4
always
foot
been
11.
6'3".
Yeah.
Even
In
when she
mind.
said she ate a car when she was like crossing the road, she was 6'3". So yeah,
I don't think I've ever been with a chick that's taller than like 5'10". Like that's the thing. I don't think I've ever been with like a super tall chick.
I don't know. Let me see. Like I said, I'm 5 with the scoliosis and everything. I'm 5'7", 5'7", 5'8", somewhere around there. Fuck it. Just depends on which convenience store I'm walking out with beer. What's the tallest chick I've been with? Probably. I don't think quite 6 foot.
Not quite 6 foot.
Not
Did
quite
you
6
did you have
foot.
to
Taller
you had to
than
climb
me.
you had to climb up her to get to that beaver? You were
I
looking
mean,
up.
No, I
Really
use a
doesn't
step
matter.
ladder. Yeah,
Really doesn't
I
matter
use a
that-
step ladder.
Girls are always shorter than you when they're on their knees. So
Yep.
I don't know. I've seen a couple, brother. If they were on their knees, they could look me dead in the fucking face.
are you? Did
I
you
watched
check for an Adam's apple?
Shit,
I'm just asking
dude,
for a
I
friend.
watched a chick literally in Heidelberg, Germany. I was probably 14, 15. I watched a chick walk into the door of the shop and had to lean down to walk in the door.
So that's one thing
Hobbits
Coop doesn't have to like worry about. Like
Hobbits
in Coop's day, that wasn't really like a thing. He has to like you have to worry about like in our day, bull rush, like
Hobbits
fucking.
Oh no, this was back in the day. I didn't have to worry about Adam's apple. She didn't look like fucking Yosemite Sam or anything like that.
Yeah.
But this chick, it was a black chick. She literally had to lean down to walk in the shop at door on PHV, Patrick Henry Village, Heidelberg, Germany, 1991-ish. Had to lean down to walk in the door. And the only thing I can think is, holy fuck, she's tall. So yeah, she could literally probably get down on her knees and look over my fucking head.
Yeah, my dad
You know what-
swears that like someone snuck in on my mom because like my dad's like 5'9" and my mom's like 4'10". Like she's like a tiny woman and I'm 6 foot, and so it's like fucking. I mean, there's
You know what
some
I call
like tall
that?
people way
You know what
back.
I call
in my
that?
family.
Well, like that.
What's that?
A bucket list entry.
Oh yeah, well maybe.
Yeah, she'd be a bucket list.
I mean,
entry.
she wasn't bad
Yeah,
looking
I'd
at
have
all. She was very.
No, I'd have to
she
knock
was
that
very
off just to-
attractive. Yeah, no, she
I'd
was
have to see what
very
that's like.
attractive from what I remember. But goddamn,
I need to
those
do. I need
doors
to.
aren't short.
Well, I
I
just
need
wonder,
to
is the
do-
vagina taller? Like, is it?
Well,
like,
see, that's the
deeper?
stuff. You know,
Because,
yeah,
like,
that's kind of the data I'm trying to find out. I need
yeah.
Goddamn,
I
you
wanna-
guys are trying to lean way too much into that subject, man.
Well, I have like a sexual bucket list.
I
and
thought
think
I
You need to
overthink
like
things.
extrapolate the numbers and
Yeah.
find other science.
we like to theorize, bro. We're academics.
Hey,
Mhm.
look, dude. I'm not knocking you at all. I just spend way too much time going over gun laws.
Well, your gun laws are
So-
way how we.
I mean,
Like,
trust me.
yeah,
I am. Let's get it this way. I am.
And we're talking
not an
about direct
avid
impingement and long stroke. You know,
yeah.
Yeah,
piston
That's going to
action,
affect. Yeah,
you know.
that's going to affect stroke
I'm
action and
not
stuff.
an avid.
and firing off squib rounds.
Yeah.
Well, I'm firing those ever since I got fixed. So yeah, yeah. You know, it's one of those things. But no, I'm not an avid reader. Seriously, I'm not. I listen to a lot of audiobooks because I can listen to them through the day while I'm doing shit, and I still get the information. If I read through, what's that other one? That's, hold on, let me see. What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is.
Surprised we haven't heard any rooster. Oh yeah, I forgot you.
Oh, he'll be
rooster
going
girl.
off in just a minute. Trust me. Yeah, if I read through 168 pages of documents that are boring as fuck, yeah, I'm interested in a subject.
I mean, yeah, no shit. I mean, you can't even count that high.
No, I can't, dude. I lose my count at like, I don't know, 4. I'm a fucking cave.
I'm working up to 3 myself.
Well, the state of Alabama only teaches to count to 20, so that's it's understandable.
Why? It's not like
Probably
it's
so.
it's not like people got that many fingers and toes anyway. Shit.
Yeah. Well,
Or
it
they
depends
might.
on
They
the
might.
person. It
They might.
depends on the person you run
Yeah,
into in
they might.
Alabama, and
Might have more. You know.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It depends on the person in Alabama, because some of them might have like 8 or 9 fingers, or I don't know, 27
On one hand.
toes.
Well, I was saying, due to
Depending
the
on
family trees, there's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
probably
what I'm
like
saying.
20-toed humans.
It all depends on how far that family tree actually diverges.
Actually, speaking of Alabama, that's the first. I was in Alabama the first time I ever had a Krispy Kreme donut.
Oh, well, yeah, that's
Krispy
big down
Kreme
here,
donuts
man.
are amazing. They're by far superior
Oh,
to
they're
Dunkin'
fucking.
Donuts.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! Holy shit!
Yeah, I have to stay away from those. Those, yeah.
The best
Fucking
thing is to
crack.
make like a bacon, egg, and cheese like bagel, but with like a Krispy Kreme donut. If you want to
I've
like
seen
it
that. I've seen
fucking
that. Yeah.
fat. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude,
So
those
good.
are fat pills. I have to stay away from those.
Yeah, what a way to go, though.
There we have
Oh
to
yeah,
tell
well,
me
it'd be a
about it.
beautiful way to go. I just have to stay away from those, because I don't want to be 400 pounds. I would like to actually, like, I've already booked my training for Warrior Poet Society in October for the 24th and 25th. So hopefully I'll shoot some video with him. I would like
Get you
to
a
make it
GoPro.
to that without having a fucking heart attack. So yeah, I got to stay away from Krispy Kreme.
So what are you doing? You're doing a warrior poet training course?
Yeah, I'm going up to. I booked my classes with a Warrior Poet in October for Pistol 1, Pistol 2 training.
Is it actually what's his name that teaches
So
that? Is it like the
Lovell?
guy? Yeah, John Lovell.
I don't know whether. Well, it says it's Lovell and one of the other guys, but it could be anybody else. I don't give a shit. As
I've
long as
always
they're
wanted to go to
training
Thunder
me.
Ranch.
Oh, dude, yeah. Well,
Clint
Clint,
Smith.
fuck yes.
Before he
That's all
dies,
the way up in Washington State, though, and fuck me
I
running.
thought it was in like New Mexico. I didn't realize it was in Washington State. Fuck.
Nah, I think Clint's in Washington State and Thunder Ranch. I
That's
don't
right.
know where exactly in Washington State, but I think he's in Washington State.
Yeah, it's a long trip for that.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those. It's like, when Jim Fuller's over in Nevada now. No, he either went from New Mexico to Nevada or Mexico. Fuck, I don't know.
And that other guy
when he left
what's his
RD.
name? Tactical Response or whatever. He's in Tennessee, I think.
Tennessee. Yep. Yeah. Dude, I'd love to go take his medical classes more than anything else with oh fuck, I'm losing my brain. More than anything else with him, I want to take his medical classes. And people hate on him. They talk a lot of shit about him. Huh?
I don't think Taryn Butler fucking.
Oh, Taryn Butler.
Oh yeah, he's good too.
Taryn Butler is about making guns and hanging out with chicks in fucking skimpy outfits. Fuck him.
That's fine.
I really
I'm comfortable with that.
That sounds fun.
Hey, I'm comfortable with the chicken skimpy outfit.
I mean,
but
that's where they sent Keanu Reeves for fucking training.
Oh man, yeah.
Those movies.
Dude.
Keanu Reeves can actually shoot. Like he does a lot of 3-gun and 2-gun. Like he's fucking actually pretty badass.
Well, he did now, but what got him into it was Taryn Butler. He started competing after.
Yeah, it was. Wow. It was because Taryn Butler, and he's another one people kind of hate on sometimes. But Taryn Butler made his bones in shooting competitions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why I'd like to take his classes and stuff. I don't care about all the extra bullshit, all the collateral bullshit. I just want. One thing I care about is do they know what the fuck they're talking about?
Yeah, I think it's good just to take several different people's classes to like get like you might learn one little different thing that might be good to pick up on,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oh shit.
I've only ever done one. This place called Top Gun Shooting Academy that's on the East Coast, and it was pretty good. But that's the only ever like actual course I've ever taken.
Oh, Carry Trainer, their event for, oh shit, they've got a special event they do every year with D-Day Medical. about basically TCCC. I would love to do that course, but that's $2,600.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's fucking not cheap. But I'd love to do that course because those guys from D-Day Medical, you're talking about basically special operations that teach you anything from tourniquets to wound packing, special applications for tourniquets, which is like if you've got a hip injury, they've got a great video on how to take 2 tourniquets and a fucking coffee cup, like a steel coffee cup or whatever about the size of this can, and be able to hold it into someone's hip, take 2 tourniquets, put them together, and put enough force to stop a bleed up in your upper femoral artery and shit. It's fucking outstanding.
Yeah, but the thing about stuff like that, though, like advanced medical stuff, like if you don't practice it on a regular, it's
it's
diminishing
like me
skill.
and my wife. You know, I've had her before, and we've practiced tourniquet application, wound packing, and we need to do it more often, because just tearing a tourniquet and then realizing you've got the tab in the wrong place, well, you could be fucked.
That's why you stop your girlfriend's bleeding every month. You know, you stay fresh. You know, you jump in there and you shove that tampon or that pad right up and
seal that shit off. Just
you
just
shove it up in there
with some fucking super glue, and then
that way your skills stay fresh. You never have to worry about any perishable skill. You know,
always have crazy glue on deck.
Sorry, I took that too far.
It's fine. You're around.
A disgusted Coop.
I don't think much can be disgusted.
I was reading a couple comments real quick. There were a couple comments.
Yeah, you're right. Rush. I don't think he can be disgusted.
I mean, look at him. He looks like someone
it's pretty fucking hard to disgust me. If you have to see this face in the mirror every morning, it's pretty hard to be disgusted. You got to pull some serious shit. You got to go way past 2 girls in 1 cup.
Yeah, you got to get real fucking degenerate for him.
Yeah.
Well, hey, gentlemen,
way out there.
I'm gonna go to bed. It's been a pleasure talking with you guys, but I gotta get some Z's.
All right, old corn pop. You take it easy, brother.
All right, night Bull Rush, night Coop. It's always a pleasure.
All right. I'll tell you what.
It's like they're over here in my fucking chat, like talking about these donuts and shit. I don't see none. I'm like, I'll talk to me. Fuck that shit. Nessa, you want to talk about fucking clothes shopping? I just took my fucking daughter out this last weekend and fucking don't ever take a fucking 12-year-old out clothes shopping for school, dude. You'll fucking regret it.
Oh man. Dude,
Holy
I feel
shit.
you. Dude, I've got a 5-year-old right now. I cannot imagine when she gets older. I am so
because like last time we went clothes shop, I took her out clothes shopping. It was a few years ago, and she was like, it's like 8-9 years old, and that shit's easy, dude. And I was basically where I fucked up this past weekend. I was going off of old intelligence, and
there you go.
And
mission planning all the way.
It was fucked from the beginning. And it's so what I thought we were gonna be in. Yeah, it's gonna take like 3 or 4 hours. We'd be done. Nah, bro. Nah. It took almost all day long.
Yeah.
Then my girlfriend was like, she started like, yeah, we did it all wrong. This is what you should have done. I'm like, well, thanks for that intelligence. 7 hours later, I'm dog ass tired from walking.
Yeah. Older woman who has been through this before. Thank you for sharing the intelligence with me before we
this little 17-year-old daughter. She's got a 17-year-old daughter, so she's been through this shit already.
Yeah, she's informed.
Yeah.
And us as guys, let me inform women in the chat, us as guys, we are not informed about women. You guys should know that shit already.
Well, the thing about it is, like, when she was younger, I just take her to the store, to a clothing store, and just like get her a bunch of bright colored like dresses and shorts and stuff like that. And and she was just like, "Yeah, Dad, these are nice." Thanks. Ain't like that now, bro. Like all her shit was like monochromatic, fucking black and white, like black jeans, black t-shirt. I told her, I'm like, if you wanted all this, you just told me, we would have taken you to the mall at Hot Topic and just let you run around through there, get everything you want.
Yeah, dude, I'm not looking forward to those days at all.
I told my girlfriend next year I'm gonna hire her daughter to take my daughter to the mall for clothes. I'm not doing that shit.
Oh yeah, dude, that'd be.
In fact, I told her on my phone, I put a note in there, and I dated it for a year from now to tell me not to do that shit again.
Oh, dude, yeah. What's up, Sam?
Because I was like, we're not, because the whole plan was knock this shit out in like 2 or 3 hours, get her clothes, get her school supplies, and fucking rest of the day we can go do something else, do something fun. But dude, that shit took like 7-8 hours almost. I was fucking, by the time we're done, I was like tired as shit. She was tired too. We were both tired.
Corn pop leaves, now my rooster goes off. He's a little further out in the yard, so you can't hear his ass under the window, but he's there.
I was like, holy shit. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah. Dude, like,
and I spent almost as much on school supplies as I did her.
Oh yeah, dude.
And the problem is, like, she wears like a size 12 shoe, and girls, and fucking they don't have those sizes in most shoe stores.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, she's taller than her mom. She's 12, man. She's like 5'6".
Oh, dude, yeah. You got a Sasquatch.
She's a fucking giant. Yeah.
If my daughter ends up in between, like, because me and my wife are pretty much about the same height, so she ends up in there, she's looking at probably 5'8", somewhere around there. Hopefully so, because she's got her grandfather on her mom's side is real tall, and my dad is right about 6 foot. So if she ends up in that other gene pool, yeah, she's gonna be a lot taller. Yeah. It's gonna be like, I'm gonna be looking up at her later going, are you serious? you really are?
You're gonna have tall people problems.
Yeah, I'm gonna have tall daughter problems is what I'm gonna have.
But see, that's why I like having everybody. That's why I like my girlfriend's like 5'1", because like the other day I was grocery shopping, and I forget what it was. Something fell on the floor, and fucking it rolled up underneath the shelves. And I just looked at it, and I just looked at her. I'm like, she went over there and got it. There's no way I would have been. Like, that shit was easy for her. I was like,
oh well, yeah.
I'd still be down there.
Tall bastard. Yeah, you tall bastards don't have to do stuff like that. Us little short people have to do.
But the thing is, on the opposite side though, it's like I gotta watch, like whenever we if we use her car to go grocery shopping, I gotta duck my head underneath I gotta watch my head whenever on the back door and stuff, because it flips up. Dude, and if I'm not careful, I'll brain myself.
My wife is damn near the same height as me. She drives up on the steering wheel so close, it's not even funny. I mean, yeah. I whether I get in her truck or whether I get in mine, it's like, how in the hell do you sit this close to a steering wheel? Because I like some distance. I'm not like the gangster lean, but I like.
That's what my girlfriend does. She does like the gangster lean. I'm like, how do you do that? You're 5'1".
She just looks through
like, can you see? Like, do you look through the console? You have X-ray vision? Jesus.
Oh man.
Like, dude, it's like the hood blocking her sight.
Oh, dude. I
have to make all these adjustments and shit whenever I get in her car. I got to run her seat all the way back, and then I got to flip it up to where it's like where I'm not fucking half-ass laying down. I gotta raise all the mirrors and stuff.
Mine likes her seat back straight up in the air and likes to be up on the steering wheel. Like
I can't do that.
I mean, up on it.
Yeah,
I can't do it. I need.
Yeah, I mean,
I like to relax.
I got too long legs to do that, dude. That's why I have to run.
Well, my legs ain't that long, but still, I tried to drive her truck one day where she had it set, and I was so close to the steering wheels and the pedals, I like to threw myself through the windshield. It was like, nah, dog, that ain't gonna work. I have to have a little bit of damn room because I'm gonna kill myself in this fucking truck.
Yeah, I was gonna say last. Me and my daughter were out. My girlfriend texted me and she asked how's it going. I was telling her it was a pain in the ass and stuff, and she texted me back. She's like, "What size is what size clothes your daughter wear?" I was like, "Is angsty teenager a size? Is that a style?" She's asking like what size she wear, what style clothes. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I thought she knew all that shit already, but she didn't know either. So we're just like blind leading the blind through the mall and shit.
About an hour from having to wake my daughter up, so because I'm off this week, she's in school this week, so I should.
Yeah, mine starts fucking. She starts 7th grade tomorrow, dude. I was like, where the fuck time went, dude? Fucking time went by fast, man.
Oh, it does, man, dude. My daughter just started 1st grade, but it seems like hell. It wasn't 3 weeks ago. I was having to get her ready for kindergarten, and it's like, oh shit! If the rest of the shit goes by this fast, I'm fucked. Because I'm not going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, it just goes by fast, man. It's like a couple years ago, I was just like taking her to like fucking elementary school.
Yeah. Oh man, it was.
It didn't seem like a long time ago.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Yeah, I looked at some stuff the other day. I was looking for something else on my phone, and saw some pictures of my son, and it seemed like it was like last month he was big enough where I was toting him around and everything, and he wasn't all that mobile. Now, he's almost, I guess, yeah, he's almost 3 now.
Oh yeah, he's moving.
It's like, God damn, where does the time go?
Yeah.
You just get so busy doing other shit, man. You just don't pay attention to the time. Or the changes. And that's for me. I'm so focused on this myriad of other shit, especially right now, trying to start stuff with plasma cuts and do more with gun stuff and just all this crazy shit. And I look at how fast time passes, and it's like, God damn, man.
Well, yeah, it's because like me and my daughter is for several years it was just me and her, and
yeah.
Well, there's like a year or two during that COVID shit. I was homeschooling her too, and working full time and shit.
Yeah,
I had a lot of shit going on. It's work, but like if you stay squared away and stuff, and if you get a schedule going and you got, it's not the hardest thing in the world I've done. Not really. If you just keep your shit squared away.
That's the issue with a lot of things, keeping your shit squared away.
Mm-hmm.
And let's face it, not all of us are real great about keeping our shit squared away.
Yeah, well, you got to be organized. It helps to be organized, and it helps to have good time management skills with that stuff. Well, I was like, I got in an argument. There's like here a few years ago. There's this random guy on Twitter, dude, saying he was going off on how hard his wife works and stuff like with the kids. And it's like she works harder than me. I'm just like, dude. And he was like, she's like really tired at the end of the day. I'm like, bro, your wife is not working that hard. If she's working that hard, then she's got some fucking time management issues going on that need to be fixed.
Well, it's one thing. And see, me and my wife benefit from the fact that her parents are really good about if we need them to take care of the kids. My parents are really good about it. Because none of them want to miss time with the grandkids. So I mean, we benefit a lot from that. And I guess I don't know, like it's just, and they're so good with them because her mom is an absolute mom from the word go. And they work with the kids a lot on things. My parents do. My son at two and a half, almost 3, can recognize so many fucking sight words. I can't keep up with his ass. It's amazing how much that little boy knows.
They're fucking sponges. They're fucking sponges,
oh,
dude.
Yeah. My daughter is sharp as a whip. However, my daughter has my wife's temper. And if she doesn't want to do something, she just ain't going to do it, no matter what. It's a huge difference in between the two. My son's kind of got my attitude about stuff. He's generally in a really good mood until something just absolutely pisses him off. And even when something absolutely pisses him off, he's really not all that goddamn bad.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I was telling someone else the other day, I stopped by one of the convenience stores not far from when me and my daughter had her first kind of orientation at school the other day. So we stopped by one of the stores not far from her school. Now she's in the back seat of my truck, passenger side back seat. And I told her, you just stay in the truck and I'm going to go inside. I'm going to grab us something to drink. She wanted a freaking orange slice or some shit. I said, all right. And then she wanted an ice cream. No problem. So I go to check out, and there's this chick in front of me who's got this little kid, probably 5 years old, 6 years old, somewhere around there. And he's got this freaking car that he wants and keeps throwing it up on the counter, and then he's raising hell that his mom won't buy it for him. And she puts it back down and he puts it back up. And this is big fight in front of us, or in front of me. Dude, I checked out, grabbed our shit, and was like, thank God that little slice of hell is over. Open the door, grab my daughter a soda, open that bitch, grab her ice cream, open it, hand it to her, and love on her. And I'm like, God, I love you, because you're not that way.
Yeah, that kid probably wasn't that way either, but like,
oh man,
don't have like boundaries and shit.
Yeah, it was horrible, man. It was freaking, it was crazy.
Like there's no way in hell when I was that age, brothers would act like not in public.
My mom would
we get our ass beat.
My ass. Oh yeah, dude.
There would be a race between my mom and dad to see who could whoop our ass first.
Yeah, dude, it would have been bad. I mean, I would have ended up with some damn bruises over that shit.
Yeah.
But nope. It's just he's throwing a fit, throwing shit up on the counter and everything. It's like, oh God, when is this going to end? All I want is our drinks, my daughter's ice cream before it fucking melts, and I want to get on the road. That's the only thing I want.
It really makes you wish that you had a low voltage stun gun on you sometimes.
Oh yeah.
You hit the kid with the
shock the little joker and get
shot just to fucking get his attention. Just
oh, dude, it was getting bad. Yeah. And like I said, all I wanted was to get our drinks and get to the truck without my daughter's ice cream melting. It was like, good God, lady, just go ahead and beat his ass. Just go ahead and tear him up right there. The second time he put it up on the counter, you should have just worn his ass out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Life lesson learned. Life ain't fair. Yeah. Get over it.
Yeah, you don't get everything you want, nor should you. Especially if you're a child.
Oh, well, that was like one of the stories tonight with the whole dead hamster deal. It's like, dude, Life sucks. I'm sorry. We have cats, we have
Mhm.
husky. All of them have a serious prey drive, and if they see something like that, they are going to want to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to get into it, and you got to explain to your child that we've all lost pets, and it's serious. We've all lost pets. I've lost pets that I've had for years that were, I mean, just they were mine. They were very important to me. I love them very much. And it hurts. It sucks, but kind of shit happens.
Yeah, I don't understand like some parents will try to shield their kids from stuff like that. I'm just like, fucking.
No,
it's the natural order of things. Might as well explain it.
Well, it is. It's a
they have to learn to deal with it. You know.
Yeah. Well, you have to give them coping skills.
Yeah. Well, they have to develop. Well, a lot of the coping skills they have to develop for themselves. Like.
Well, yeah, but you have to give them. You have to give them avenues to find those coping skills. That may be a better way to say it. You have to give them avenues to find it. In other words, not everybody gets not everybody gets. Yeah. Well, not everybody.
You can't give them White Claws and fucking 8 ball of cocaine. Does that not work?
No, you can't do that. And you can't tell them that they're a snowflake, and only they can realize what's happening to them, and that it's only happening to them, and it's all about their feelings. You have to show them situations to where, yes, life sucks. It's not fair. The things that you want aren't always going to happen. And sometimes that's a very good thing later in life. Trust me, if everything that I had wanted to happen happened, yeah, I probably would have been married to some really crazy chicks by now. But we've taken that away from kids, and it's something I've hit on a couple of videos. We've taken that away from kids in a lot of ways. And the more we take that away from them, the worse a lot of things get. It's not helping anybody.
That's why you got like the adults that you have now, you know.
Well, yeah, you do. I mean, let's face it, adversity when you're younger helps you deal with more adversity when you're older.
Absolutely.
You learn how to cope with situations. You learn that, well, you know, things are going to happen, and I need to learn how to deal with those situations. And if you do that in a constructive way, that's very good for somebody. If you do that in a destructive way, well, you end up with school shooters.
Yeah.
And that's Coop's psychology lesson. Because and this is getting the stupid shit that's happened in the last few years. If you don't teach someone how to deal with their pain, they're going to take their pain out on someone else.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very basic principle in psychology. And I've only had a couple of courses in psychology, but it doesn't take a fucking Sigmund Freud to figure this shit out. So
that's why I always find it funny. They do like these 10, 15, 20-year studies in psychology and shit just to find out something come to an outcome that everybody knew ahead of time already, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's no different than the experiments we've had on firearms in the United States. With
like no shit, clown.
The 1934 NFA. There are people, when I go through these videos, there are people in these hearings that will tell you right then that gun control has never worked and is never going to work.
Well, however, it's not going to work because look at our. You can just look at American history and see when they try to. Federal government has a war on X subject. It could be alcohol,
Well,
drugs,
yeah.
poverty.
Name one.
All you do is going to create a black market. You're going to create a black market. That's all. That's what you're going to do.
Name one thing the federal government has made better when they have gotten involved in.
Literally nothing, dude. Literally.
Yeah, there's not one. We've spent billions of dollars on the war on poverty. Poverty levels have not gotten better in the United States.
Like the worst thing you can hear, as an American citizen is, "We're the federal government. We're here to help." Like, go away, dude.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Ronald Reagan said that. Now, I don't agree with everything Reagan did. Reagan was really shitty on guns. He was really great on the economy.
I mean, yeah, but it's like you don't have to agree with everybody on everything all the time, man. It's like
no.
Critical of
well, it's Trump.
You should be critical of Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago gets raided last night.
Yeah,
which is one thing that set this live stream off, because it was annoying to me because I realized what's happening. You have the party in power.
That's some concerning shit right there.
Yeah. Well, you have the party in power using its influence to attack its political rivals. That's like
some Banana Republic kind of shit too.
Well, here's the real kicker. We have all sorts of evidence on Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton for their foundation for doing very illegal practices.
Oh yeah.
We have all sorts of information on Biden and his son for illegal practices.
Well, the FBI had Hillary Clinton dead set on espionage charges. Like it wouldn't have been hard to just let her escape. So
yeah,
it's not. The thing is, it's not the government. It's the machine itself, dude. It's fucking.
Well, it is. It is absolutely the machine.
Especially when you have a system of justice, like a bilateral system of justice for some,
Yeah,
that's whenever shit starts to fall apart. You have to have a unilateral system of justice where everybody gets treated the same,
Well,
you don't have that.
No, we screwed up in this country a long time when we allowed the government to make carve-outs for themselves in every law that didn't apply to them.
Oh yeah.
That was, but the catch to that is for you, me, and the average person. All right, our founders always knew that there would be more less informed people in the United States than there would be informed people. That's the reason that in the original Constitution, your average person couldn't vote for president. That's the reason that the voting system was set up to where, what was it? The House vote for
landowners,
Senate,
like landowners. Yeah, want people out of vote. You have to have skin in the game too.
Yeah, they had skin in the game. That was. If you look at the progression of everything that's happened, it's been an absolute erosion of the rights of the American people versus the power of the federal government. And most people in the United States at this time are not informed about that. They don't know about it. They don't care about it. Because let's be honest, we're all out there trying to support our families, take care of our lives, and we want the government to leave us alone. We're just not worried about it.
Oh yeah, it's like, but also too. That's why
people out there.
That's why the founders also wanted the power of the state to be more localized instead of federal.
Yeah. Well, this is where I argue with people on gun laws a lot of times. Well, I don't argue with them. I put content out, and if they don't agree, they can kiss my ass. State constitutions govern the firearms inside of states, and the federal constitution only governs federal matters.
Yeah.
So if a state constitution says you have the right to keep and bear arms, and that state makes gun laws that are contrary to that Constitution, well, when it reaches the Supreme Court of the United States, the Supreme Court doesn't even need to look at the federal Constitution. They need to look at that state's Constitution.
Yeah.
The only reason any of these states can limit firearms inside of a state is if they have a constitutional amendment that allows that state to regulate those firearms.
Well, and even then, though, that might not be, that's not 100%, because if they make a state, if the states make a law that counter anything in the, this is going to override any state law that contradicts it.
That's the thing.
So,
state constitutions govern state affairs. So say if California, if they made a constitutional amendment to the state of California's constitution tomorrow, banning all guns, there's nothing the federal government can say about that, believe it or not. Nothing.
yeah, how so? It defies the Second Amendment.
No, the federal Second Amendment only covers federal affairs. You're talking about state constitutions. See, the federal Constitution only restrained the federal government, and the federal government only has certain powers to do with the states.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So that's why, like the 1934 NFA that I'm going to start a series of videos on, that's why they use the taxing power of the federal government and the Interstate Commerce Clause to regulate firearms, because the federal government has zero authority to regulate firearms inside of the states. The only people who can regulate firearms inside of the states is the states themselves.
Yeah.
Because see, each state, when the United States, we weren't the United States when everything was formed. We were America. Each state was supposed to function as its own entity.
Yeah.
So if I decided to have a certain law in one state and another state decided to have a certain law in another state, that was completely acceptable. And then we could draw a treaty in between us saying we will do commerce together. We'll have grain. We'll, we'll ship fucking milk to your state or whatever, and you can ship damn bread to ours. And the only reason the federal government was even supposed to come into play is if within that agreement you were trying to screw my state. And this is this is in Coop language. If you were trying to screw my state, in other words, you were putting some sort of like tariff on me shipping something to your state while I'm not putting a tariff on your shit shipping into my state.
The federal government acted as an arbiter between.
An arbiter in between
disagreements.
States. That was their job. Disagreements in between states, an arbiter. They would basically come in at any point in time and tell us, look, fuckers, you need to play nice so that we can have a functional society. That was the federal government's power. If you look at the federal Constitution, what does the Second Amendment say? Shall not be infringed, right? The right of the people to keep and bear arms. That only govern federal matters.
Yeah,
if California
it restrains the government.
Yeah, that just means the federal government can't restrain the arms that are in the states.
Oh, hell no.
If California decided that they wanted to have a constitutional amendment saying that they could ban all firearms, that would be completely legal. And then it is for the people of California to go kick everybody out of office and get back to being an actual functional state. See, what progressives and how this has changed in a lot of ways is every single state has a right to bear arms in their constitution. Every single one. That is why progressives stopped going to the state on things and went to the federal government to actually get the federal government to try to make firearms laws. And this is something that I'm learning more and more as I go through a lot of things that I'm studying right now. And people can argue with me on it. That's fine. You can tell me I'm an idiot. But I can point to arguments in the 1934 NFA where the Attorney General of the United States tells the Congress, we do not have the power, the police power, to do this inside of the states. That is the congressional.
And they also don't have the authority to do it.
No, they don't. They have no authority.
They have no authority.
Not the federal government, not to intervene in state matters. Now, they get some authority if someone crosses from one state to another, and that's where the Interstate Commerce Clause comes into effect.
Yeah,
they have bastardized the Interstate Commerce Clause like you wouldn't believe.
It's still an infringement, nonetheless.
It is. It's all an infringement. If you read the founders' letters, if you look at the founders' letters in support of the Second Amendment, it was absolute that your average citizen should be able to own arms, train in arms, and then be ready to respond if there was some sort of call for an action where your average citizen should have to stand up.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand where people argue that bullshit, because they'll say like no, none of the Bill of Rights are absolute, and I'm like, you're full of shit. They are.
Well, they
like,
were all absolute.
What I was like, what proof do you have of that shit? It's like,
well, they were all absolute. All absolute, period. They bring up this ideal that, well, the First Amendment's not absolute because you can't scream fire in a crowded theater. Well, yeah, you can. You can. If the theater is on fire, you can absolutely scream fire in a crowded theater. You just can't do something maliciously to cause injury to someone else.
Right, exactly.
That is the point behind that.
Yeah. Like a call to violence against somebody.
Yeah. Call to violence is another
one. That's malicious. You know.
Do I believe someone should be able to stand up and say the most racist shit on the planet? Yes, I do. And if you just want to think about Ku Klux Klan there, I point you to the Nation of Islam, because I've heard them say the most racist shit on this planet, talking about killing white people, digging white people up, and then killing white people again.
Yeah, I've heard too. They just they're just upset because they can't have bacon.
Well, it's just the thing. I believe they should be able to say whatever they want to.
Yeah,
that's like racist white people. Let them say what they want to. Why? Because I know they're right there. And then those are the dickheads I don't have to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, and then the rest of us can go ahead and get
let you know who you can associate with. Yeah.
Yeah. It's be out in the open, be out and honest about it, and go about your day. Well, maybe it's just me. I don't like sneaky shit. If you're going to say it, say it. It is what it is. So I believe in absolute free speech. I believe that all of our amendments are absolute. Why? Because if you look at a law, it will have subparagraph after subparagraph, and each subparagraph is going to have a subparagraph. Our restraints on the federal government don't have that. They say this is free speech, period. They say this is the right to bear arms, period. They say it shall not be infringed, period. It is the right of the people, period. All this bullshit they talk about, militia, what the hell ever.
Yeah, that's a red herring anyway, because
it always has been.
It's a red herring. It's just bullshit. It's like essentially what the Second Amendment is for
well,
self-defense. And the thing about it is, like, you can strike all those amendments of the Bill of Rights off the Constitution. It does not change the fact that you still have those rights. That's why they call them inalienable natural rights.
Yeah, well,
you couldn't put this shit in there. You know, it's like they don't.
That's why our founders wrote about these things like they did and support the Second Amendment. It was a natural right to be able to defend oneself against all enemies.
It still is.
And it still is.
Right.
Yeah. They based it on things like since they based on a natural right. In other words, any animal has the right to defend itself.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
when you look at their letters that they
that's
wrote
from
in
Locke.
support of the Second Amendment.
Yeah, 'cause they got that from Locke.
Yes.
You know.
Yep. And that came through in Blackstone's law. That came through in about a lot of things.
Yes.
They all agreed that you have a natural right to defend yourself.
Yes.
Yourself, our founders just decided that the government didn't have the right to tell me which tools I could defend myself with.
That's why they say arms, and they don't specify.
Yeah, that's why they said arms, because let's face it, when we went through the Revolutionary War, we didn't have a government with arms. We had a hell of a lot of armed citizens that stood up.
Oh yeah, most of the battleships they used were private. They were private owners.
Yeah, they were privateers. So Joe Biden talking about, well, you couldn't own a cannon. Well, no, you could own a fully functional warship with multiple cannons, and you could go out and sink the ships of any country that we were at war with.
Letter of marque.
You could make money off of it.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we get back to the mass of the uninformed in this country.
That's like you got dumbasses that are like, well, should people have nuclear weapons? I'm like, yeah, I mean, if you can afford it, and if you know how to do the maintenance on it.
Yeah. Well, here's my thing. As long as I can own something without wrongfully depriving someone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government shouldn't even be involved. If I have 47 machine guns behind me, now realize with all my NVE plasma cuts and shit, I don't have machine guns. If you hear me busted tomorrow,
to adopt me, please adopt me.
Yeah, if you see me on the news tomorrow, I don't have machine guns. I do have a hell of a lot of plasma cuts that show these NVE symbols, but if I did have 47 machine guns, but I am no threat to the public, what right does the government have to come take my property?
Well, it doesn't. And that's the thing, though. It's like a lot of people were like, see, like we're getting into like the past few years. To me, it's like what I've seen. It's like we're starting to slowly like drift towards the pre-crime kind of mentality. It's like,
well, if you look at the case right now, and I said it real early in the stream tonight, and I was real pissed off because I am pissed off. Guns and Gadgets, a bunch of guys have covered this case of this guy who got caught with Glock switches and machine guns, supposedly altered machine guns. I'll say that. FRT triggers, they listed those as machine guns.
Oh, did they?
If this guy is not a threat to the public, if he was not throwing machine guns out to the masses to go murder people, every gun organization on this planet ought to be with him, financing his defense and attacking the NFA. And they should be attacking it on multiple grounds.
Well, they're deafening silence. But the thing is, though, like their deafening silence tells you all you need to know about these.
Well, it's
gun rights organizations.
I joined Gun Owners of America not too long back, probably a few months ago, because I do a lot of research, man. They seem like probably the most solid organization, and I will join the Firearms Policy Coalition because let's face it, they got the best social media out there when it comes to firearms and actually just busting people's balls, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, but what
these guys need to start focusing on these things like they should.
My question is, with those organizations like that, what wins do they have? Like what have they over? Because I don't see the NFA 34 NFA overturned. Not yet.
No, but you do see.
I'll put it this way. I'll tell you this much: if the GOA or any of those gun rights organizations were to come along and lobby and actually get like the NFA, the 34 NFA overturned, or revoked or shit like that, then I'd give you some money. But these motherfuckers don't do that though. Like, what wins do they have? I want to know what wins they have, dude.
They do to a certain point, like the Bruin decision. They did a lot and they spent a lot of money. I know FBC did, and I know GOA did. Spent a lot of money for lawyers and assistance with the Bruin decision. What kills me on it is they're trying to attack things on a federal level that should be state matters. But that's where our law has actually run to these days. And I
Federal government overreaches.
really and truly think that they should start bringing things back to that constitutional basis where, say, Massachusetts has all these bans. All right, that's fine. We're going to attack those on a state level. Once they go through the courts and when they get to the Supreme Court, our only briefs on that should be, this is a state matter. What does the state constitution say? If the state constitution says they have the right to bear arms, but doesn't give the government the right to limit arms, then what the fuck are we arguing about? Because obviously a goddamn third grader can figure this shit out. If it doesn't give them the power to limit the arms, that means anybody in the state can have whatever arms they want.
Yeah.
Period. There's no question.
Yeah. I still like whenever they're like, I still like the questions like, oh, so people should have nuclear weapons, bro. If you have to go to an extreme to prove your point, you don't have much of a fucking solid point to begin with. And number two, I'll take something like, people should be allowed to have nuclear weapons because if you can afford the material and the upkeep cost, the maintenance on a nuclear weapon, which is
exactly,
it'll bankrupt most people within a few years.
That's always my sentiment about it. Well, should they be able to own this? That
like should they have fighter attack planes? Like, if you can afford the maintenance and parts cost to upkeep it, why not?
Dude, you can go buy fighter attack aircraft right now if you can afford them. They're just really expensive.
One clown on Twitter is like, it's cost prohibitive. That's what I'm saying. It's like, that is one clown on Twitter is like,
we supposed to have a fucking. You can go
like,
buy.
Are we supposed to have tanks? And I'm like, dude, people do have tanks. Like, you can buy tanks.
You can absolutely have a tank right now if you have.
Because there's a couple places here in Texas where you can go and you can actually it's like you can actually go and drive like an old tiger tank and shit. Like, you can't shoot anything because you're not licensed to do it. And it's like the same guy was like, well, you can't have machine guns. I'm like, technically, we can have machine guns. We just have to pay the federal government stupid tax, get a tax there. Like, they're not against us. They didn't ban them. They didn't ban machine guns.
Nope.
But
all they did was all the federal government did was they taxed machine guns, and then later on in the 86 GCA, they closed the market. So they made it a market that was going to continually shrink. Now, are there some cases where somebody can enter that market?
Yeah,
there are very few cases. But as guns get used, guess what? Guns break down.
Yeah,
and
that's like the majority of all
guns on the market.
Yeah, that's like the majority of machine guns now. It's like they're cost prohibitive. Cost like $20,000-$30,000, and they're mostly in the hands of collectors and shit like that, museums.
Dude, freaking watch the guy's video the other day. Full auto AK, like $23,000. Some of you might know the video. I
to be honest,
make a full auto AK for under $800.
Absolutely. That's the thing, though. It's like anyone that knows anything about shot like full auto guns and shit like that. It's like, unless you're creating interlocking fields of fire for an ambush or something like that, full auto is not useful for the individual gunman.
Well,
as far as accuracy and shit goes.
Yeah, everybody I know who's a veteran, and I've literally worked with hundreds of veterans in the last couple of years. Every one of them will tell you for actual accurate fire, semi-automatic's where it's at.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
where your selector goes. Now, if you want to keep someone's head down so you can fire and maneuver, that's where full auto comes in.
Well, hell, even
merely
3-round burst
trying to
can
keep-
3-round
Yeah.
burst can do that too.
Yeah. You're merely trying to put so much lead in the air that the other dude doesn't want to put his head up.
Suppressive fire.
So-
But you honestly, if you got enough guys, you can do that with semi-auto if you got
Yeah.
manpower.
Yeah.
If you got like fire teams, you can keep suppressive fire down while one or two guys from that fire team get position.
Yeah. Well, here's another thing that pisses me off about gun arguments these days. We're sitting here fucking trying to split hairs over what an AR versus what an M4 is. Well, M4s are select fire weapons, and ARs are only semi-automatic weapons. In other words, auto-loading weapons, which that is a term people need to learn, is auto-loading. My point to the thing is so fucking what?
Yeah.
Okay. Everything
It's a
that
moot
I've
point
read,
anyway.
Yeah, it's a moot point because I'm still shooting the same round, and you can't limit how fast I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to do that unless you put some sort of trigger mechanism in there that will keep
and even then, that's not
into Jerry Mitchell-act.
Yeah, and even then, that's considered. That's not. I don't think that falls under the definition of a full auto.
No,
fire.
Full auto fire, which your prior service, full auto fire. If I hold the trigger to the rear and the gun continues to fire, that is full auto or burst fire. That's just the way the gun works. It's an engine. It works in a certain way. If I hold the trigger to the rear and one round comes out and then it doesn't fire another round until I release the trigger, hence covering binary triggers, that's not a machine gun.
No, technically it's not. Well,
machine guns are like engines. As long as I have that gas pedal pinned and as long as it has fuel, it is going to run.
It's like I was reading another conversation thread where people were like, we don't need to know the difference between a clip and a magazine to be able to discuss firearm. And I'm like, no, I mean, I only got look, I mean, no, you technically don't, but the thing is like, those things are two separate devices. And it's not so much. And while I can forgive somebody for making the mistake, hell, I've made it a couple times before, calling a magazine a clip, but I know the difference. And the thing is, like, the problem is, it's usually just not that one piece of knowledge that those people screw up or they don't know about. It's more often than not, it's like there's other shit that they don't know, like technical terms and stuff like that. I was trying to explain this one woman. It's like people that usually don't know the difference, they also don't know shit like their own laws in their state about guns. They're completely ignorant of stuff. So it's not just the one thing. It's a bunch of stuff. It's all corollary. Like if you don't know the difference between a magazine and a fucking clip, they're two separate devices. They function completely different from each other, and they're used differently for different shit.
That's
it's like
clips aren't spring loaded, and clips.
I don't even bother to do that.
Boxed in.
I don't even bother to do it. I don't even bother to do that because it's like I was telling that one lady. I'm like, look, when I was in school, and you got assigned to read a couple chapters for the next week's lecture and stuff. If you came in and didn't read those chapters, more often than not, you were told to leave the class because you were not prepared. Yeah. Because you cannot have because everyone else read the material. Like you're the odd man out and you don't know what the material is. So you're not. So like you have to backtrack, and like those people cannot all stop and backtrack because of your lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
It's like, so well, yeah, it's like, so it's like, yeah, we will tell you to go fuck off from the table of the discussion because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And
Well,
sometimes,
that's
you know,
my biggest thing is you can't have a rational argument with people who reach their positions through irrational means.
yeah.
In
Yeah,
other
that's-
words,
that's the one.
if and it's something that I've had very personal discussions with people. Emotions, no matter how they feel, are going to steer you wrong. If
Yeah.
you look at a set of facts, then you can make a decision. But if you come at something from an emotional point of view, you're always going to be tainted.
Yeah.
So
Most
you
of these
can't
people,
have
most anti-gun people, especially on Twitter, they're coming from that state of irrational of emotionalism plus
yeah,
a gross deficit of knowledge, technical knowledge about what
yeah,
they're talking about. And it's like you
absolutely.
can't talk to somebody like that. You just can't. You
No,
can't have
you can't.
because those people are not because the way I look at it, like I told that one line, like you're not adults, right? And this is an adult subject matter. It's very serious. So
Yeah.
you're basically I see people like I see people like you as a child because you did not do the necessary work to understand what the hell's being discussed. Now do you have to be a firearms expert? No, you don't, but you do have to have a certain level, a modicum of basic knowledge of how firearms work. It would be helpful if you actually operated one.
Well,
You know?
I would seriously take someone who just understood that the projectile came out of the pointy end of the gun.
Oh,
And then could understand that the person behind the gun pulling the trigger is the one responsible for the action.
yeah, absolutely.
Those
It's
people,
an
even
inanimate
if they
object.
don't know, yeah, even if they don't know jack shit about a firearm, they at least understand personal responsibility. If we can get to the personal responsibility,
and agency of the individual.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Because I am fully capable of making a decision. I'm fully capable of using whatever to facilitate what I want to do at that time, but that's all on me. Every bit of it's on me. Yeah. Well, what if they're crazy? Well, I will submit to the crowd. If you want to go kill innocent people, you are not fucking sane.
Yeah.
And if you want to go kill innocent people, or you do go kill innocent people, I have zero problems with you sitting in a really, really, really hot chair until you are dead.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand what they're saying. It's like, but there's no process or system by which to determine future actions of people. Can't do it.
There are a few factors that work into some of this. Okay.
Yeah.
One is our educational system. Again, we get back to coping and people's coping skills. You completely take away someone's coping skills so that every little pinprick that normally should be shrugged off, they take as a fucking stake through the heart.
Yeah, they take that shit seriously.
Yeah, they do. I mean, rejection from a girl. There's been plenty of cases of mass shootings in schools that have basically come down to this person was harmed, or they felt they were harmed or rejected by a person of the opposite sex. And that's what that shooting came down to. It fucked them up so bad, and they couldn't deal with it, so they took their pain out on everybody else. They have no coping skills at all whatsoever. It's amazing to me how far it's gone to where our educational system has taught these kids it's all about your feelings and you're a snowflake, and anything that hurts your feelings is violence. No, if it doesn't hurt your physical being, in other words, it doesn't punch you in the face, it's not violence.
Yeah. Well, that's all, I always get wrapped around the axle whenever you have adults claim that they were emotionally abused. It's like, dude, you're not a child, and you're not mentally incapacitated.
Though.
Like, you're an adult. The fact that you say that you're emotionally or psychologically abused is bullshit. because you're an
Well,
adult. You have a fully functional brain.
No, well, they don't. They have, well, I'll put it this way. They have a fully functional brain. They don't have a fully developed brain. They need to spend a couple of weeks out on a construction site.
I mean,
and have
that's
their
just
feelings hurt for a little while.
Yeah, it's just semantics though to me. Like fully developed, fully functional.
Well,
if you're not a child, or mentally retarded, you don't have any. You have no claim on being emotionally or psychologically abused. I outright reject that shit when people say it. It's like you're an adult.
I mean, people can be emotionally abused in some cases. Again, I get back to the fact that you don't teach people how to deal with that shit, and then you turn them loose on society. I'm sorry. One of the best lessons that I can teach my daughter and my son is life's not fair. It's never going to be fair. If life was fair for a lot of the things that I've done, we would be millionaires. If life was fair.
My parents always told us, like, life is not fair. No one owes you anything. And if you want anything, you have to work for it.
You have to actually go out and do something to get a positive result.
You have to provide value.
There are a lot of times where you're going to go out and do stuff and you are going to get a very decidedly negative result.
Yeah, that's nothing my dad used to tell. He's like, you can still do everything right and still get fucked up. It's like it happens.
Yeah, well, you can do everything right.
There's nothing guaranteed except death.
Yeah. You can do everything right, not fuck up, and it's still going to crash down on you because someone else will push the blame off on you. Because being in the military. How many times have you seen people do the right shit, but the people over them will blame them when shit goes sideways?
Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen it in civilian. I've seen it in the military. It's like you can do everything right and still get fucked up. But that's just all that is there though. It's most often it's just the randomness of the world, dude. It's like there's nothing you can do about it except fucking deal with it.
A lot of it comes down to shitty leadership. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, you dig down. Yeah.
Being able to deal with that and actually come out on the positive end of it. Well, again, I get back to coping skills. Because you need to be able to deal with that. You need to be able to deal with that on whatever level it comes to you.
There comes points in life that everybody is going to have to take a bite of that shit sandwich.
Oh yeah. You're going to have to eat it face first.
You have to eat it.
Big old bite.
I mean, you don't have to like it, but you're going to have to eat it.
Yeah, well, dude said on Walking Dead that time. You're just going to have to eat it. One bite at a time.
Sucks.
You don't have to like it. You're just going to have to eat it.
Yeah.
And that's life.
Yeah.
There's going to be plenty of situations to come along that are shitty situations.
Mm-hmm.
I have not always dealt with them the best in my life. I'm not saying that I have. In no way, mean, shape, or form have I dealt with situations like that as well as I should have. I've normally dealt with them in very shitty ways. That's just again.
Well, the other issue I've seen that's fairly toxic inside society is how people think that their personal security is someone else's responsibility. Like they don't want to accept accountability for their own, because like that's what basically what Second Amendment is for. It's like they gave you that you have that right to defend yourself with whatever weapon you choose, just about. But people don't take advantage of it. So like you're basically ceding your personal responsibility to somebody else, or not to either someone else or just you're just not taking advantage of that and you being responsible enough to do that for yourself. So like that's not a me problem. That's not my problem. That's you problem.
Here's another Coop rant, and
It's like why don't
make
you have
this.
why don't you have a gun?
Yeah.
Why don't you train with it? Why don't you carry it on your body when you go outside? Like that, you have the right to do it, and it's like you're just you don't want to fulfill that responsibility for yourself. It's like that's not a me problem. That's a you problem.
Here's another Coop rant, and then I'm going to try to make this short, and then I got to bounce because I got to wake my daughter up in a minute to go to school. The entire leftist agenda is to strip people away from their personal responsibility.
Yeah.
And I might piss people off with this if they run into this later, or if anybody in here now decides they don't like it. Abortion. That is all about stripping away your personal responsibility.
An agency too,
firearm,
like your personal agency. You know,
carrying a firearm is all about stripping you away from that personal responsibility. You shouldn't carry a firearm because the government is going to be there to fix this problem. You don't have to have that kid because, hey, it's all about you. Screw your personal responsibility. You don't have to go out and work because the government's here to support you. Name a progressive or liberal policy that is not, when you strip it down to its bare nuts and bones, is about removing you from your personal responsibility.
I mean, there's also some conservative thing. There's conservative policies out there too that do the same thing.
Dude,
it's on both sides. Like that's one.
Yeah. Well, what we call conservatives and what we call leftists, which is really what it comes down to.
Well, they're just a uniparty.
Both,
for real.
Yeah, both of them have become so far in bed these days that you can't tell them apart for the most part.
Like we got a two-party system. No, we don't. We got a uniparty here.
Yeah, we really do. It's a.
They're just playing good cop, bad cop. You know.
Yeah. Well, Republicans most of the time, and this is the final, and I gotta go. Republicans most of the time, or people who call themselves Republicans, find themselves being nothing more than speed bumps for the left and slowing the left down.
Yeah.
We're fighting a very different war. The left believes in winning, while a lot of people on the right just believe in surviving.
Yeah.
So we just need to make it day to day while they make more and more gains and they actually achieve an agenda.
Yep.
And if you don't believe me, we have had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and we can't repeal unconstitutional acts. However, these jackasses can have one house of the Congress and the presidency, and they pass shit like Obamacare.
Yeah. Well, that should tell you all you need to know.
And if you really let that shit sink in, especially when we could have repealed Obamacare, and you have a Republican senator, namely
repealed a lot of shit.
Yeah, well, namely when it came to the repeal of Obamacare, you have John McCain walk in there at the last minute and vote no on the repeal, and then all of a sudden we're still fucked. I'm sorry. I appreciate the dude's service. I appreciate that certain shit happened to him and he was tortured and he was beaten and all the other shit. After that, well, I have zero respect for the man.
Yeah.
You know,
that's not a.
So anyway,
I mean, that's,
I'm out, kids. I got to get out. So you perps take them easy and expect some videos on the 1934 NFA coming. And as usual, unload everything around you, put it out of arm's reach. Keep your tray tables in the upright position and keep a vomit bag near you at all times because you're probably going to fucking need it.
I keep my cock and balls out there too.
Yeah, you can. Trust me, because you might need something to fend off some of the angry shit. So anyway,
blue-haired land whales.
Yeah. Well, you guys stay cool, man. We'll catch up with you shortly. And as usual, man, I love all you guys. And like, I am out, man. Let me go wake baby girl up and get her ready for school. Later.